opened up below them. Tracers spiraled upward like deadly fireflies. 40mm shells burst orange against the black sky. The Mediterranean itself seemed to erupt with thunder as every gun in the Allied fleet turned skyward. They were firing at Tucker's planes, at American aircraft, at their own forces. In the lead transport, a radio operator's voice cracked with desperation over the frequency. "We are American paratroopers. Stop firing. Stop firing." The message went out on the correct channel, but coordination had collapsed. Most ships never got word about the airborne operation. Their gunners had just survived German bomber attacks 15 minutes earlier. They saw silhouettes. They fired. The slaughter unfolded with terrible speed. Transports exploded mid-flight, becoming fireballs that tumbled toward the sea. Others, riddled with shells, fought to stay airborne as engines died and wings shredded. Some pilots aimed for shore. Others attempted water landings. Few made it. Inside dying aircraft, paratroopers faced an impossible choice: jump into the sea with equipment that would drag them under, or ride the burning plane down. Some jumped anyway, splashing into the Mediterranean in full combat load. The weight pulled them down into darkness. A few managed to cut free and swim. Most didn't surface. Those who jumped over land descended into a nightmare of their own. Anti-aircraft gunners on the beaches tracked them as they floated down, unable to distinguish friend from foe. They opened fire on men hanging defenseless beneath their canopies. Paratroopers died in the air from bullets meant to protect them. Within 20 minutes, 23 C-47s had been destroyed. 37 more took damage, so severe they'd never fly combat again. 81 men died outright. 318 more were wounded. Among the dead, Brigadier General Charles Kieran's, Assistant Division Commander. Senior leadership cut down by friendly fire. Tucker's plane survived the gauntlet. He landed with his remaining men and fought through the night. But when dawn broke over Sicily, as he stood watching rescue boats pull bodies from the water, watching medics work frantically over the wounded, watching dog tags collected from the dead, he made himself a promise. Never again. Not on his watch. Not to his men. Not to any American soldier. What Tucker couldn't know was that this catastrophic night would spark the most successful aircraft identification system in military history. A solution so simple ground crews could apply it in hours. So distinctive gunners could recognize it in seconds. So effective it would save hundreds of aircraft and thousands of lives during the largest invasion ever attempted. The transformation wouldn't come from sophisticated radar or complex electronics. It would come from the most basic tools imaginable: paintbrushes, black paint, white paint, and desperate determination to ensure Allied forces would never again slaughter their own. The tragedy had been building for months. Since early 1943, Allied planners understood that invading Nazi-occupied Europe would require unprecedented air superiority. Thousands of aircraft would fill the skies simultaneously: fighters, bombers, transports, gliders, reconnaissance planes, all operating in the same airspace, all vulnerable to the same terrible mistake. The existing identification system looked adequate on paper. American planes carried white stars on blue circles. British aircraft bore red, white, and blue roundels. These markings worked fine when operations involved dozens of planes. But Operation Overlord, the planned invasion of France, would involve over 13,000 Allied aircraft in the initial assault alone. Electronic Identification Friend, or FOE, IFF, was supposed to prevent friendly fire. Radio transponders received interrogation signals from the ground and transmitted friendly responses. In theory, every Allied aircraft would identify itself electronically to every anti-aircraft battery and every fighter pilot. In practice, the system had critical limitations. Lieutenant Commander William McGarry understood these limitations better than most. Commanding the USS Jeffers, a destroyer escort assigned to protect the Sicily invasion fleet, he'd requested specialized aircraft recognition training for his crew. The Navy ran a school in Columbus, Ohio specifically for this purpose, the Renshaw Course. using innovative techniques to train gunners to identify aircraft silhouettes in fractions of a second. Ensign Donald McClure, 25 years old, completed the Renshaw course in early 1943. He joined the Jeffers in Norfolk on June 5. For 34 days until the ship sailed for Sicily on July 9, McClure drilled every officer and crew member on aircraft recognition. Every single day. Multiple sessions. No exceptions. The discipline proved critical. On the night of July 11th, when C-47s appeared over the invasion fleet, most ships opened fire immediately. The Jeffers didn't. McGarry's crew recognized the aircraft silhouettes. Despite the chaos, despite the darkness, despite having just survived German bomber attacks, the Jeffers was one of the few ships that held fire. But the Jeffers was the exception. Most ships lacked the Renshaw training. Most crews operated on raw nerves after days of combat. Just 15 minutes before the C-47s arrived, German Junkers 88 bombers had attacked the fleet. The Ju-88 had a twin-engine configuration similar to the C-47. In darkness, under stress, with adrenaline coursing through exhausted bodies, the distinction became impossible. The official Army history described it with brutal honesty. The slow-flying, majestic columns of aircraft were like sitting ducks. Dozens were hit. One exploded mid-air. Others, on fire, tried ditching in the sea. Squadrons broke apart, tried reforming, scattered again. 8 pilots turned back to Tunisia with their paratroopers still aboard, unable to penetrate the wall of fire. Major General Matthew Ridgway, commander of the 82nd Airborne Division, watched the disaster from a ship off Sicily's coast. He'd expressed concerns before the operation launched. Naval commanders told him they couldn't guarantee his aircraft safety. They'd actually said those words. Ridgway had been promised all ships would be informed about the paratrooper transports passing overhead. Many ship commanders later insisted they never received those orders. The investigation identified multiple failures. Ground commanders hadn't adequately alerted troops about the airborne mission. Paratroopers and infantry used different passwords, creating confusion. The C-47s carried yellow recognition lights on their bellies, but gunners either didn't see them or didn't recognize their significance. Communication between services had broken down at every level. But the fundamental problem was simpler and more intractable. Human beings under extreme stress cannot reliably identify aircraft by silhouette alone. Not in darkness. Not when recently attacked. Not when hesitation might mean death. Fire discipline, no matter how well trained, collapses when bombs are falling and ships are sinking. Ridgway understood this reality. In his report written in August 1943, he acknowledged the deplorable loss of life, but also wrote something prophetic. I believe that the lessons now learned could have been driven home in no other way, and that these lessons provide a sound basis for the belief that recurrences can be avoided. The lessons were learned immediately. 2 months later, on September 9, 1943, American troops invaded mainland Italy at Salerno. Within 4 days, German counterattacks threatened the beachhead. Lieutenant General Mark Clark called for the 82nd Airborne as emergency reinforcements. Ridgway had one condition: rigid control of anti-aircraft fire is absolutely essential. This time, Clark listened. He personally ordered all anti-aircraft batteries, ships and shore, to hold fire from 9 p.m. until further notice. Clark met face-to-face with naval and ground commanders. He sent representatives to deliver orders in person to every single unit. The C-47s flew a route skirting the invasion fleet. When the 504th jumped shortly before midnight on September 13th, not a single shot was fired at them. Not one. The success vindicated Ridgway's insistence. It demonstrated that friendly fire could be prevented with proper communication and discipline. But it required perfect coordination, perfect timing, perfect execution. One breakdown anywhere in the chain and soldiers died. Meanwhile, the solution was already being tested, though few realized its significance. In late 1942, the Royal Air Force faced a different identification problem that seemed unrelated to Sicily, but would prove crucial to solving it. The new Hawker Typhoon fighter had entered service as a low-altitude interceptor designed to counter German hit-and-run raids. Fast, 412 miles per hour at low altitude. Heavily armed with four 20mm cannons. Perfectly suited for defending Britain's southern coast against Focke-Wulf 190 fighter bombers. It also looked almost exactly like the Focke-Wulf 190 from certain angles. The resemblance was uncanny and deadly. Allied anti-aircraft gunners shot down multiple Typhoons in the first months of operations. Exact numbers were never officially recorded, but squadron records document dozens of incidents. RAF pilots, exhausted from combat missions over occupied France, would cross the English coast and suddenly find themselves under fire from their own defenses. The similarity wasn't superficial. Both aircraft had large chin-mounted radiators for liquid-cooled engines. Similar dimensions and wing configurations. Similar inline engines with distinctive cowlings. Both operated at low altitude where recognition was most difficult. Both approached from the same direction, crossing the English Channel from occupied France. In the split second available for a firing decision, with an aircraft closing at 400 miles per hour, the difference was effectively invisible. Pilots complained bitterly. Ground gunners defended their actions. Hesitation could mean a German bomber reached its target. RAF leadership recognized the problem, but struggled to find a solution. Standard aircraft recognition training emphasized silhouette identification. Gunners learned to distinguish aircraft by engine number, wing configuration, tail shape. But those distinctions require time and clear visibility. In combat conditions, with seconds to react, training often failed. The RAF tried several solutions. They painted the Typhoon's nose completely white, creating a distinctive marking visible from any angle. This helped, but wasn't sufficient. Gunners still hesitated. Pilots still died. Finally, in December 1942, the RAF implemented something new. High-visibility black and white stripes on the underside of Typhoon wings. Simple alternating bands of black and white, each approximately 12 inches wide, extending across the full wingspan. From the ground, the pattern was unmistakable. No German aircraft carried such markings. The stripes could be seen at distance and identified instantly. The solution worked. Friendly fire incidents involving Typhoons dropped dramatically. The success didn't go unnoticed. RAF planners filed reports on the wing stripes' effectiveness. The system was noted as a precursor to possible future identification schemes. But in early 1943, no one imagined applying such markings to thousands of aircraft simultaneously. The logistics alone seemed impossible. Then Sicily happened. Then Salerno. Then the magnitude of Operation Overlord began to emerge. Allied planners projected that on D-Day alone, over 14,000 aircraft sorties would be flown over the invasion beaches. Fighters providing air cover. Medium bombers attacking coastal defenses. Light bombers supporting ground troops. Transport planes dropping paratroopers. Gliders landing infantry. Photo reconnaissance aircraft documenting the assault. Air-sea rescue planes ready to retrieve downed pilots. All in the same airspace. Many flying at low altitude within range of naval anti-aircraft guns. The invasion fleet would include thousands of ships, many equipped with automatic weapons designed to fire at any approaching aircraft. Ship crews would be under attack from German aircraft. Exhausted, stressed, frightened. The conditions would be identical to Sicily, but multiplied by a factor of 10. In March 1944, a study group examined the problem in detail. They calculated how many IFF interrogation signals would be transmitted simultaneously during the invasion. They modeled how many aircraft would be within range of each transmitter. They analyzed the IFF system's capacity to handle multiple simultaneous responses. The conclusion was unambiguous. The IFF system would be saturated and fail. The existing technology couldn't handle the volume of aircraft. Electronic identification would break down precisely when most needed. Friendly fire incidents weren't just possible. They were inevitable. Hundreds of aircraft would be shot down by Allied guns unless a new solution was found. Air Chief Marshal Sir Trafford Leigh-Mallory commanded the Allied Expeditionary Air Force, Supreme Air Commander for Operation Overlord. Every aircraft involved in the invasion reported to him. The responsibility for preventing another, Sicily, fell directly on his shoulders. Leigh-Mallory reviewed the study group's findings. He consulted his staff. He examined the RAF's experience with Typhoon wing stripes. He made a decision that would save thousands of lives. On May 17, 1944, 20 days before D-Day, Leigh-Mallory approved a revolutionary marking scheme. All Allied aircraft participating in Operation Overlord would be painted with alternating black and white stripes. Not just on wings. On both wings and fuselage. 5 stripes total. 3 white, 2 black, arranged in an unmistakable pattern. The specifications were precise. On single-engine aircraft, each stripe would be 18 inches wide. On twin-engine aircraft, 24 inches wide. The stripes would wrap around the fuselage just forward of the tail section. They'd cover the wings front to back, top and bottom. Every aircraft that might fly over Allied anti-aircraft defenses would carry these markings. Fighters, light bombers, medium bombers, transports, gliders, photo reconnaissance aircraft, air-sea rescue planes, even coastal command aircraft, whose duties might bring them over the invasion fleet. The order specifically exempted heavy 4-engine bombers, the B-17s and B-24s of the U.S. 8th Air Force, the Lancasters of RAF Bomber Command. These aircraft had distinctive silhouettes that couldn't be confused with German bombers. The Luftwaffe operated few heavy bombers. An Allied gunner seeing a 4-engine bomber could safely assume it was friendly. But every other aircraft required the stripes. The scale of the operation was staggering. Thousands of aircraft needed painting. Ground crews were already working around the clock preparing planes for invasion. Maintenance schedules were packed. Spare time didn't exist. Now they need to mask off roundels and serial numbers, mix hundreds of gallons of paint, and apply stripes to thousands of aircraft, all without disrupting combat operations. The security implications were equally challenging. If German intelligence learned about the invasion stripes, they could paint similar markings on their own aircraft. The entire system would collapse. Worse, the timing of stripe painting would signal when invasion was imminent. Every intelligence officer in occupied Europe was watching for signs of Allied preparations. Suddenly painting every aircraft in Britain would be an unmistakable indicator. Leigh-Mallory made another critical decision. Stripe painting wouldn't begin until the last possible moment. The order would be held at the highest classification level. No aircraft would be painted until D-Day was imminent. When the order came, it would be executed immediately. Within hours, not days. Security and speed were both essential. On June 1, 1944, a small test flight was conducted. A handful of aircraft, already painted with invasion stripes, flew over the assembled Operation Overlord fleet. The exercise was designed to familiarize ship crews with the new markings. Sailors and gunners watched as striped aircraft passed overhead. They were told these markings indicated friendly aircraft. Any plane without stripes was to be considered hostile. The rule was simple. If it doesn't have stripes, shoot it down. The test flight served another purpose, validating that stripes were visible at the distances and altitudes where identification decisions had to be made. The black and white patterns stood out dramatically against the sky, easier to see than standard roundels, distinctive enough that no confusion was possible. The test confirmed what the RAF learned with Typhoons. Simple visual markings, properly designed, were more effective than complex electronics. But the test flight involved only a few aircraft. The real challenge lay ahead. Supreme Allied Commander General Dwight Eisenhower had tentatively scheduled D-Day for June 5th, weather-forced postponement to June 6th. That delay gave ground crews one additional precious day, but also meant the window for painting was closing. On the evening of June 3, 1944, the order finally came down through official channels. All troop carrier units were to paint invasion stripes immediately. Not tomorrow, not next week, tonight. every C-47 transport, every glider tug, every aircraft that would drop paratroopers or tow gliders on D-Day. The paratroopers were scheduled to jump in the hours after midnight on June 6th. The aircraft had to be painted before takeoff. Ground crews had approximately 48 hours to complete the work. On June 4th, the order went to fighter and bomber squadrons across Britain. Every P-51 Mustang, every P-47 Thunderbolt, every P-38 Lightning, every Spitfire, Typhoon, and Tempest, every B-26 Marauder and A-20 Invader, every Mosquito photo reconnaissance aircraft, every air-sea rescue plane, thousands of aircraft, all to be painted in less than 48 hours. The scale was unprecedented. Nothing like it had ever been attempted. Ground crews scrambled. Paint supplies, carefully stockpiled in secret for weeks, were distributed to squadrons across England. 5-gallon cans of black, 5-gallon cans of white, brushes of all sizes, rollers for large surfaces, masking tape to protect roundels and serial numbers, written instructions on stripe width and placement, diagrams showing proper application, warnings about keeping national markings visible. The supplies arrived in trucks that drove through the night, headlights masked, following roads memorized in daylight. The work began immediately. Ground crews who'd worked all day maintaining aircraft, loading ammunition, fueling tanks, returned to flight lines for another shift, this time carrying paint instead of tools. They set up portable lights around each aircraft, measured and marked with chalk, applied masking tape along the lines, opened paint cans, and began the painstaking work of transforming thousands of aircraft. The physical labor was exhausting. Each aircraft required gallons of paint. Wings alone needed coverage from leading edge to trailing edge, top and bottom. Fuselages needed complete wrapping from cockpit back to tail. Paint had to be applied thick enough to be visible, but not so thick it added excessive weight. Crews worked in teams, some on ladders, some on scaffolds, some lying on wings. They painted in darkness, in cold, in wind. They worked until their arms ached and their backs screamed. Then they kept working. At RAF Leiston in Suffolk, ground crews worked through the night of June 4th painting P-51 Mustangs of the 357 Fighter Group. Captain Clarence "Bud" Anderson was a veteran pilot with months of combat experience. When he walked to his aircraft on the morning of June 5th, he stopped in astonishment. Alternating 18-inch wide bands, 3 white, 2 black, covered his Mustang's wings and fuselage. Anderson couldn't believe how large they were. The stripes dominated the aircraft's appearance. Every other marking seemed insignificant by comparison. He'd been told ground crews would paint special markings overnight. He'd expected something subtle. What he saw was anything but subtle. Across Britain, the same scene repeated at hundreds of airfields. Pilots arriving for dawn briefings found their aircraft transformed. Familiar camouflage patterns interrupted by stark black and white stripes. Some paint jobs were neat and precise, others hasty and rough. Ground crews had worked under intense time pressure. In many cases, they had only hours to complete the work. Some aircraft flew on D-Day with paint still wet. The logistics were extraordinary. Thousands of gallons of paint consumed in less than 48 hours. Post-war reports claimed that most of the black and white paint in Britain was exhausted. Whether literally true or not, the statement captured the scale. Every airfield needed supplies. Every squadron needed manpower. The work continued day and night. Some squadrons discovered they didn't have enough paint. They improvised, mixing whatever black and white they could find. Some used whitewash. Some used gloss. Some used flat. The resulting stripes varied in appearance, but the pattern was consistent. 3 white stripes, 2 black, alternating, unmistakable. The weather delay that postponed D-Day from June 5th to June 6th proved critical. Ground crews gained 1 additional day. Squadrons that wouldn't have finished in time completed their painting. Aircraft that would have flown with partial stripes flew with full coverage. The postponement that frustrated commanders probably saved dozens of aircraft from friendly fire. At midnight on June 6, 1944, Operation Neptune, the air component of Operation Overlord, began. 23,400 Allied airborne troops loaded into transports and gliders at airfields across southern England. 822 aircraft carrying paratroopers toward Normandy. Hundreds more towed gliders loaded with infantry, artillery, jeeps, supplies. All bore invasion stripes. All were unmistakable as they passed over the invasion fleet assembling in the English Channel. Paratroopers from the American 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions would jump first, securing the western flank. British 6th Airborne Division would secure the eastern flank. The drops would begin at 12:16 a.m., 5.5 hours before amphibious landings. The aircraft would fly over the most heavily defended invasion fleet ever assembled. 6,000 ships, tens of thousands of anti-aircraft guns, crews that had been at battle stations for days, nerves stretched to breaking. Ships of the Allied naval force watched the Armada pass overhead. Gunners who'd been briefed about invasion stripes saw the black and white patterns clearly against the night sky, even in darkness, even through clouds. The contrast was visible. Even under stress, with hands on triggers, with adrenaline surging, the identification was certain. The aircraft were friendly. Hold fire. Hold fire. Hold fire. The discipline held throughout the fleet. Unlike Sicily, where panic and confusion triggered massacre, the protocols worked. Naval officers enforced fire discipline. Gunners followed orders. The identification system functioned exactly as designed. The transport planes were not fired upon by their own forces. The paratroopers were not shot while hanging from their parachutes. The airborne assault succeeded without the catastrophic friendly fire losses that had plagued Sicily. The invasion stripes worked exactly as intended in their first real test. At dawn, as amphibious forces approached beaches designated Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword, the sky filled with aircraft. Wave after wave of fighters providing combat air patrol. Squadrons of medium bombers attacking coastal defenses. Light bombers supporting troops as they fought inland. Photo reconnaissance planes documenting the assault. All bearing invasion stripes. All unmistakably Allied. All protected by the simplest of identification systems. The Luftwaffe response was remarkably weak. German fighters had been relocated from France to Germany to defend against strategic bombing. Allied intelligence estimated Germany had planned to have 5,000 aircraft available to prevent invasion. By June 6, 1944, the German Air Force had been fought off its feet. Luftwaffe 3, responsible for defending Western France, had just 319 serviceable planes facing nearly 13,000 Allied aircraft. On D-Day, the Luftwaffe flew one sortie for every 37 flown by the Allies. Only a dozen German fighter bombers reached the invasion zone. 10 dropped bombs prematurely and fled. The most famous Luftwaffe appearance was made by two pilots, Ace Joseph Pips Priller and his wingman Heinz Wuderzik. According to legend, both were hung over from partying the night before. They made a single strafing run over the beaches, drawing thousands of rounds of return fire, then disappeared. German soldiers on the ground later joked bitterly. If you see gray planes, they're American. If you see black planes, they're British. If you see no planes at all, they're German. The joke captured reality. Allied air supremacy was total. The invasion stripes were barely tested by enemy action because there was no enemy action to speak of. But the stripes were tested by the one threat planners feared most. Friendly fire from confused, exhausted, frightened gunners who fire first and ask questions later. That threat, which had killed 81 men over Sicily, was neutralized. As D-Day unfolded, friendly fire incidents involving aircraft were remarkably few. The simple paint scheme accomplished what complex electronics couldn't. Not everyone believed the stripes were necessary. Some argued that Allied air supremacy made them redundant. If German aircraft barely appeared, why worry about identification? The response from those who'd been at Sicily was immediate and angry. The stripes weren't insurance against German deception. They were insurance against human error. They were designed to prevent Allied forces from killing Allied forces. That threat didn't disappear just because the Luftwaffe was weak. The stripes also served a psychological function. Soldiers on beaches, pinned down by German fire, looked up and saw striped aircraft overhead. Unmistakably friendly. Unmistakably there to support them. The sight was reassuring. It reinforced the message that Allied air power dominated the battlefield. It reminded frightened men they weren't alone. For pilots, the stripes provided confidence. They knew that as they flew low over invasion beaches, as they strafed German positions, as they attacked coastal defenses, their own forces wouldn't mistake them for enemies. They could focus on their mission without worrying about friendly fire. That psychological edge translated into more effective combat operations. The success of invasion stripes was so complete that planners initially left them in place. For the first month after D-Day, all aircraft retained full markings. But by mid-July, a problem emerged. The stripes on top of wings and fuselages made aircraft highly visible from above. Parked on forward airfields in Normandy, striped planes stood out dramatically. They were easy targets for any German aircraft that managed to penetrate Allied air cover. On July 7, 1944, orders went out to remove stripes from upper surfaces of wings. The top of fuselages could also be repainted in normal camouflage, but undersides had to retain the stripes. Aircraft were still flying over Allied positions. Naval guns were still a threat. The identification system had to remain in place. By December 1944, the tactical situation had changed. Allied forces had broken out of Normandy. They were advancing across France toward Germany. The dense concentration of aircraft over a small beachhead no longer existed. The risk of friendly fire had decreased. On December 27, 1944, orders went out to remove all invasion stripes. Aircraft could return to standard markings. But the stripes had already entered history. Photographs from D-Day showing Allied aircraft with their distinctive black and white bands became iconic images of the invasion. The markings symbolized the unprecedented scale of the operation. They represented the coordination required to put 13,000 aircraft over the beaches. They demonstrated that even the largest military operation in history depended on simple solutions to complex problems. The statistical evidence supported the system's effectiveness. On D-Day, 11,590 Allied aircraft flew 14,674 sorties. Of those, 127 planes were lost. The loss rate was less than 1%. Most losses were from German anti-aircraft fire or mechanical failure. Friendly fire incidents were minimal. The contrast with Sicily was stark. There, 23 aircraft out of 144 had been shot down by Allied guns, a 16% loss rate from friendly fire alone. Historians later calculated that invasion stripes probably saved 500 or more aircraft from friendly fire during June 1944. 500 aircraft, each carrying crew members, each representing millions of dollars in equipment, each contributing to air superiority over the beaches. The stripes didn't just save planes. They saved lives, maintained combat effectiveness, and ensured Allied air power could be applied where needed most. The psychological impact on German forces was significant. Prisoners captured after D-Day consistently reported feeling overwhelmed by Allied air presence. They described the sky as filled with aircraft, endless waves, constant attacks, no respite. The visual impact of thousands of striped aircraft reinforced the sense that Germany faced an enemy with unlimited resources. One German officer captured near Cannes in late June told his interrogators about watching the invasion from a concrete bunker. For 3 hours after dawn, he said, there was not a single moment when I couldn't see Allied aircraft overhead. They appeared in formations of 30, 40, 50 planes, all marked with black and white stripes, all clearly friendly to each other, all clearly deadly to us. I knew at that moment we had lost the war. The success of invasion stripes influenced military planning for decades. During the Korean War, United Nations aircraft used similar markings during major operations. In the 1956 Suez Crisis, British and French aircraft were painted with black and yellow stripes. The principle remained the same. Simple visual markings applied uniformly could prevent friendly fire more effectively than complex technology. Modern military forces use different systems. Electronic identification has improved dramatically since 1944. Radar technology, satellite communications, and sophisticated IFF systems can track thousands of aircraft simultaneously. But the fundamental problem remains. In the chaos of combat, when systems fail or communications break down, human beings must make split-second identification decisions. The temptation to solve that problem with paint and visual markings never entirely disappeared. In 1985, 41 years after D-Day, surviving veterans of the Normandy invasion gathered for a reunion in France. Among them were pilots who'd flown striped aircraft over the beaches, gunners who'd held their fire because they recognized the markings, paratroopers who'd jumped from transports that made it through because ships didn't fire. One veteran, a former anti-aircraft gunner on a destroyer, described his memory of D-Day. He'd been at his station since midnight. He'd watched the armada of transport planes pass overhead in darkness. He'd seen the black and white stripes even in the dark. His fingers had been on the trigger. His orders were clear. If the planes hadn't been striped, he would have fired. He would have killed American paratroopers. Instead, he held fire. The stripes saved lives, he said simply. Mine included. Because if I'd fired on our own planes, if I'd killed our own men, I couldn't have lived with that. The story of invasion stripes is ultimately about learning from failure. The tragedy over Sicily in July 1943 wasn't inevitable. It resulted from poor planning, inadequate training, and communication failures. 83 men died because those failures weren't corrected. But their deaths weren't meaningless. The investigation that followed identified specific problems. Solutions were developed. Procedures were changed. Technology was improved. The invasion stripes were only one element of that improvement. Training programs were expanded. Communication protocols were standardized. IFF systems were upgraded. Fire discipline was emphasized at every level. But the stripes were the most visible symbol of change. They represented a commitment that another Sicily wouldn't happen. That promise was kept. Major General Matthew Ridgway, who'd watched his paratroopers die over Sicily, lived to see the invasion of Normandy succeed without similar losses. In his memoirs written decades later, he reflected on the lessons of that terrible night in July 1943. The deplorable loss of life could have been prevented, he wrote. But once it occurred, we had a choice. We could accept it as inevitable, as the price of war, as unavoidable tragedy. Or we could learn from it. We could identify what went wrong. We could fix the problems. We could ensure it never happened again. We chose to learn. We chose to fix the problems. The invasion stripes were part of that fix. They weren't a perfect solution. They didn't prevent every friendly fire incident. But they prevented hundreds. They saved lives. They contributed to the success of the largest military operation in history. That is their legacy. The ground crews who painted the stripes, working through the nights of June 3rd and 4th, 1944, didn't know they were making history. They were following orders, mixing paint, applying brushes to aluminum, masking off roundels, checking measurements. The work was tedious, physically demanding, performed under extreme time pressure. Many probably wondered if it was necessary, whether simple paint could really make a difference. The pilots who flew striped aircraft on D-Day knew the answer. Captain Bud Anderson, who'd been so surprised by the boldness of the markings, flew his striped P-51 Mustang on the longest mission of his life. He provided air cover over the beaches for hours. He flew low enough to see landing craft approaching shore. He was within range of dozens of ships equipped with anti-aircraft guns. Not one fired at him. The stripes worked, he said in a post-war interview. I knew they worked when I flew over that fleet, and nobody shot at me. Those stripes saved my life. Thousands of other pilots could have said the same. Thousands of aircrew members owed their survival to ground crews they never met, who painted stripes they initially thought excessive. Thousands of soldiers on beaches looked up at striped aircraft and knew they had support. The impact rippled through every level of the operation. When the last invasion stripes were removed in December 1944, when aircraft returned to standard markings, when the black and white paint faded from history into memory, the lesson remained. Simple solutions to complex problems, learning from failure, protecting your own forces as carefully as you attack the enemy. These principles didn't begin with invasion stripes. They didn't end with them. But the stripes provided a perfect example of their application. They showed what could be accomplished when military organizations commit to solving problems rather than accepting casualties. The true importance of those simple black and white bands lies not in their visual impact. It lies in the lives they saved, in the lesson they taught, in the proof they provided that learning from tragedy can prevent its repetition. That is why pilots painted stripes on wings. Not for identification alone, not for tactical advantage, but because 81 men died over Sicily and their deaths demanded meaning. The stripes gave those deaths meaning. They transformed tragedy into prevention. They turned failure into success. They saved 500 aircraft and thousands of lives. They showed that sometimes the difference between catastrophe and triumph is nothing more than black paint, white paint, and the determination to learn from the past. An unexpected gift to German intelligence. North Africa, November 1942. As Operation Torch unfolded across the Mediterranean coastline, American forces brought with them a weapon that would soon become their adversaries' most effective infantry anti-tank tool. The M1 bazooka had arrived in theater without proper training protocols, a logistical oversight that General Dwight Eisenhower discovered the evening before the landings commenced. His soldiers possessed these revolutionary rocket launchers, but lacked any instruction in their operation. This training deficit would prove costly in ways the Americans couldn't anticipate. During the initial combat encounters, inexperienced U.S. units abandoned equipment when overwhelmed by German counterattacks. Among the discarded material were several pristine bazooka specimens, complete and functional. Wehrmacht technical intelligence officers recognized their significance immediately upon recovery. Revolutionary implications. The captured weapon systems represented a paradigm shift in infantry capabilities. Traditional anti-tank doctrine required specialized crews with heavy equipment, wheeled guns, or vehicle-mounted weapons that limited mobility and tactical flexibility. The bazooka changed everything. Here stood a device weighing merely 7 kilograms that 2 infantrymen could carry and operate, engaging armored vehicles at distances impossible for hand-delivered explosives. Wehrmacht analysts understood the strategic ramifications instantly. If American industry could equip every rifle company with portable anti-tank capability, German armor supremacy faced a fundamental challenge. Each infantry squad might soon possess tank-killing potential independent of artillery support or specialized units. Journey to Kummersdorf. German command expedited the captured weapons to the Reich for comprehensive evaluation. The specimens arrived at Kummersdorf Proving Grounds, located south of Berlin, where Wehrmacht weapons specialists maintained extensive testing facilities. This installation would become ground zero for understanding American rocket launcher technology and developing Germany's response. The technical examination proceeded systematically. Specialists disassembled each component, analyzed metallurgy, studied the electrical ignition mechanism, and tested the shape charge warhead against armor plate. The American design revealed both innovative thinking and critical vulnerabilities that German engineering could exploit. Technical assessment. The M1 launched 60mm rockets using battery-powered electrical ignition, a sophisticated approach that worked reliably in temperate conditions. The shape charge warhead could defeat approximately 75 to 100 millimeters of armor plate under optimal circumstances. Operation required minimal training, and the weapon's lightweight made it highly portable across varied terrain. However, German engineers immediately identified several design weaknesses that battlefield conditions would expose. The battery ignition system presented the gravest concern. Eastern Front experience had demonstrated catastrophically that batteries failed in extreme cold. The American bazooka's wooden shoulder stock contained 4 D-cell batteries, 2 active, 2 spare, but moisture penetration and freezing temperatures rendered them unreliable. Any German adaptation would require alternative ignition technology. The 60 mm warhead size posed another limitation. Soviet T-34 tanks featured sloped armor that could deflect smaller-shaped charges. German forces needed greater penetration capability to counter the armor they faced most frequently. Fortunately, Wehrmacht ordnance already produced 88 mm shape-charged warheads for the Raketen Panzerbuchs 43 Pupschen, a wheeled anti-tank rocket launcher costing 5,730 Reichsmarks per unit. Adapting this proven ammunition to a shoulder-fire tube would provide superior penetration while utilizing established manufacturing infrastructure. Demonstration and decision. March 1943 marked the pivotal demonstration at Kummersdorf. German military officials observed captured American bazookas fired alongside experimental Wehrmacht anti-tank weapons, including the Faustpatron. This practical evaluation convinced senior leadership that developing a German rocket launcher was essential for infantry anti-tank capability. The captured weapons validated the fundamental concept. German engineering would now refine that concept into a weapon system optimized for Wehrmacht tactical requirements and environmental conditions. The development timeline would prove remarkably compressed, driven by urgent battlefield necessity and German industrial efficiency. German engineering solutions. The development process moved forward with impressive speed. Engineers tackled the battery vulnerability by implementing a magneto-ignition system. A spring-loaded rod struck a generator to create electrical current on demand. This eliminated cold weather failures while maintaining reliable ignition across all environmental conditions. The tube diameter expanded to 88 mm to accommodate existing Pupschen ammunition, providing nearly 50% greater warhead mass than the American original. This decision leveraged established production lines and gave German infantry superior armor penetration capability against both American and Soviet tanks. One critical design compromise emerged during testing. The German rocket motor continued burning approximately 2 meters beyond the launch tube, unlike the American rocket that consumed its propellant internally. This extended burn increased both range and velocity, but generated a massive backlast that posed serious hazards to operators. Early testing revealed that exhaust could cause severe burns and temporary blindness, earning the weapon its enduring nickname, Ofenrohr, stovepipe. Official designation and production planning. By July 1, 1943, German documentation officially listed the weapon as the 8.8 centimeters Raketen Panzerbuchs. The designation soon evolved to Raketen Panzerbuchs 43, commonly abbreviated as RPSB 43. Production preparations advanced simultaneously at multiple facilities across Germany, though mass manufacturing wouldn't commence until September. The production infrastructure mobilized with characteristic German thoroughness. 6 primary manufacturers received contracts: Enzinger Union in Wehrheim, Hasig in Muselwitz, Jabr, Schneider in Berlin, Jekyll in Fritten, Kronprinz in Solingen, and Skirm in Pirna. Each facility produced components or complete weapons, with final assembly distributed across multiple locations to prevent Allied bombing from crippling the entire program. Rapid deployment timeline. September 8, 1943. German military reports indicated the weapon would reach frontline troops for field trials imminently. By September 30th, the official operational manual for the Raketen Panzerbuchs had been published and distributed. October 5th witnessed the first delivery of 1,500 weapons and 5,000 rockets to combat units. The transformation from captured American weapon to German mass production had required less than 11 months. Production figures revealed the Wehrmacht's commitment to the program. Initial orders specified 382,000 units, though material shortages and strategic bombing reduced actual production to 289,151 RPSB-54 models by July 1944, when that variant ceased production. An improved RP's B-54-1 model entered production in December 1944, with 25,700 units manufactured before Germany's surrender. Economic efficiency. Manufacturing a Panzerschreck required merely 10 work hours per weapon at a cost of 70 Reichsmarks, compared to 5,730 Reichsmarks for the smallest conventional anti-tank gun. This economic efficiency enabled mass production even as Germany's war economy contracted under Allied pressure. A single Panzerschreck cost less than a military rifle, yet could destroy a 40-ton tank. The dark reality of production. The human cost of production constitutes one of the weapon's darkest chapters. Hazig, the third largest exploiter of forced labor in Nazi-controlled Europe, operated multiple production facilities using slave laborers from concentration camps. By October 1943, over 60,000 workers labored for Hazig, more than half forced laborers and prisoners of war. The company operated 165 prisoner labor subcamps by 1945. At Hazig facilities in Poland, approximately 35,000 deaths occurred across various camps, though incomplete records prevent precise accounting. Workers endured 12-hour shifts with exposure to toxic chemicals, brutal beatings, starvation rations, and absent sanitation. The Schlebenkamp, producing munitions including Panzerschreck components, housed between 2,000 to 5,000 female prisoners with an average life expectancy of 2 months. An explosion on October 12, 1944, killed 96 prisoner laborers instantly. Initial combat deployment. Weapons deployment began in autumn 1943, initially in limited numbers as production scaled up. By January 1944, 21,141 Panzerschrecks had been issued to combat units, though another 39,526 remained in armories due to Wehrmacht distribution challenges. German infantry units across all fronts requested the weapon, recognizing its effectiveness against Allied armor. Eastern Front forces received priority distribution. Soviet tank commanders quickly noticed the tactical shift. Where German infantry previously relied on magnetic mines, anti-tank rifles, and bundled grenades, all requiring close approach to enemy armor, they now possessed weapons engaging tanks at 150 to 200 meters. Every German defensive position potentially concealed multiple rocket launcher teams. Tactical doctrine development. The weapon proved exceptionally effective in defensive positions. German tactical doctrine evolved to employ Panzerschreck teams in interlocking fields of fire from concealed positions. Teams occupied staggered trenches positioned no more than 150 meters apart, ensuring attacking armor faced rockets from multiple directions simultaneously. Effective range against moving targets approximated 100 meters, though static targets could be engaged at greater distances. Technical performance data from German and Finnish testing demonstrated impressive capabilities. The RP's Grove 43-22 rocket achieved penetration of 160 mm armor at 60-degree impact angles, or up to 230 mm at optimal 90-degree angles. Rocket velocity reached 110 meters per second compared to the American bazooka's 85 meters per second. The warhead contained 700 grams of explosive, triple the American weapon's charge. The Shield Edition. February 1944 brought the Blast Shield Edition, creating the RP's B-54 model that became the standard production variant. This shield protected operators from rocket backlast, though it increased weight from 9.25 kilograms to 11 kilograms. Operators still required protective equipment, including gloves and face protection, as the backblast danger zone extended 10 to 30 meters behind the weapon. Western Front employment. Western Front deployment accelerated before D-Day. German forces in Normandy received thousands of Panzerschrecks, positioned to engage Allied landing craft and tanks at waterline positions. The weapon proved highly effective in Bocage country, where short engagement ranges and abundant concealment suited Panzerschreck tactics perfectly. American tank crews, recognizing their own invention turned against them, developed countermeasures including additional armor plating and infantry screening tactics. Despite these adaptations, the Panzerschreck remained a formidable threat. Psychological impact. The psychological effect often exceeded physical damage. Allied tank crews understood that every hedgerow, building, or rubble pile might conceal a Panzerschreck team. The weapon's distinctive launch signature, a bright flash followed by a smoke trail, became a dreaded sight on battlefields from Normandy to Berlin. Tank commanders reported that crew effectiveness decreased significantly in areas with known high concentrations of Panzerschrecks. International proliferation. International proliferation began before the war ended. Finland purchased 1,854 launchers and 18,650 rockets for 200,000 Reichsmarks. Finnish forces achieved remarkable success against Soviet armor, with testing confirming penetration of 100 mm face-hardened armor at 30-degree angles. Hungarian forces received Panzerschrecks for Operation Spring Awakening in March 1945, the war's final major German offensive. Allied intelligence response. Allied intelligence closely monitored the Panzerschreck phenomenon. A British report from January 1945 noted that German production of nearly 300,000 units in 18 months exceeded total Allied bazooka production for the same period. American ordnance experts acknowledged that Germans had identified and corrected every weakness in the original bazooka design, creating a superior weapon from captured examples. The Americans adopted German improvements for later bazooka models. The M9 bazooka, introduced in October 1943, incorporated magneto-ignition similar to the Panzerschreck, eliminating the battery problems plaguing earlier versions. The M20 Super Bazooka, developed late in the war, increased caliber to 3.5 inches, following the German example of using larger warheads for enhanced penetration. Production statistics and infrastructure. Production statistics reveal the weapon's importance to German strategy. By July 1944, when RP's B-54 production ceased, 289,151 units had been manufactured. Monthly production peaked at 15,000 units in early 1944. Each weapon required components from 32 subcontractors, demonstrating the industrial complexity behind mass production. The improved RP's B-54/1 model addressed remaining deficiencies. Introduced in December 1944, it featured shortened tube length of 135 centimeters, improved rocket propellant reducing backlast, and refined sights. Despite orders for 48,000 units, only 25,744 were delivered before Germany's surrender. Engineers also developed prototypes using impregnated cardboard tubes to conserve steel, though none reached production. Cost-effectiveness analysis. Cost-effectiveness analysis demonstrates why Germany prioritized Panzerschreck production. Each weapon cost 70 Reichsmarks and required 10 work hours to manufacture. The smallest traditional anti-tank gun, the 3.7 centimeters, Pak 35-36, cost 5,730 Reichsmarks and proved ineffective against modern tanks. A single Tiger tank cost 300,000 Reichsmarks. For one Tiger's price, Germany could produce over 4,000 Panzerschrecks. Ammunition production matched weapon manufacturing. Over 2 million rockets were produced, primarily the RP's B Grove 4322 model, with its distinctive shape and fin stabilization. Each rocket weighed 3.3 kilograms and came packaged in wooden crates of 2. Special winter and summer variants accommodated temperature extremes affecting propellant performance. Transport frames allowed soldiers to carry 5 rockets, though weight and bulk limited mobility. Post-war influence. The weapon's influence extended far beyond World War II. Belgian company Mekker, which had produced Panzerschrecks under license, developed the Blindecide RL-83 in the 1950s using similar principles. The Swiss Army adopted derivatives as the 8.3 centimeters Raketen Rohwehr, maintaining upgraded versions in service through 1980. The fundamental concept of an oversized shaped charge in a shoulder-fired tube influenced anti-tank weapon development worldwide. Post-war analysis. Post-war analysis by American ordnance experts acknowledged German achievements. Colonel C.T. Richards wrote in 1946 that the Panzerschreck program represented history's most successful reverse engineering project, achieving mass production in under 7 months from initial captured specimens. The Germans had transformed a hastily developed American weapon into a mature system, exceeding the original in every performance metric. Soviet forces captured thousands of Panzerschrecks during their advance into Germany. Red Army evaluations noted the weapon's superiority to captured American bazookas received through Lend-Lease. The Soviets had initially rejected American bazookas as insufficiently powerful, receiving only 3,000 units with minimal ammunition. The German version, with its larger warhead and greater penetration, better suited Soviet tactical requirements. Extended service life. The last documented combat use of wartime Panzerschrecks occurred during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, when Syrian forces employed captured German weapons. These weapons had traveled from German factories through various conflicts, demonstrating the durability of the basic design. Some examples remained in Third World arsenals into the 1960s, long after more advanced anti-tank weapons became available. Technical documentation. Technical documentation survived in remarkable detail. The Wehrmacht September 30, 1943 manual provided comprehensive instructions for operation, maintenance, and tactics. American intelligence translated captured manuals, with an October 7, 1944 report detailing German firing procedures, aiming techniques, and safety requirements. These documents reveal the thoroughness of German training programs despite wartime pressures. Safety concerns. Safety statistics highlight the weapon's inherent dangers. German records indicate numerous operator casualties from backblast injuries, premature detonations, and enemy return fire attracted by the weapon's prominent launch signature. The 10 to 30 meter backblast zone behind the weapon required careful positioning to avoid injuring friendly troops. Urban combat proved particularly hazardous, as backblast could reflect off walls, injuring operators. Comparative analysis. Comparative analysis with contemporary weapons reveals the Panzerschreck's position in anti-tank weapon evolution. The British PIT, using a spring-launched spigot mortar principle, had greater range but less penetration. The American bazooka offered better portability but inferior armor penetration. The German Panzerfaust provided simpler operation and lower cost, but was single-use only. The Panzerschreck balanced these factors, offering reusable capability with substantial hitting power. Manufacturing quality variations. Manufacturing quality varied significantly as the war progressed. Early production weapons from 1943 featured excellent workmanship with precision-machined components. By late 1944, simplified production techniques and inferior materials reduced quality, though functionality remained adequate. Captured examples show progressive degradation in finish and tolerances as Germany's industrial situation deteriorated. Complete infrastructure. The weapon system's complete infrastructure included training facilities, ammunition depots, repair workshops, and distribution networks. Germany established Panzerschreck training schools at multiple locations, graduating thousands of operators monthly. Specialized repair units maintained weapons at division level. The logistical commitment matched that of traditional artillery systems, demonstrating the weapon's perceived value. Environmental limitations. Environmental limitations affected combat employment. The weapon proved less effective in extreme cold, where propellant burned inconsistently. Desert conditions caused problems with sand contamination. Rain and moisture could cause electrical shorts in the ignition system. Despite these limitations, the basic design proved remarkably robust, functioning adequately across diverse combat environments, from Arctic Finland to Mediterranean Italy. Allied countermeasures. Allied countermeasures evolved throughout the war. Tank crews welded additional armor plates, hung sandbags, and installed wire mesh screens to defeat shape charges. Infantry adopted aggressive screening tactics, advancing ahead of tanks to suppress Panzerschreck teams. Artillery and mortars targeted suspected firing positions. Despite these measures, the Panzerschreck remained a serious threat through the war's end. Tactical innovation. German tactical innovation maximized the weapon's effectiveness. Panzerschreck teams learned to target specific vehicle vulnerabilities, including vision blocks, engine compartments, and track assemblies. Multiple teams coordinated attacks to overwhelm tank defenses. Urban combat tactics evolved to exploit the weapon's capabilities while minimizing exposure to return fire. These tactics influenced post-war anti-tank doctrine worldwide. Quality control and production challenges. Production quality control data survives from several facilities. Random testing of production weapons showed approximately 95% met specifications in 1943, declining to roughly 80% by late 1944. Primary failures involved ignition systems and tube integrity. Despite quality issues, sheer production volume ensured adequate supplies reached combat units. Economic impact. The economic impact extended beyond direct production costs. Germany diverted significant industrial capacity to Panzerschreck manufacturing, including steel, electrical components, and chemical production for propellants and explosives. The program consumed resources that might have produced other weapons. However, cost-effectiveness compared to traditional anti-tank guns justified this allocation. Evolution of training. From the German perspective, training programs evolved based on combat experience. Initial training emphasized accuracy and safety. Combat veterans later provided practical instruction on tactics, camouflage, and survival. The Wehrmacht published numerous training pamphlets and tactical guides specifically for Panzerschreck operators. These materials, captured and translated by Allied intelligence, provide insights into German anti-tank doctrine evolution. Supply chain complexity. Supply chain complexity increased as production expanded. The weapon required specialized components from multiple suppliers, including electrical contacts, optical sights, steel tubing, and wooden components. Rocket production demanded separate facilities for warhead manufacture, propellant mixing, and final assembly. Disruption at any point could halt production, making the system vulnerable to strategic bombing. Demonstration of rapid adaptation. The Panzerschreck program ultimately demonstrates rapid military adaptation under extreme pressure. From initial capture of American bazookas in November 1942 to mass production by September 1943, Germany transformed a foreign concept into indigenous capability. The program succeeded through pragmatic engineering that adapted existing resources rather than developing entirely new technology. Germany's ability to produce nearly 300,000 Panzerschrecks while fighting a multi-front war reveals remarkable industrial resilience. The weapon emerged from systematic reverse engineering that identified and corrected original design weaknesses. German engineers didn't simply copy the bazooka. They created a substantially improved weapon system that exceeded the original in every measurable performance criterion. Historical significance. The historical significance extends beyond technical achievement. The Panzerschreck represents successful technology transfer under combat conditions, rapid industrial mobilization despite resource constraints, and effective military adaptation to enemy innovations. The program proved that captured enemy technology could be quickly transformed into mass-produced weapons that influenced battlefield outcomes. Modern military historians study the Panzerschreck as a case study in successful reverse engineering, rapid product development under wartime conditions, and industrial mobilization. The timeline from capture to mass production remains impressive even by modern standards. Few weapons programs have achieved similar speed from concept to deployment, particularly when starting from captured enemy equipment. The complete picture. The complete story encompasses technical innovation, industrial achievement, and human tragedy. While German engineering deserves recognition for rapid development and successful mass production, the extensive use of slave labor cannot be ignored. Tens of thousands died producing weapons that extended a lost war. The Panzerschreck's history includes both remarkable technical achievement and systematic exploitation of forced laborers. Lessons for military history. The Panzerschreck stands as history's most successful reverse engineering program, transforming captured American bazookas into nearly 300,000 improved German weapons in under 1 year. The program demonstrated that military innovation could be borrowed, improved, and mass-produced faster than previously imagined. From the first captures during Operation Torch to the final weapons produced in April 1945, the Panzerschreck represented German industrial capability and engineering pragmatism applied to desperate military necessity. The weapon's legacy influenced anti-tank weapon development for decades, with its fundamental design principles still evident in modern systems. Final assessment. The success of the Panzerschreck program can be measured across multiple dimensions. Technically, it exceeded the American original in penetration, range, and reliability. Economically, it provided cost-effective anti-tank capability compared to traditional guns. Tactically, it empowered infantry units with organic anti-tank capability independent of specialized support. However, this success came at tremendous human cost through the exploitation of slave labor in production facilities. The weapon story serves as a reminder that technological achievement cannot be separated from the ethical context of its creation. The Panzerschreck remains a significant weapon in military history, not just for its technical merits or combat effectiveness, but as an example of how rapidly military technology can be adapted, improved, and deployed when national survival appears at stake. Its development timeline continues to inform modern discussions about military procurement, reverse engineering, and rapid capability development. The weapon's influence persists in modern anti-tank systems that still employ variations of the shape-charged warhead in a portable tube concept that the Panzerschreck helped perfect through systematic engineering improvement of captured American technology. November 7, 1943, began as an ordinary morning at Rechlin Airfield in Germany. Test pilot Hans Werner Lurk circled a freshly captured American fighter, his experienced eyes taking in every detail of the massive aircraft before him. The Republic P-47 Thunderbolt sat on the tarmac like a monument to excess, fully loaded. It weighed over 7,600 kilograms, nearly double the mass of a Messerschmitt Bf-109. Even the engine cowling appeared larger than the complete fuselage of some German fighters. To Lurk, whose career had been built evaluating sleek, weight-optimized German designs, the Thunderbolt appeared absurdly oversized. It seemed to violate every principle of efficient aircraft design that German engineers held sacred. Yet here it was, intact and flyable, Germany's first complete P-47. The story of how this aircraft fell into German hands began 3 days earlier, on November 4, 1943. Second Lieutenant William Roach, a 22-year-old pilot from Pennsylvania, was flying only his third combat mission with the 358th Fighter Squadron, part of the 355th Fighter Group stationed at Steeple Morton, England. That day's operations were complex. While 112 B-17 flying fortresses from the 8th Air Force bombed targets at Wilhelmshaven and Gelsenkirchen with an escort of 283 P-47s, Roach's unit had a separate assignment. The 355th was tasked with escorting 9th Air Force B-26 Marauders attacking Luftwaffe airfields at Montdidier and Moulins in occupied France. Tactical strikes independent of the strategic bombing campaign. The 358th Squadron launched 12 P-47s. Roach flew as a spare, a backup position. His role was simple. If any primary aircraft developed mechanical issues, he would take their place. Otherwise, he'd return to base early. 10 minutes after takeoff, Lieutenant John Lanier's engine began showing trouble. Oil pressure fluctuated wildly, and engine temperature climbed beyond acceptable limits. Lanier radioed that he was aborting the mission. Roach immediately moved from spare position into Yellow Flight's number 4 slot. He was now committed to the full mission. The weather over northern France that morning was treacherous. Dense cloud layers stretched from near ground level up to 20,000 feet, with visibility inside the clouds approaching zero. At altitude, temperatures plummeted to minus 15 degrees Celsius, forming ice on wings and canopies. Navigation depended entirely on instruments, dead reckoning, and radio compass bearings. Visual references simply didn't exist, only endless gray clouds. The B-26 bombers attempted to locate their targets, but found conditions impossible. The mission commander made the decision to abort. Bombs were jettisoned over water, and the formation turned for home. The escorting P-47s turned with them. That's when everything went wrong. The return flight encountered severe headwinds that hadn't appeared in the weather forecast. Winds exceeding 100 miles per hour at altitude, blowing directly from England toward France. The P-47s fought against this massive headwind while trying to reach home. Fuel consumption rates skyrocketed. Aircraft that should have had comfortable fuel margins suddenly faced critical shortages. Yellow flight descended through the clouds for the return journey. In the thick overcast, Roach lost visual contact with his formation. Flying by instruments alone, he maintained what he calculated was the correct heading for England. When he finally broke through the clouds at 8,000 feet, he expected to see the English Channel stretching below. Instead, he saw French farmland. The unexpected winds had blown him dangerously off course. His fuel gauge showed perhaps 40 minutes of flying time remaining, not nearly enough to find England. Below, he spotted an airfield with grass runways and buildings. It appeared to be a British advanced landing ground. With fuel running critically low, Roach made his decision. He would land, refuel, and continue home. He circled once, lowered his landing gear and flaps, and executed a smooth landing. A jeep approached and led him to a parking area. Roach shut down the engine and opened his canopy. That's when he saw Wehrmacht soldiers carrying rifles approaching his aircraft. He had landed at Carpequet Airfield near Cannes, France, a Luftwaffe base. He had flown straight into enemy territory. German soldiers pulled Roach from his cockpit. Within hours, he was en route to a prisoner of war camp. Within a day, he arrived at Stalag Luft I near Barth, Germany, where he would remain until Soviet forces liberated the camp in May 1945. Roach wasn't alone in his misfortune that day. 3 other pilots from the 358th Fighter Squadron were lost during the same mission, all victims of fuel exhaustion caused by those unexpected, severe headwinds. Losing 4 aircraft from a single mission with no enemy contact represented an unusually high loss rate. Captain Walter Kozak, Yellow Flight's leader and the most experienced pilot in the formation, faced the same critical fuel situation. As an instructor pilot with considerable flying time, Kozak attempted to reach the French coast and execute a belly landing on a beach. He came within miles of the coastline before his engine quit. His belly landing in a nearby field was technically perfect. German forces captured him within an hour and sent him to the same prison camp as Roach, Stalag Luft I, where both men would spend the next 18 months. Flight Officer Chester Watson wasn't as fortunate. Flying in a different element of the formation, his fuel situation became critical while still over water. He faced an agonizing choice: attempt to make landfall and risk crashing on the French coast where Germans would capture him, or bail out over the Channel and hope for rescue by British Air-Sea Rescue Services. Watson chose to bail out over the English Channel, approximately 10 miles from the English coast. The water temperature in November measured 9 degrees Celsius. Survival time in water that cold was less than an hour, even with proper equipment. Watson was never found. He was declared killed in action. His body never recovered. Lieutenant Jack Wirtz was the only Yellow Flight pilot besides Roach who made it back to England, but barely. Wirtz flew on fumes for the final 30 miles. His fuel gauges showed empty. The engine was running on whatever fuel remained in the lines. He crossed the English coast and spotted Hastings ahead. There was an airfield there. He called the tower and declared an emergency. There was no time for a normal traffic pattern. He came straight in, gear down, praying the engine wouldn't quit before touchdown. The Pratt & Whitney R-2800 coughed and sputtered on final approach. Wirtz was at 200 feet when the engine died completely. The propeller windmilled uselessly. The P-47 became a 7,000-kilogram glider. Wirtz held the nose up, maintained airspeed, and stretched the glide. He cleared the airfield boundary fence by 3 meters. The Thunderbolt touched down hard on the grass runway, bounced once, and rolled out safely. Ground crews found the fuel tanks completely empty. Not a drop remained. Wirtz had extracted every possible mile from that fuel load. The squadron's mission report that evening listed 4 aircraft lost, 2 pilots captured, 1 killed, 1 aircraft damaged in emergency landing. All losses were attributed to fuel exhaustion from unexpected headwinds. No enemy contact, no combat damage, just weather and navigation errors that transformed a routine mission into disaster. For the Luftwaffe, Roach's capture represented extraordinary luck. They had been fighting P-47s for months, but had never captured one intact and flyable. German pilots had shot down dozens of Thunderbolts, but crashed aircraft were typically too damaged for meaningful evaluation. Burned wreckage revealed little about actual construction methods. This capture was different. The aircraft was perfect, engine undamaged, structure intact, systems complete. Even the fuel tanks and ammunition remained in place, though empty. The captured Thunderbolt, serial number 42 to 22490, nicknamed Snafu, with squadron code Waifu, remained at Carpaquet for 2 days. Luftwaffe ground crews photographed every detail and documented all markings. They painted over the American stars with German crosses and painted the nose cowling yellow, the standard Luftwaffe marking for captured aircraft, warning anti-aircraft gunners not to shoot. The Thunderbolt was then flown to Rechlin, Germany's primary aircraft test and evaluation center. Rechlin, officially Erprobungsstelle Rechlin, had been testing German prototypes and captured Allied aircraft since 1926. By 1943, approximately 4,000 personnel worked at the facility, evaluating every aspect of aircraft performance, structure, and systems. The P-47 evaluation began immediately. German engineers had been fighting Thunderbolts over France and Germany for months. The aircraft looked ungainly, flew like trucks at low altitude, and turned like cargo planes. But they kept returning with battle damage that should have been fatal. Pilots who should have been killed by flak or cannon fire returned to base with holes in their wings, fuselages riddled with bullets, damaged engines, yet still flying. And there were always more of them. Every week, American formations grew larger. Every week, more Thunderbolts appeared. German engineers needed to understand why these American aircraft were so difficult to destroy. The answer lay in the details of this captured Thunderbolt. Hauptmann Hans Werner Lurk was Rechlin's senior test pilot. By 1943, he had flown over 100 different aircraft types, including multiple captured Allied fighters. He was methodical, experienced, and highly skilled. On his first walk-around of the Thunderbolt, Lurk immediately noticed the size. German fighters were compact. The Bf-109's cockpit was so tight that tall pilots couldn't fly it comfortably. The Thunderbolt's cockpit was enormous. A pilot could stretch, adjust position, even stand halfway up if needed. Lurk started the Pratt & Whitney, our 2800 engine, 18 cylinders in 2 rows air-cooled, displacing 46 liters. The radial engine fired with a deep rumble that shook the entire aircraft. German fighters used inline liquid-cooled engines that ran smooth and refined. This radial sounded crude, almost agricultural, but it ran perfectly. Temperature stable, oil pressure correct, no vibration. Lurk taxied to the runway. The Thunderbolt felt heavy, sluggish. He advanced the throttle and began his takeoff run. The aircraft needed nearly 500 meters of runway. German fighters needed half that distance. Once airborne, Lurk climbed to test altitude. Below 15,000 feet, the Thunderbolt felt exactly as German pilots had reported. Heavy, poor turn rate, mediocre acceleration. Every maneuver required planning. There was no instinctive flying, just brute force physics. But above 20,000 feet, something changed. The turbocharger engaged fully. Power increased dramatically. The engine that seemed crude at low altitude suddenly became efficient and strong. Lurk pushed the throttle forward and felt genuine acceleration. He rolled into a dive. The Thunderbolt dove faster than any fighter he'd flown. The heavy airframe that seemed like a liability became an advantage, building speed quickly and holding it through the dive. He pulled out and climbed vertically. The Thunderbolt maintained energy through the climb. Above 25,000 feet, roll rate was excellent. Controls that felt mushy low down became crisp and responsive. Lurk flew for 40 minutes, testing every maneuver. When he landed, his initial assessment was clear. The Thunderbolt was built differently. Everything about it contradicted German engineering principles. But it worked. And understanding why it worked would reveal something important about American strategy. Over the next several days, German engineers at Rechlin conducted the most thorough evaluation of an American fighter they had ever performed. Every system was examined. Every component was measured. Every design decision was analyzed. The evaluation team included structural engineers, propulsion specialists, armament experts, and aerodynamics analysts. They worked methodically through the aircraft from nose to tail. The first revelation came from examining the structure. German aircraft were masterpieces of weight optimization. Every component was engineered to minimum weight while maintaining adequate strength. Messerschmitt and Focke-Wulf engineers calculated stress loads with extreme precision. They used the thinnest aluminum that could handle expected forces. They spaced structural members as widely as possible while maintaining rigidity. They eliminated every unnecessary gram. The result was light, efficient, fast, and agile aircraft. The Thunderbolt represented the opposite philosophy. The fuselage structure used aluminum sheet metal nearly 2 millimeters thick, where German practice used 1 millimeter or less. Longerons, the main structural members running the length of the fuselage, were built from channel sections 5 millimeters thick. German longerons typically measured 3 millimeters. The former's circular frames giving the fuselage its shape were spaced 30 centimeters apart. German practice spaced them 50 to 60 centimeters apart to save weight. German engineers calculated that the Thunderbolt's fuselage was overbuilt by a factor of nearly 2 to 1. The structure could withstand load factors of 15G before failure. Fighter requirements specified 8G capability. The fuselage weighed approximately 1,200 kilograms, more than necessary by German engineering standards. The wing structure showed the same pattern. The main wing spars looked like they belonged on a medium bomber. Each spar was an extruded aluminum I-beam over 10 centimeters tall and 8 centimeters wide with 4 millimeters thick webs. German wing spars were typically half that size. The wing ribs were stamped from thick aluminum sheet and heavily reinforced. German ribs were made as thin and light as possible, just strong enough to hold shape and transfer loads. Engineers ran structural calculations on the wing. They determined the Thunderbolt's wings could handle ultimate loads exceeding 20G before catastrophic failure. No fighter would ever pull 20G. Human pilots would black out or die at 9 or 10G. The wings were designed for loads that could never occur in reality. One German structural engineer wrote in his evaluation notes, "The Americans build bridges when they should build aircraft. This structure is absurdly overbuilt. We could reduce weight by 1,000 kilograms and still have adequate strength for any combat maneuver. This is wasteful engineering." But another engineer recognized the real purpose. He wrote, "The overbuilt structure is not about flight performance. It is about manufacturing and field operations. With this much excess strength, manufacturing tolerances can be much wider. Less skilled workers can build components. If rivets are not perfect, the structure compensates. If welds are slightly defective, the excessive strength means they still hold. Battle damage that would catastrophically fail our lightweight structures is survivable here. The Americans are not designing for maximum performance. They are designing for mass production by unskilled labor and battlefield survival." That insight explained much of what German pilots had reported from combat. Thunderbolts returning to base with battle damage that should have been fatal. Wings with dozens of holes still generating lift. Fuselages riddled with cannon fire still maintaining structural integrity. The overbuilt design meant damage had to be extraordinarily severe before causing catastrophic failure. The empty weight specification showed this clearly. The Thunderbolt weighed 4,490 kilograms empty. For comparison, a Messerschmitt Bf 109G weighed 2,700 kilograms empty. A Focke-Wulf FW190A weighed 3,200 kilograms empty. The Thunderbolt was 65% heavier than a 109 and 40% heavier than a 190. That weight penalty directly impacted climb rate, turn rate, and acceleration, but it provided massive structural margins that kept pilots alive. The second discovery came from the engine. The Pratt & Whitney R2800 radial engine weighed over 1,000 kilograms by itself. German engineers preferred inline liquid-cooled engines because they were more aerodynamic and efficient. Radial engines were considered old technology. German engineers ran the captured engine on a test stand at full power for extended periods. They deliberately damaged it to test durability. They removed spark plugs from 3 cylinders. The engine kept running with reduced power. They punctured the oil cooler, oil pressure dropped, but the engine continued operating. They shot bullets through 6 cylinders. The engine ran rough but didn't seize. A German inline engine with its liquid cooling system would fail immediately from coolant loss. Radiator damage meant engine failure within minutes. The Thunderbolt's radial engine could lose multiple cylinders, suffer oil system damage, take battle damage that would destroy any German fighter, and still bring the pilot home. It wasn't about performance. It was about survival. The third discovery was the armament philosophy. 8.50 caliber Browning M2 machine guns, 4 in each wing. Total ammunition capacity, 3,400 rounds, 425 rounds per gun. That was nearly 20 seconds of continuous fire. German fighters typically carried enough ammunition for 5 seconds of firing time. American doctrine wasn't about precision, it was about volume. German pilots trained for years learning deflection shooting and gun sight discipline. American pilots received months of training and learned combat tactics in the field. So Americans compensated with ammunition. Miss the first burst? Fire again. Keep shooting until something hits. 8 machine guns were far easier to manufacture than cannons. The ammunition was simpler, cheaper, produced in enormous quantities. The entire system was designed for mass production and minimal training requirements, not engineering excellence. Every system in the Thunderbolt prioritized industrial efficiency over technical perfection. It was heavier, simpler, tougher, easier to build, easier to maintain, easier to fly, easier to repair. It wasn't the best possible fighter. It was the fighter that could be produced by the millions and flown by pilots with minimal training. The Thunderbolt was test-flown multiple times at Rechlin over several weeks. Each flight revealed the same pattern. American engineering focused on production capacity, not aircraft performance. German engineers documented everything. Detailed reports described the structure, systems, performance characteristics, and combat implications. The reports reached senior Luftwaffe leadership. Some officers understood the implications. Others dismissed them. German aircraft were technically superior. German pilots were better trained. Quality would triumph over quantity. But combat results told a different story. After testing at Rechlin was complete, the captured Thunderbolt, now coded T9 plus FK in German markings, was transferred to a special Luftwaffe unit called Circus Rosarius. The official designation was 2. Staffel/Versuchsverband Oberbefehlshaber der Luftwaffe. It was commanded by Hauptmann Theodor Rosarius. Circus Rosarius had one mission: demonstrate captured Allied aircraft to frontline Luftwaffe units. The unit toured German air bases across occupied Europe, showing German pilots what enemy aircraft looked like up close, explaining their characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. German pilots could examine the aircraft, sit in cockpits, and watch demonstration flights. Rosarius flew the Thunderbolt to bases in Germany, Austria, and France through early 1944. German pilots crowded around the big American fighter, surprised by its size and weight. Rosarius explained what Rechlin had learned. The Thunderbolt was slow to turn below 15,000 feet, attack from below in a climbing turn to get inside its radius. But above 20,000 feet, don't turn with it. Use speed. Diving attacks. Hit-and-run tactics. Never assume battle damage will bring it down. Keep shooting until you see structural failure. Many German pilots looked skeptical. The Thunderbolt seemed so heavy, so awkward. How much threat could it really be? They were experienced. They had been fighting for years. They knew air combat. What could this American machine teach them? Then German pilots started dying at increasing rates. In January 1944, American Thunderbolt production reached industrial scales Germany couldn't match. Republic Aviation's original plant in Farmingdale, Long Island, New York, covered over 1 million square feet of factory space, employing 23,000 workers in 3 shifts. The facility produced approximately 200 P-47s per month, 1 complete aircraft every 3.6 hours around the clock. The Evansville, Indiana plant opened in September 1943, added another 100 aircraft per month from over 1.2 million square feet of factory space, with 18,000 workers. Production would increase to 130 per month by summer. Curtiss-Wright Corporation in Buffalo, New York, manufactured P-47GS under license, adding approximately 50 aircraft monthly. Combined output exceeded 350 Thunderbolts per month, over 11 aircraft per day arriving at ports for England. The production advantage extended to pilots. The United States Army Air Force's training pipeline produced over 2,000 newly qualified fighter pilots monthly from bases across America. New pilots received approximately 300 hours of flight training, including 50 hours in their combat aircraft type. They arrived in England and joined squadrons with experienced leaders who mentored them through first missions. If they survived initial combat, skills improved rapidly through careful instruction. German pilot training had collapsed. Fuel shortages limited flying time. Aircraft shortages meant training on obsolete types. Instructor shortages meant inexperienced teachers. New German pilots arrived at combat units with less than 100 hours total time, sometimes as few as 10 hours in their assigned aircraft. They faced American pilots with 3 times the training and often months of combat experience. German pilot losses exceeded replacement rates. Veterans died. New pilots died on first missions. Squadron strength decreased despite new aircraft from factories. By January 1944, American Thunderbolt pilots had 9 months of combat experience. They had learned what worked. They stopped trying to turn with German fighters at low altitude. Instead, they climbed to 30,000 feet before entering German airspace. When they spotted enemy aircraft below, they dove from above, building speed to over 650 kilometers per hour. They fired bursts from 8 guns, then zoomed back to altitude before German fighters could respond. The 8 machine guns proved brutally effective. American pilots didn't need perfect aim. They pointed generally at the target and held the trigger. With 400 rounds per gun, they could afford to miss. The sheer volume of bullets created a killing zone 30 meters wide and 100 meters long. The .50 caliber Browning fired rounds weighing 43 grams at 890 meters per second. 8 guns firing together produced 34 kilograms of bullets per second. A 3-second burst put over 100 kilograms of metal into the target area. German pilots reported that Thunderbolt attacks felt like flying into walls of metal. Rounds didn't need to hit critical components. Multiple hits anywhere caused cumulative structural damage. Wing skins cracked from repeated impacts. Control surface hinges failed from stress. Engine cowlings shredded, affecting cooling. Fuel tanks leaked from near misses, rupturing seams. Cockpit impacts stunned pilots even when armor stopped penetration. The psychological impact was severe. German pilots, who had dominated air combat for years, suddenly felt vulnerable. The Thunderbolts attacked from above with overwhelming firepower. German pilots couldn't climb fast enough to meet them, couldn't turn tight enough to evade, couldn't damage them enough to bring them down. And there were always more of them. Shoot down 1 Thunderbolt and 2 more appeared. The endless American numbers wore down German morale as effectively as bullets wore down aircraft. Combat loss statistics told the story. In January 1944, 8th Air Force P-47 groups flew over 10,000 sorties. They claimed 114 enemy aircraft destroyed in air combat. They lost 38 Thunderbolts to all causes, including flak, mechanical failure, and combat. The kill ratio was 3-1 in favor of Americans. But more importantly, loss rates per sortie were microscopic. Less than 0.4% of sorties resulted in aircraft lost. German fighter units were losing 2 to 3% of aircraft per mission. The 56th Fighter Group, based at Boxted, England, illustrated American effectiveness. The 56th had been flying P-47s since April 1943. By January 1944, they had 9 months of experience. They knew their aircraft's capabilities intimately. They had developed tactics that worked. In January alone, the 56th destroyed 78 German aircraft confirmed, plus dozens more unconfirmed. They lost 6 Thunderbolts total. The ratio was 13-1. Individual pilots racked up impressive scores. Captain Robert Johnson destroyed 5 German aircraft in January. Major Gerald Johnson destroyed 4. The group's success came from experience, tactics, and aircraft that let them survive mistakes while learning. Other Thunderbolt groups showed similar improvements. The 78th Fighter Group destroyed 62 German aircraft in January, losing 4 Thunderbolts. The 353rd Fighter Group destroyed 48, losing 5. Across all P-47 units, the pattern was consistent. Kill ratios heavily favored Americans, loss rates remained low, and replacement aircraft and pilots arrived faster than losses occurred. American strength grew, while German strength declined. Major Gerhard Rutt was one of the Luftwaffe's most successful night fighter pilots, with 58 confirmed aerial victories, all against RAF bombers at night. He flew Messerschmitt Bf 110 heavy fighters and Junkers Ju 88 night fighters. Rutt was awarded the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and was the 10th most successful night fighter pilot in history. In February 1944, Rutt attended a Zircus Rosarius demonstration at his base, where Rosarius showed captured Allied aircraft, including the Thunderbolt. Rutt examined the American fighter and was struck by how different it was from anything the Luftwaffe flew. The overbuilt structure, the massive engine, the simple rugged systems, everything designed for production and survival rather than performance and efficiency. Rutt understood immediately what this represented. The Luftwaffe was fighting a different kind of war than they had prepared for. German aircraft were masterpieces of engineering, each one carefully designed, precisely built, beautifully balanced, but they were fragile. When hit, they failed catastrophically. And there were never enough of them. American aircraft were crude by comparison, but they were tough. When hit, they absorbed damage and kept flying. And they came in endless numbers. Rutt said to his fellow officers after the demonstration, "We can shoot down 10 of these and 20 more arrive the next day. That's the real problem, not the aircraft, but the production system behind them." German pilot losses accelerated through winter and spring 1944. In February, Luftwaffe fighter strength on the Western Front dropped 12% despite new aircraft from factories. March saw losses of 15%. April losses reached 17%. The problem wasn't aircraft production. Germany was building over 900 fighters monthly. The problem was pilots. Experienced pilots died faster than training schools could replace them. A newly trained German pilot with 200 hours of training and no combat experience survived an average of 3 missions before being killed. The Luftwaffe shortened training to increase pilot throughput. That made it worse. Pilots with 100 hours of training died on their first mission. Americans had the opposite problem. They had too many trained pilots. The United States Army Air Forces produced over 2,000 newly qualified fighter pilots monthly from training schools across America. Most had 300 hours of training, including 50 hours in their combat aircraft. They arrived in England, joined operational units, and flew first missions with experienced leaders. American replacement pilots had time to learn. If they survived their first 5 missions, survival probability increased dramatically. The Thunderbolt's ruggedness meant mistakes didn't always equal death. A pilot could be hit, damaged, and still make it home to learn from experience. German pilots in lighter, more fragile aircraft died from the same mistakes. By March 1944, average Luftwaffe pilot experience on the Western Front dropped below 100 total flying hours. Average American Thunderbolt pilot experience exceeded 300 hours. The experience gap meant German pilots lost fights they should have won based on aircraft performance alone. And the Thunderbolts kept coming in numbers Germany couldn't match. Every day, more arrived at English ports. Every week, new pilots joined squadrons. Every month, American strength increased, while German strength decreased. When Germans shot down a Thunderbolt, 2 more replaced it within days. When Germans killed an American pilot, 2 trained replacements arrived within a week. The American system operated like a machine, producing aircraft and pilots faster than Germans could destroy them. German commanders recognized the crisis and tried desperately to adapt. Luftwaffe Tactical Headquarters issued new directives throughout winter and spring 1944. Orders emphasized avoiding high-altitude combat where Thunderbolts excelled. Pilots were instructed to attack only when holding altitude advantage. They were told to use hit-and-run tactics at low altitude where Thunderbolt performance was weakest. They were ordered to disengage immediately if American fighters gained advantageous positions. The tactics made sense on paper. In practice, they failed repeatedly. The fundamental problem was that Thunderbolts didn't fight alone. They operated in formations of 16 to 48 aircraft with excellent radio communication and coordinated tactics. American flight leaders positioned their formations deliberately, usually at high altitude with sun behind them. They controlled the engagement geometry. German pilots, trying to follow their new tactical directives, found themselves forced into disadvantageous positions repeatedly. If German fighters climbed to gain altitude over American formations, the Thunderbolts dove away, building speed Germans couldn't match, then climbed back to altitude farther away. If Germans tried attacking from below at low altitude, they had to climb through the altitude band where Thunderbolts were fastest and most maneuverable. If Germans tried refusing combat entirely, American fighters escorted bombers unopposed to bomb German cities and factories. The Luftwaffe couldn't win by fighting and couldn't afford not to fight. Individual German pilots developed personal tactics that sometimes worked. Some became expert at identifying isolated American stragglers and attacking before the formation could respond. Some mastered the art of diving attacks from directly above, where American pilots had poor visibility. Some learned to fake attacks from one direction, then reverse suddenly, catching Americans in vulnerable turning positions. These tactics occasionally succeeded, but they required exceptional skill, perfect execution, and luck. Most German pilots lacked the experience for such complex maneuvers. And even successful attacks often failed to bring down Thunderbolts due to their structural toughness. The Luftwaffe tried concentrating fighters for mass attacks that might overwhelm American formations through sheer numbers. In theory, if 50 German fighters attacked 30 Thunderbolts simultaneously from multiple directions, some Germans would get through defensive fire and score kills. In practice, coordinating 50 fighters was extraordinarily difficult. Radio communication was poor. Formation leaders had limited control. Weather scattered formations. And when mass attacks did occur, American defensive fire from hundreds of .50 caliber machine guns created lethal zones that German fighters had to fly through. Even if several Thunderbolts were shot down, German losses usually exceeded American losses. The kill ratio favored Americans, even in mass combats. German technical services tried finding weaknesses in captured Thunderbolt wreckage that tactical units could exploit. Engineers examined every crash P-47 they recovered. They measured armor thickness and angles. They mapped vulnerable components. They identified areas where battle damage had caused failures. Reports went to frontline units detailing attack recommendations. Aim for the oil cooler under the engine. Target the control linkages in the tail section. Fire at the wing root where control cables ran. Hit the turbocharger ducting that wrapped around the fuselage. Some pilots followed these recommendations and achieved kills, but most attacks still failed to bring down Thunderbolts, even when hitting supposedly vulnerable areas. The overbuilt structure meant that damage to one system rarely caused catastrophic failure. Oil cooler hits? The radial engine kept running despite oil loss. Control linkages damaged? Redundant systems allowed continued control. Wing root hits? Massive wing spars absorbed damage without structural failure. Turbocharger damage? The Thunderbolt could fly without the turbocharger, just at reduced altitude performance. The captured Thunderbolt at Rechlin and later with Zircus Rosarius provided German pilots and engineers extensive knowledge of the aircraft's characteristics, construction, and capabilities. That knowledge helped to some degree. German pilots who had examined the aircraft up close and understood its systems were more effective in combat against it. But knowledge alone couldn't overcome the fundamental imbalance. Germans understood what they faced. They just couldn't produce enough fighters or train enough pilots to counter it. Quality knowledge couldn't defeat quantity production. By March 1944, the Luftwaffe was losing the air war over Germany itself. American bomber formations struck deep into German territory with heavy fighter escort. German fighters attacked and sometimes inflicted heavy bomber losses. But escort fighters destroyed German defenders faster than training schools could replace them. Every major air battle reduced German fighter strength. The Luftwaffe was bleeding to death while American strength grew. The captured Thunderbolt transferred to Zircus Rosarius continued demonstration duties through mid-1944. Rosarius demonstrated it dozens of times at bases across Germany. He emphasized characteristics, warned about capabilities, showed German pilots attack methods. But fewer pilots came to demonstrations, not because they weren't interested, but because there were fewer pilots. Losses exceeded replacement rates. The Luftwaffe was bleeding experienced veterans. Records show the captured Thunderbolt was last seen at Leipzig-Brandes Airfield in August 1944. After that, documentation disappears. The aircraft may have been destroyed in combat, damaged beyond repair, or abandoned as German forces retreated. American investigators searched for it after the war, but found no trace. It vanished into the chaos of Germany's collapse. Hans Werner Lurk survived the war. He was captured by Allied forces in May 1945. American intelligence officers interrogated him extensively about captured aircraft evaluations. In 1946, Lurk was recruited as part of Operation Paperclip, the American program bringing German scientists and engineers to the United States. Over 1,600 German technical personnel were relocated to America between 1945 and 1959. Lurk was sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where he worked until 1968 evaluating aircraft and training test pilots. He became an American citizen and spent his career studying aircraft performance. In the 1970s, he wrote a memoir titled Luftwaffe Test Pilot, Flying Captured Allied Aircraft of World War II. In his memoir, Lurk devoted an entire chapter to the P-47. He wrote that flying the Thunderbolt was his introduction to American engineering philosophy. Americans didn't build aircraft to be perfect. They built them to be good enough, then built thousands of them. He had initially thought it was crude engineering. Years later, he understood it was brilliant strategy. William Roach remained at Stalag Luft until Soviet forces liberated the camp in late April 1945. He returned to the United States, left the military, and worked as a commercial pilot. He rarely discussed his capture. When asked, he would say he made a navigation error that gave Germany their first complete Thunderbolt. But by the time they figured out what it meant, America had already built 10,000 more, so it didn't matter much. Darkness enveloped Vela Gulf on the night of August 6, 1943. Aboard the USS Dunlap, radar screens flickered with green phosphorescence as operators monitored the surrounding waters. At precisely 2,333 hours, four distinct contacts appeared on the SG radar display, 29,500 yards distant, bearing 312 degrees. Commander Frederick Moosbrugger, Leading Task Group 31.2 from Dunlap's command bridge had anticipated this moment. 17 minutes from now, 3 enemy warships would lie at the bottom of the Pacific, victims of a revolution in naval combat they never saw coming. The Japanese convoy consisted of 4 destroyers transporting 900 troops to reinforce Vila on Kalambangir Island. Captain Kaji Sugiura directed operations from the destroyer Hajikes, accompanied by Arisher and Kawakaze, both vessels packed with soldiers, plus Shigeru serving as escort without troops aboard. Sugiura had successfully navigated this exact passage through Vela Gulf on 3 prior occasions. During mission planning, Commander Hara of Shigeru had voiced concerns about route repetition, warning it invited catastrophe. Sugiura dismissed these objections. The Tokyo Express resupply missions had operated successfully for months, and Japanese commanders maintained confidence in their legendary night fighting prowess. Moose Brugger commanded 6 American destroyers organized into 2 divisions. Division A1 comprised Dunlap, Craven, and Maury, each carrying complete torpedo complements. Division A2 included Lang, Starrett, and Stack, vessels with reduced torpedo capacity but enhanced anti-aircraft armament. Every ship mounted SG surface search radar systems. This marked a historic moment. For the first time in the Pacific theater, American destroyers would engage independently, without cruiser support. The decision represented a fundamental transformation in naval strategy. American forces had suffered devastating losses in nearly every nocturnal surface engagement throughout the Solomons campaign from August 1942 through July 1943. The catastrophic defeat at Savo Island on August 9, 1942, exemplified these failures. 4 Allied cruisers went down in just 37 minutes. USS Storia lost 219 crewmen. USS Quincy counted 370 dead. USS Vincennes suffered 322 casualties. HMAS Canberra added 84 Australian sailors to the toll. Japanese forces achieved total surprise despite American vessels carrying SC air search radar. The radar returns proved confusing amid the surrounding landmasses. Guadalcanal, Savo Island, and Florida Island created a labyrinth of echoes on the scopes. SC radar operated at 1.5-meter wavelength, capable of detecting large vessels at 20,000 yards, yet resolution remained inadequate. Near islands, operators couldn't differentiate between ships and terrain. Everything appeared as indistinct blips on the display. Visual confirmation became mandatory before opening fire. By the time American lookouts spotted Japanese vessels, torpedoes were already streaking through the water. This pattern repeated through multiple battles. Cape Esperance in October 1942, first Guadalcanal in November 1942, Tassafaronga in November 1942, Kalambangir in July 1943. American ships possessed radar technology, but radar alone couldn't secure victories. The equipment existed. The tactical doctrine to exploit it effectively did not. The SG radar transformed everything. Developed in 1941 by MIT's Radiation Laboratory utilizing British cavity magnetron technology, the SG operated at 10-centimeter wavelength, microwave frequency. This shorter wavelength delivered dramatically superior resolution compared to SC radar. The SG could distinguish ships from islands. It presented contacts on a planned position indicator, a circular scope displaying range and bearing simultaneously. Operators could monitor multiple targets while their vessel maneuvered. USS Augusta received the first operational SG radar installation in April 1942. Production accelerated gradually. By August 1943, most American destroyers in the South Pacific had SG systems installed, though possessing radar and using it effectively remained separate challenges. American naval doctrine in early 1943 still prioritized cruiser-led formations for night engagements. Destroyers functioned as escorts while cruisers provided firepower. Visual targeting determined firing decisions. Radar offered warning, but the ultimate engagement decision required visual enemy confirmation. Japanese forces exploited this hesitation repeatedly. Their lookouts trained extensively for night operations, spotting ships at ranges where American lookouts saw nothing. Japanese torpedoes possessed twice the range of American weapons. The Type 93 Long Lance could reach 40,000 yards, while American Mark 15 torpedoes managed only 15,000 yards. Japanese forces could fire first, withdraw before American response, and escape into darkness. Commodore Arleigh Burke had analyzed these defeats and formulated new destroyer tactics. Burke commanded Destroyer Squadron 23, known as the Little Beavers. He emphasized aggressive radar employment for offensive operations. Use radar to detect enemies first, close to torpedo range undetected. Launch torpedoes silently. Use radar to guide attacks, and only open gunfire after torpedoes were running toward targets. Burke's concepts challenged conventional naval doctrine, and many senior officers resisted. They lacked sufficient confidence in radar to base attacks solely on electronic contacts. Yet Burke's results spoke for themselves. His destroyer squadron achieved multiple victories using radar-guided tactics. Rear Admiral Theodore Wilkinson, commanding amphibious forces in the South Pacific, recognized the effectiveness of Burke's approach. When intelligence revealed another Tokyo Express run scheduled for August 6th to Vila, Wilkinson assigned the intercept mission to a pure destroyer force, no cruisers involved. Moosbrugger would command the operation. Moosbrugger had served under Burke and thoroughly understood the innovative tactics. More significantly, Wilkinson granted Moosbrugger authority to disregard standard tactical recommendations. Wilkinson's staff advised Moosbrugger to avoid torpedo attacks and depend on long-range gunfire instead. Moosbrugger expressed confidence in his destroyer's ability to employ their primary weapon, torpedoes guided by radar. On the morning of August 6th, Moosbrugger's task group departed Purvis Bay near Guadalcanal. The 6 destroyers sailed independently. No cruisers, no battleships, just destroyers equipped with radar and torpedoes. Moosbrugger convened a conference with all 6 destroyer captains before departure, reviewing the battle plan thoroughly. Division A1 would locate enemies with radar and execute a silent torpedo attack. Division A2 would position to cross the Japanese line and deliver gunfire support after torpedo impacts. Radio silence except for essential tactical communications. No searchlights, no gun flashes until torpedoes were running. Use islands as background to screen American movements. Trust the radar. Lieutenant Commander Clifton Iverson commanded Dunlap. Lieutenant Commander Frank Gould commanded Sterrett. Both would later receive Navy Crosses for their actions that night. The planning conference emphasized that success depended on flawless radar operation and precise execution. Every ship needed to track identical targets and calculate matching firing solutions. The combat information centers aboard each destroyer would coordinate the attack. The CIC represented a relatively new concept, a dedicated space where radar operators, plotters, and communicators collaborated to process tactical information. Most destroyers in 1943 had CICs that were cramped afterthoughts, spaces carved from existing compartments during refits, but they functioned effectively. That evening, the task group entered Vela Gulf from Kula Gulf to the south. The night was dark, overcast skies, no moon, visibility under 1,000 yards. Perfect conditions for radar, terrible conditions for visual lookouts. Moosbrugger's force formed 2 columns 500 yards apart. Division A1 to port, Division A2 to starboard. At 2,300 hours, both divisions turned north and accelerated to 25 knots. The SG radars aboard all 6 ships swept continuously. Kolombangara Island displayed clearly on the scopes to the east, Vela La Vela Island to the west. The gulf between them appeared empty. At 23:33, Dunlap's SG radar detected 4 contacts bearing 312 degrees, range 29,500 yards, almost due north. Craven confirmed the contact seconds later, then Mori. The Japanese destroyers appeared exactly where intelligence predicted, for ships in column formation heading south at approximately 30 knots, closing range. Moosbrugger ordered Division A1 to prepare for torpedo attack. Division A2 began maneuvering to cross the Japanese formation. All ships maintained radio silence. The CICs tracked targets continuously. Range decreased, 27,000 yards, 25,000, 20,000. The Japanese showed no indication of detecting American ships. Their radar, if operational, wasn't detecting Moosbrugger's destroyers. Kolombangara Island's mountainous bulk might be screening the American formation, or Japanese radar was simply inferior to American SG systems. At 15,000 yards, Moosbrugger ordered his division to close to torpedo range. The three destroyers accelerated to 30 knots. The target solution updated continuously. Enemy speed 30 knots, course 180 degrees, range decreasing, 10,000 yards, 9,000, 8,000. At 23:41, range reached 7,500 yards. Moosbrugger ordered torpedo launch. Dunlap fired 8 Mark 15 torpedoes. Craven fired 8. Maury fired 8. 24 torpedoes entered the water in 63 seconds. All three destroyers immediately turned hard to starboard and increased to flank speed, using Kolombangara Island's dark coastline as a screen while withdrawing at maximum speed. The torpedoes ran toward the Japanese formation at 46 knots. Estimated time to impact, approximately 4 minutes. Division A2 had positioned to starboard of the Japanese formation. Lang, Sterrett, and Stack held fire, waiting. The torpedo tracks remained invisible to everyone except the CIC plotters, who calculated impact times based on launch data. At 23:46, the torpedoes struck home. Multiple explosions erupted across the Japanese formation. Hajikes, Erasure, and Kawakaze were hit simultaneously. Fires erupted across all three destroyers, followed by secondary explosions as magazines detonated. Division A2 immediately opened fire, concentrating 5-inch guns from 3 destroyers on the burning Japanese ships. Muzzle flashes illuminated the Gulf. Now the Japanese could finally see their attackers, but the moment had passed. Kawakaze had taken a magazine hit. She rolled over and disappeared beneath the waves within minutes. Hajikes and Erasure burned fiercely, dead in the water. Shigure, the 4th Japanese destroyer, had escaped the torpedo barrage. Commander Hara witnessed his 3 companions explode. He saw no American ships until Division A2 opened fire. The gun flashes revealed American positions, but Hara's lookouts had detected nothing before that moment. Hara fired 8 torpedoes toward the American destroyers. All missed. He ordered full speed and withdrew to the northwest. Moosbrugger's 6 destroyers reformed and swept the area. By midnight, Hajikes and Erasure had both sunk. Shigure had escaped, fleeing north. The engagement from initial radar contact to final sinkings had lasted 26 minutes. American casualties. 1 sailor suffered a crushed hand in a non-combat accident during the battle. No American ships were hit. No American ships sustained damage. 3 Japanese destroyers sunk. 685 Japanese soldiers lost, most by drowning. 525 Japanese sailors killed. Total Japanese casualties, approximately 1,210 men. This lopsided victory was unprecedented. American destroyers had never achieved such complete success in a night engagement. Moosbrugger's after-action report emphasized SG radar's role. He wrote that the new SG radar made the operation success possible, noting that radar allowed the American force to track the enemy from extreme range, position for optimal attack, and launch torpedoes before the Japanese realized they were present. The report also praised the combat information centers aboard each destroyer for processing radar data and coordinating the attack. However, Moosbrugger couldn't fully explain why the Japanese hadn't detected his ships. Surely Japanese radar should have provided some warning. What nobody on the American side knew, none of the 4 Japanese destroyers at Vela Gulf carried operational radar. Japanese destroyer radar in 1943 remained primitive. Most Japanese destroyers lacked radar installations entirely. Those that did carried Type 22 surface search sets operating at 10 centimeters like American SG radar, but with far less capable displays and processing. More critically, Japanese doctrine didn't emphasize radar use. Even when radar detected contacts, Japanese commanders waited for visual confirmation before acting. Japanese training emphasized superior night optics. Their lookouts genuinely exceeded American lookouts at visual detection. But lookouts cannot see through darkness at 30,000 yards. Radar could. Commander Hara filed his after-action report upon returning to Rabaul. He described the engagement as an ambush by unknown forces, reporting that his destroyers came under torpedo attack without warning. His lookouts saw nothing until American ships opened gunfire. Hara speculated that submarines might have been involved, or aircraft, or possibly coastal defense installations on Kolombangara. The possibility that 6 American destroyers had used radar to track his force from beyond visual range, calculate a perfect firing solution, and launch torpedoes silently didn't appear in his report. The concept existed outside the framework of how Japanese commanders understood night surface combat. Japanese naval intelligence analyzed reports from Vela Gulf and other recent engagements. A pattern emerged. American forces were achieving surprise more frequently, American torpedo attacks were more accurate, and Japanese lookouts reported that American ships seemed to know Japanese positions before visual contact. The logical conclusion was that American radar had improved dramatically. Japanese intelligence had examined captured American radar equipment and knew Americans possessed microwave radar similar to Japanese systems. If both sides had comparable technology, why were Americans suddenly winning? What Japanese intelligence failed to understand was doctrine. Technology alone didn't determine outcomes. How the technology was used mattered more. Japanese commanders used radar as a supplement to visual lookouts. Americans were learning to use radar as the primary detection and targeting system, with visual confirmation secondary. This doctrinal shift, more than any technical advantage, explained American success. Within days of Vela Gulf, Moosbrugger's tactics spread through the Pacific Fleet. Rear Admiral Wilkinson distributed the action report to every destroyer squadron commander. The message was clear: SG radar worked, radar-guided torpedo attacks worked, and independent destroyer operations worked. Other commanders began implementing similar tactics. On August 17, 1943, destroyers using radar-guided attacks sank 2 more Japanese destroyers near Bougainville. On September 6, another engagement resulted in 3 Japanese destroyers sunk with 0 American losses. The pattern continued. American destroyers with SG radar were winning night battles decisively. The kill ratio reversed completely. Before Vela Gulf, American forces typically lost 2 ships for every Japanese ship destroyed in night actions. After Vela Gulf, Americans were destroying 2 or 3 Japanese ships for every American loss. In many engagements, American forces took no losses whatsoever. Japanese Naval Command recognized the shift. By late September 1943, Japanese doctrine changed. Destroyers were ordered to avoid night engagements with American forces unless they held significant numerical superiority. The Tokyo Express supply runs to Guadalcanal and the Central Solomons became increasingly rare. When they did occur, Japanese forces used submarines and small craft instead of destroyers. The American destroyer force, once considered inferior to Japanese night fighting capability, had become the dominant force in nocturnal surface combat. Radar technology remained classified throughout the war. The Navy's Public Information Office never explained how American destroyers achieved their victories. Official press releases attributed success to superior tactics, improved training, and better torpedoes. All those factors were accurate. American torpedoes had been terrible in 1942, magnetic exploders failed, depth settings were wrong, and many torpedoes ran beneath targets without exploding. By July 1943, most of these problems were resolved. American destroyers also had better training. By mid-1943, officers like Burke and Moosbrugger understood night surface tactics better than their predecessors. But none of these improvements would have mattered without radar. SG radar provided the information necessary to execute the tactics. Radar operators in the combat information centers processed that information and provided targeting data to the bridge. The technology enabled everything else. Yet the radar operators remained anonymous. No names in action reports, no commendations for individual radar men. The technology was classified. Discussing SG radar capabilities outside cleared personnel was prohibited. Even after the war, when radar became common knowledge, the specific contributions of individual operators weren't documented. Official histories credited commanders. Moosbrugger received the Navy Cross for Vela Gulf. Iverson and Gould received Navy Crosses. The captains and admirals got recognition. The enlisted men who operated the radar equipment that made the victory possible got nothing. Moosbrugger himself recognized this imbalance. After the war, when he became a rear admiral and later a vice admiral, he made a point of telling junior officers about the importance of enlisted technical specialists. He told them that mechanics, radar men, and technicians often understood their equipment better than officers did. He emphasized that good commanders listened to their enlisted experts. Moosbrugger specifically mentioned Vela Gulf in these talks. He said the victory was possible because radar operators performed their jobs perfectly under intense pressure. He said combat information center crews processed information faster than anyone thought possible. He said torpedo crews executed flawless launches based on radar data they had never used operationally before. But he couldn't name individuals. The men who actually operated the equipment, who maintained it, who made it work when it mattered most, remained anonymous. Moosbrugger continued in destroyer command through 1944. He led Destroyer Division 12 through the Philippines campaign. His destroyers participated in the Battle of Leyte Gulf in October 1944, the largest naval battle in history. American forces at Leyte used the same radar-guided tactics Moosbrugger had pioneered at Vela Gulf. The results were devastating for the Japanese. American destroyers sank multiple Japanese cruisers and destroyers in night actions. The Imperial Japanese Navy lost effective control of the Philippines. By early 1945, Japanese surface forces avoided night engagements entirely. American destroyer forces dominated the night. After the war, Moosbrugger was promoted steadily. Commodore in 1945, captain commanding positions through the late 1940s, Rear Admiral in 1951. He commanded Military Sea Transportation Service, Pacific, from 1952 to 1955, a critical logistics role during the Korean War. He retired as a vice admiral in 1956 and died on October 1, 1974, at age 73. USS Moosbrugger, a Spruance-class destroyer, was commissioned in 1978 and named in his honor. Commander Hara survived the war. Shiger, the destroyer he commanded at Vela Gulf, survived until January 1945 when she was sunk by the submarine USS Blackfin in the Gulf of Siam. Hara transferred to other commands and witnessed the steady decline of Japanese naval power. After the war, Hara wrote a memoir titled Japanese Destroyer Captain, published in 1958. In it, he described Vela Gulf as a perfect American victory. Hara acknowledged that American radar superiority had been decisive. He noted that Japanese forces had no counter to radar-guided attacks. Hara specifically mentioned that Japanese lookouts, despite their superior training, couldn't compete with electronic detection. He died in 1980. Captain Kaju Sugiura, who commanded the Japanese force at Vela Gulf, survived Hajake's sinking. He was rescued and returned to Rabaul, emaciated and in disgrace. He was later appointed captain of the heavy cruiser Haguro. He was killed when Haguro was sunk by British destroyers off Malaya in May 1945. The Royal Navy destroyers used radar to track Haguro in darkness and launch torpedoes from beyond visual range. The same tactics that destroyed Sugiura's destroyers at Vela Gulf destroyed his cruiser 22 months later. The SG radar remained in service aboard American destroyers through the war's end. Approximately 1,000 SG units were produced during the war years. The system proved reliable under combat conditions. Operators learned to trust the displays. Commanders learned to base tactical decisions on radar information. By 1945, American naval doctrine had completely incorporated radar as the primary detection and targeting system for surface combat. Visual lookouts remained important, but they were secondary to electronic detection. After the war, radar technology advanced rapidly. The SG radar became obsolete by the 1950s. Newer systems with better resolution, longer range, and more sophisticated displays replaced it. The SG systems were removed from ships and either scrapped or sent to training facilities. Few examples survived. The National Museum of the United States Navy has some SG components in storage, but no complete system is on public display. The combat information centers, where radar operators work, were torn out during ship modernizations or destroyed when ships were scrapped. USS Dunlap, Moose Brugger's flagship at Vela Gulf, survived the war. She participated in operations through 1945, including Iwo Jima and Okinawa. She was decommissioned in January 1946 and sold for scrap in 1947. Her SG radar was removed during decommissioning. No museum requested it. The equipment was either destroyed or sent to a training facility where it was eventually discarded. Nothing physical remains from the destroyer that made first radar contact at Vela Gulf. At the Naval History and Heritage Command in Washington, there is a small exhibit about the Battle of Vela Gulf. It includes a photograph showing 6 destroyers in column formation. The caption identifies them as Moose Brugger's task group. It mentions the battle as the first successful independent destroyer action in the Pacific Campaign. It notes that the engagement marked a turning point in night surface warfare. It doesn't mention SG radar. It doesn't mention the combat information centers. It doesn't mention the radar operators who detected the Japanese force at 29,500 yards and tracked them to torpedo range. Their contribution remains invisible. This is how technological change occurs in warfare, not through deliberate programs or high-level decisions alone, but through the intersection of new tools, new doctrine, and individuals willing to trust unfamiliar technology. The SG radar existed in 1942. It took until August 1943 for commanders to trust it enough to base attacks on radar contacts alone. That trust came from officers like Moose Brugger, who understood that the old doctrine was killing American sailors. It came from radar operators who maintained their equipment perfectly and provided accurate information under combat stress. It came from enlisted men whose names were never recorded, but whose work changed the course of the Pacific War. The Battle of Vela Gulf demonstrated that radar-guided night attacks could achieve decisive results with minimal American casualties. That lesson spread rapidly. Within months, every American destroyer commander in the Pacific understood the new tactics. Within a year, Japanese surface forces had effectively ceded control of the night to American radar-equipped ships. The technological advantage that Japanese forces had held since 1941 disappeared. The innovation didn't come from a laboratory or a planning conference. It came from putting the right technology in the hands of skilled operators and trusting them to use it. The unnamed radar men who stared at green screens in darkened combat information centers, tracking contacts through the night, made this victory possible. Their story deserves to be remembered alongside the commanders who received medals and the ships that bore famous names. Technology alone never wins wars. People win wars. People who understand how to use technology. People who maintain it. People who trust it when their lives depend on it. The Battle of Vela Gulf proved that lesson in the most dramatic way possible. On a dark night in August 1943, 6 American destroyers used electronic eyes to see what human eyes could not, and in doing so, changed naval warfare forever. Each story from the Second World War matters. Each one deserves to be told and remembered, not just the famous battles and celebrated heroes, but also the technical specialists, the radar operators, the anonymous sailors who made victory possible through their skill and dedication.
A German soldier stared at this bottle like it was from another planet. Summer 1943. Over 371,000 Nazi prisoners of war arrived in America expecting torture and starvation. Instead, they got this for 5 cents.
Nazi POWs expected starvation in American camps. Instead, Coca-Cola for 5 cents, unlimited ice cream, mountains of chocolate. While their families starved in Germany, these prisoners gained weight. Every single one of 371,000.
371,000 Nazi prisoners of war ate better than their own families back home. By 1944, these men were sending food packages back to Germany. Everything they believed about American weakness shattered by a 5-cent Coca-Cola. This is how
The tropical dawn of December 27, 1942, broke slowly over Port Moresby, New Guinea. Inside his P-38 Lightning's cockpit, Second Lieutenant Richard Irabong sat with steady hands but a racing mind. The Japanese have owned these skies for 12 months. That changes today. Peering through the canopy glass, Bong watched 40 Japanese aircraft emerge from the cloud layer. Bombers protected by the feared Mitsubishi A6M0 fighters that had terrorized Allied airmen throughout the Pacific. 12 American P-38s were scrambling to meet them. The numbers weren't in their favor. The Japanese aviators had no way of knowing that among those dozen Americans sat a Wisconsin farm boy destined to become their most feared adversary. A pilot whose reputation would soon echo through Japanese briefing rooms from Rabaul to Manila with a mixture of respect and dread. Aerial combat was about to be redefined, not solely through advanced machinery, though the twin-engine Lightning was indeed revolutionary. Not purely through strategy, though American fighter tactics were rapidly evolving. Rather, through one pilot's unique blend of innate talent, mathematical precision, and aggressive determination that would shatter Japanese assumptions about American fighter capabilities. Richard Bong had entered the Pacific Theater. The Imperial Japanese Navy Air Service faced a new reality. Japanese air dominance didn't collapse with fanfare. It began eroding with 2 kills on that humid morning above Buna. Flying alongside Captain Thomas Lynch and the 39th Fighter Squadron, Bong engaged the massive Japanese force with calculated efficiency. His initial victim was a Zero, that supposedly invincible fighter that had swept Allied planes from Pacific skies since Pearl Harbor. His second was a Nakajima Ki, 43 Oscar, another dreaded Japanese fighter. These victories earned Bong the Silver Star. Yet the official commendation couldn't capture what Japanese pilots experienced that morning. Among them flew Petty Officer First Class Hiroshi Nakamura, whose after-action report, discovered in Japanese archives decades afterward, revealed the first fractures in Japanese confidence. The American twin-engine fighters demonstrated coordination we hadn't witnessed previously. One pilot, aircraft number unknown, displayed skills matching our most seasoned aces. He didn't attempt traditional dogfighting like earlier American pilots. Instead, he exploited his aircraft's advantages, speed and altitude, to control engagement terms. This troubled us considerably. The transformation from Wisconsin farm boy to America's deadliest fighter pilot began years before, shaped by circumstances appearing ordinary until examined through hindsight. Born September 24, 1920, in Superior, Wisconsin, Richard Irabong was the eldest of 9 children to Swedish immigrant Carl Bong and his wife Dora. The family farm in Poplar offered modest living, but rich values that would define Bong's character. Young Dick witnessed something life-changing as a child. In 1928, President Calvin Coolidge vacationed in Superior. Mail planes serving the presidential summer residence flew directly over the Bong farm. I knew that I wanted to fly, Bong later recalled in family letters. I constructed model airplanes from scrap wood and paper. I studied every aviation magazine available. Flying wasn't a dream, it was destiny. But farm life discipline and Swedish immigrant parents valuing hard work above everything truly shaped him. He excelled academically, graduating 10th in his class of 428 students at Superior Central High School. He played baseball, basketball, and hockey. He sang in church choir. He hunted Wisconsin's forests, developing marksmanship that would prove critical in aerial combat. Most importantly, he learned patience, observation, and analytical thinking that would separate him from other pilots. In 1938, Bong enrolled at Superior State Teachers College planning to become an engineer, but aviation called stronger. He joined the civilian pilot training program, soloing on his 20th birthday in a Piper Cub. Instructors immediately noted his natural ability. He possessed what pilots call situational awareness, the capacity to track multiple aircraft, calculate angles and speeds, and make split-second decisions under extreme stress. On May 29, 1941, 6 months before Pearl Harbor, Bong enlisted in the Army Air Force Aviation Cadet Program. One gunnery instructor at Luke Field, Arizona, was Captain Barry Goldwater, future United States Senator from Arizona. Goldwater vividly remembered Bong in post-war interviews. He was the finest natural pilot I ever encountered. In gunnery training, he could place rounds on target with precision, exceeding our best instructors. But what impressed me most was his analytical mind. He didn't just shoot, he calculated, adjusted, and learned from every training run. Another instructor, a P-38 Czech pilot whose name history lost, provided the most accurate assessment. There's no keeping Bong off your tail. He flew an AT-6, one of the slowest trainers. Yet he could position himself behind me in a much faster plane. His grasp of three-dimensional aerial combat was instinctive. On January 9, 1942, 1 month after Pearl Harbor, Second Lieutenant Richard Ira Bong received his pilot wings and commission. His flying dream had materialized. But instead of combat deployment, his exceptional gunnery scores earned him an instructor posting at Luke Field. For months, Bong trained other pilots while war raged across the Pacific. The frustration was intense, but the experience proved invaluable. Teaching others forced him to articulate tactics and techniques that came naturally to him. In May 1942, Bong received orders to Hamilton Field, California, for training on the Lockheed P-38 Lightning. This twin-engine fighter, with its distinctive twin-boom design and central nacelle cockpit, was unlike anything most pilots had flown. Powered by two Allison V1710 engines, producing 1,425 horsepower each, the Lightning reached speeds of 414 miles per hour at 25,000 feet. Armed with one 20mm cannon and 4.50 caliber machine guns, all nose-mounted. The P-38 delivered devastating concentrated firepower. But the Lightning was also complex and unforgiving. The counter-rotating propellers eliminated torque issues, but created unique handling characteristics. Cockpit heating was inadequate for high-altitude flight. Controls were heavy at high speeds. Many pilots feared the aircraft. Bong loved it. He understood the P-38 speed, climb rate, and long range made it the perfect weapon for Pacific combat where engagements occurred over vast ocean distances. At Hamilton Field, Bong's natural flying ability manifested in ways both impressive and alarming to his commanders. On June 12, 1942, he buzzed a fellow pilot's house celebrating his wedding, flying so low the propeller wash scattered debris across the yard. He also flew down Market Street in San Francisco at rooftop level and blew clothes off a woman's clothesline in Oakland with his propeller wash. General George C. Kenney, commanding the 4th Air Force, personally reprimanded Bong. The general's words became legendary. "If you didn't want to fly down Market Street, I wouldn't have you in my Air Force. But you're not to do it anymore, and I mean what I say." Despite stern words, Kenney recognized something special in the young pilot. We needed kids like this, aggressive, fearless, skilled, the kind of pilot who'd press the attack when others turned away. When General Douglas MacArthur selected Kenney to lead the 5th Air Force in the South Pacific, Kenney handpicked 50 of the best P-38 pilots he knew. Bong was among them. In September 1942, the general and the farm boy arrived in Australia. The Pacific War was about to gain its most deadly aerial predator. The transformation from talented pilot to feared combat ace began with careful mentorship and systematic combat exposure, building skills progressively. Bong was assigned to the 9th Fighter Squadron of the 49th Fighter Group, known as the Flying Knights. But the squadron was still flying Curtiss P-40 Warhawks, obsolete fighters, no match for Japanese Zeros. Rather than waste time, General Kenney temporarily attached Bong to the 39th Fighter Squadron, 35th Fighter Group at Port Moresby, where he could fly missions while awaiting P-38 deliveries. This assignment proved critical. Flying under Captain Thomas Lynch, Bong learned from one of Pacific's rising aces. Lynch was a tactician who understood American pilots couldn't dogfight Zeros on equal terms. The Zero could outturn any Allied fighter at low to medium altitudes. Its lightweight construction gave it phenomenal maneuverability, but it sacrificed speed, armor protection, and structural strength. Lynch taught Bong the tactics that would define American fighter doctrine in the Pacific. Never attempt turning fights with Zeros. Use altitude advantage to initiate attacks. Dive at high speed. Deliver concentrated fire bursts. Then extend away using superior speed. If the first pass fails, climb back to altitude and reset for another attack. Never slow down in a Zero's engagement envelope. Bong absorbed these lessons and added innovations. He calculated deflection angles, lead distances, and closure rates with precision. Other pilots struggled hitting maneuvering targets. Bong understood success required getting close, very close, close enough that missing became nearly impossible. December 27, 1942, provided Bong's baptism by fire. When 40 Japanese aircraft attacked Allied positions at Buna, 12 P-38s scrambled to intercept. The odds were more than 3-1 against the Americans. Most pilots would have exercised caution. Bong saw opportunity. Flying alongside Lynch, he positioned himself above the Japanese formation and dove into the attack with throttles wide open. His first target was a Zero attempting to engage Lynch's aircraft. Bong side-slipped, aligned his nose-mounted guns, and fired a short burst at close range. The Zero disintegrated mid-air, pieces tumbling through tropical sky. 3 more Zeros converged on Bong's position. He dove toward the jungle canopy, the pursuing fighters following. At what he later described as 2 inches above the shortest tree in Buna, Bong pulled out of his dive. The sudden maneuver loaded his airframe with tremendous G-forces, but the P-38's sturdy construction held. 2 pursuing Zeros couldn't match the maneuver and crashed into jungle. But Bong wasn't finished. As he leveled out just above treetop height, he spotted a D-3 AVAL dive bomber pulling out of its attack run. The bomber was vulnerable, slow, loaded with ordnance. Bong closed to point-blank range and fired. The VAL exploded in a massive fireball. Too low to climb, Bong headed back to Port Moresby at minimum altitude, his heart pounding, his mind already analyzing the engagement for lessons learned. That single combat produced 2 confirmed kills and earned Bong the Silver Star. But the real victory was psychological. Japanese pilots who survived the engagement reported encountering an American pilot whose skill matched or exceeded their best aces. The reports were initially dismissed as combat exaggeration. They were not. Over the following 2 weeks, Bong demonstrated his first combat success was no fluke. On January 7, 1943, Allied coast watchers reported a Japanese convoy moving along New Britain's South Shore, heading west towards Salamaua. 48 American fighters scrambled to attack. Bong, flying with Lynch and 6 other P-38s, missed the initial rendezvous with P-40 fighter bombers, but ran directly into the convoy's air umbrella of Nakajima Key, 43 Oscar fighters. The engagement lasted nearly 4 hours across 2 separate battles. In the first encounter at 1,315 hours, Bong engaged an Oscar in a 5-minute duel showcasing his tactical discipline. He refused to turn fight, instead using vertical maneuvers and speed to maintain advantage. When the Oscar pilot made a critical error, turning into Bong's pursuit instead of away, Bong closed to 50 yards and fired. The Oscar disintegrated. After refueling at Dobudura, Bong and the other P-38s took off again, encountering 16 more Japanese fighters at 1,530 hours. Bong damaged 2 Oscars on his first pass, using the P-38's superior speed to blow through the formation. He then zoomed back to altitude, reset his attack, and destroyed 1 Oscar on his second pass. The next day, January 8, 1943, provided the engagement that officially made Bong an ace. While escorting bombers, 8 P-38s encountered approximately 20 Japanese fighters. The Japanese had numerical advantage and altitude. Standard doctrine suggested withdrawing to avoid unfavorable odds. Bong and his squadron mates attacked anyway. In the swirling dogfight that followed, Bong demonstrated skills that would make him legendary. He shot down one fighter with a long burst from 200 yards, a difficult deflection shot requiring precise lead calculations, while both aircraft maneuvered violently. This kill, his fifth confirmed victory, earned Bong the designation of Fighter Ace and the Distinguished Flying Cross. More importantly, it announced to the Japanese that American pilots were learning to fight effectively in the Pacific. By April 1943, just 4 months into combat, Bong had shot down 10 Japanese aircraft, becoming a double ace. His reputation was growing not just among Americans, but among Japanese pilots who increasingly reported encounters with a twin-boom fighter flown by a pilot of exceptional skill. The progression from novice to ace had been rapid but methodical. Each mission taught lessons Bong carefully cataloged in his mind. He learned the P-38's twin engines provided not just power, but survival. On multiple occasions, pilots returned to base on a single engine after battle damage that would have destroyed single-engine fighters. He learned altitude was life. The pilot who controlled the high ground controlled the engagement. He learned patience was a weapon. The pilot who waited for the perfect shot succeeded where the impatient pilot failed. Between combat missions, Bong's role expanded beyond simply adding to his victory total. He became a teacher, sharing hard-won knowledge with newly arrived pilots who stepped off transport planes green and terrified. He taught them to respect the Zero's capabilities without fearing them. He taught them to use their aircraft strengths, speed, firepower, and ruggedness, while avoiding its weaknesses, sluggish low-speed handling and poor roll rate at high speeds. His teaching methods were practical and direct. He'd take new pilots up on training flights and demonstrate proper attack sequences. Climb above the target. Position yourself so the sun is behind you, blinding the enemy. Dive at full throttle to build maximum speed. Align your nose not for where the target is, but where it will be when your bullets arrive. Fire a short burst, no more than 3 seconds. Watch your tracers and adjust. When you pass through the target's altitude, keep diving. Use your speed to climb back up and reset for another attack. Never, under any circumstances, slow down and turn fight. Promotion to first lieutenant came in April 1943, recognition of both his combat success and his value as an instructor. But Bong wasn't satisfied with 10 kills. He had proven he could survive and succeed. Now, he needed to prove he could dominate. The engagement that would transform Bong from skilled ace to legendary fighter pilot occurred on July 26, 1943, over La, New Guinea. That morning, Bong led a flight of 10 P-38s on a sweep north of La when he spotted a Japanese formation of approximately 20 aircraft. The smart tactical move would be radioing for reinforcements and maintaining altitude advantage until support arrived. Bong didn't make the smart tactical move. He immediately led 3 successive attacks into the enemy formation. On his first pass, Bong destroyed 2 Japanese fighters with short, accurate fire bursts. As he climbed back to altitude, 15 additional Japanese fighters arrived to reinforce the engagement. The odds were now more than 3-1 against the Americans. Most squadron leaders would have ordered withdrawal. Bong, disregarding the overwhelming enemy numbers, fearlessly led his flight back into the engagement. What followed was a masterclass in aerial combat. Bong destroyed 2 more aircraft in the second engagement, giving him 4 kills in a single mission. His wingmen described the action in after-action reports that still exist in military archives. Major Bong flew with absolute confidence. He positioned his aircraft precisely, fired only when assured of hits, and never wasted ammunition on low-probability shots. His situational awareness was extraordinary. He tracked multiple enemy aircraft simultaneously while maintaining perfect formation discipline with his wingmen. The engagement ended with 10 Japanese aircraft destroyed, 4 by Bong personally, with 0 American losses. For this action, Bong received the Distinguished Service Cross, the Army's second highest decoration for valor. The citation noted his extraordinary heroism and complete disregard for overwhelming enemy numbers. But statistics alone cannot capture the psychological impact on Japanese pilots. Lieutenant Kenji Okamoto, a Zero pilot who survived the engagement, wrote in his diary that evening, words not discovered until Japanese military archives opened decades later. We encountered the American twin-boom fighter flown by the pilot our intelligence calls the Ghost. He attacks from impossible angles with perfect precision. Our formation leaders now warn us specifically about this pilot. They say if you see the twin-boom fighter with red-painted wing tips and nose, disengage immediately. But disengagement isn't always possible. The Ghost chooses when and where to fight. We can only react. By August 1943, Bong had achieved 15 confirmed kills and received promotion to captain. His fame was spreading not just through military channels, but in American newspapers hungry for heroes. But Bong remained remarkably modest, uncomfortable with attention. In letters to his family, carefully preserved by his mother, he downplayed his achievements. I'm doing my job like every other pilot out here. The P-38 is a magnificent aircraft. The real heroes are the ground crews who keep these planes flying in impossible conditions. This humility masked lethal effectiveness born from careful analysis. After every mission, Bong debriefed thoroughly with intelligence officers. He studied gun camera footage frame by frame, not to celebrate victories, but to identify what he could improve. He noted his best kills came when he closed to within 100 yards or less, sometimes as close as 50 yards. At that range, even brief bursts found their mark. He calculated he averaged only 2 to 3 seconds of firing per kill, a testament to accuracy achieved through proper positioning rather than prolonged engagement. What separated Bong from other skilled pilots was his refusal to take unnecessary risks. He never chased damaged aircraft deep into enemy territory. He never allowed victory fever to override tactical judgment. If an engagement turned unfavorable, he disengaged without shame or hesitation. He understood that dead heroes were still dead, and living pilots could fight again tomorrow. His squadron mates noticed something else about Bong's flying. He never lost a wingman. In the brutal mathematics of aerial combat, where many aces accumulated kills while their wingmen died protecting them, Bong's record was remarkable. He treated his wingmen as partners, not expendable shields. He positioned them to support his attacks while keeping them out of maximum danger. He shared kills when his wingmen damaged aircraft that he finished off. This loyalty bred fierce devotion among those who flew with him. In November 1943, General Kenny ordered Bong back to the United States for 60 days leave. The general's reasoning was strategic. Bong had flown continuous combat for nearly a year. He needed rest. More importantly, his combat experience was invaluable for training replacement pilots and refining fighter doctrine. But there was another reason, though Kenny never stated it officially. Losing Bong in combat would be devastating to American morale. During his leave, Bong visited Superior State Teachers College for a homecoming event. There he met Marjorie Vitendel, a beautiful and intelligent student who would transform his life in ways combat never could. The two began dating immediately, and when Bong returned to the Pacific in January 1944, he carried something precious, a large photograph of Marge that he mounted on the nose of his P-38 Lightning. The aircraft was now named Marge in her honor. Unlike other pilots who adorned their aircraft with provocative nose art, Bong chose a respectful photograph of his girlfriend. His sister would later recall, he didn't have nude figures like some pilots. He had a beautiful girl instead. The red-painted wingtips and propeller spinners remained distinctive markings that Japanese pilots had learned to recognize and fear. But fate intervened in March 1944. Another pilot, Second Lieutenant Thomas Malone, was flying Marge on a weather reconnaissance mission when the aircraft suffered engine failure over Papua New Guinea and crashed into a ravine. Malone bailed out safely, but Marge was gone, swallowed by jungle that would hide her wreckage for 80 years. Bong mourned the loss of his namesake aircraft, but continued flying other P-38s, each one carrying Marge's photograph and his distinctive red markings. By April 1944, Bong had achieved 27 confirmed victories, surpassing Captain Eddie Rickenbacker's World War I record of 26 kills. Rickenbacker, America's previous ace of aces, sent Bong a personal letter of congratulations. "You have achieved what I always hoped another American pilot would accomplish. You have become the best of the best. Your skill and courage honor our Air Force and our nation." The national press seized on Bong's achievement. Newspapers across America proclaimed the modest pilot from Wisconsin as America's greatest fighter ace. Life magazine featured him in a photo spread. Radio programs broadcast interviews with him. Newsreel cameras followed his every move. The War Department, recognizing the propaganda value, promoted Bong to major and sent him on a 15-state war bond tour. For 2 months, Bong visited training bases, gave speeches to overflow crowds, and helped sell millions of dollars in war bonds. He spoke at aircraft factories, encouraging workers that their efforts directly supported pilots like him in combat. He visited hospitals, talking quietly with wounded servicemen, offering encouragement without false optimism. He appeared at civic events where mayors presented him with keys to their cities and crowds cheered his every word. He hated every minute of it. In letters to Marge, Bong expressed his frustration. "I'm not comfortable with attention and speeches. I belong in a cockpit, not on a stage. My squadron mates are still fighting while I tour the country. Every day away from combat is a day I fail my brothers in arms." The humility was genuine. Despite his record-breaking achievements, Bong saw himself as a pilot doing his job, nothing more. But the tour served its purpose. War bond sales surged wherever Bong appeared. Young men enlisted inspired by his example. Workers increased production knowing real pilots, like Bong, depended on their efforts. The shy farm boy had become, against his will, a symbol of American fighting spirit. General Kenny understood this, even if Bong did not. The ace's value extended beyond the aircraft he personally shot down. He inspired thousands of others to fight harder, work longer, and sacrifice more. General Kenny understood Bong's feelings, but had a larger strategic concern. Bong's death in combat would devastate American morale. The solution was elegant. In September 1944, when Bong returned to the Pacific, Kenny assigned him to 5th Air Force Headquarters as an advanced gunnery instructor. The orders explicitly stated Bong was permitted to fly missions, but not to actively seek combat. He would train other pilots and improve fighter doctrine, critical work keeping him away from the most dangerous missions. Bong found the loophole immediately. The orders said he couldn't seek combat. They didn't say he couldn't engage if combat found him. Flying from Tacloban on Leyte during the Philippines campaign, Bong managed to be in exactly the right place whenever Japanese aircraft appeared. His victory total climbed steadily, 20 kills, 30 kills, 35 kills. The Philippines campaign of late 1944 provided target-rich environments. Japanese air power, though greatly diminished from its 1942 strength, still mounted fierce resistance to MacArthur's return. Kamikaze attacks were beginning, desperate suicide missions that terrified American sailors, but offered opportunities for fighter pilots, like Bong, who could intercept the attackers before they reached the fleet. Each engagement was documented, filmed by gun cameras, and verified by multiple witnesses. There was no inflation of claims, no exaggeration. Every kill was legitimate. Bong's gun camera footage, reviewed by intelligence officers, showed a consistent pattern. Brief fire bursts, typically 2 to 3 seconds. Targets at close range, often less than 100 yards. Immediate disengagement after firing, using speed to escape before other enemy fighters could react. It was methodical, efficient, deadly. As his total climbed toward 40, speculation grew about when he'd be ordered home permanently. General Kenny walked a fine line. He wanted Bong to break records and boost morale, but he didn't want to lose America's greatest ace to a lucky enemy shot. The solution was to gradually reduce Bong's missions while allowing him enough opportunities to reach 40 kills, a round number that would cement his legend. On December 12, 1944, General Douglas MacArthur personally presented Bong with the Medal of Honor at Tacloban Airfield on Leyte. MacArthur, known for dramatic speeches, discarded his prepared remarks and spoke from the heart. Major Richard Irabong, who has ruled the air from New Guinea to the Philippines, I now induct you into the Society of the Bravest of the Brave, the wearers of the Congressional Medal of Honor of the United States. The ceremony took place on the very airfield where Bong had flown many of his final missions. Fighter aircraft lined the runway in the background. Hundreds of servicemen stood at attention in the tropical heat. MacArthur, wearing his trademark sunglasses and khaki uniform, presented the medal with rare, genuine emotion. He understood Bong represented something larger than individual achievement. He was proof that American fighting men could match and exceed the best warriors any enemy could field. The ceremony was filmed and shown in newsreels across America. The modest pilot stood at attention, visibly uncomfortable with the attention, as MacArthur pinned the Medal of Honor on his uniform. The citation accompanying the medal was detailed and specific, listing his 40 victories, his leadership, his devotion to duty, and his extraordinary heroism. But it couldn't capture the full measure of what Bong had accomplished. He hadn't just shot down 40 aircraft. He had transformed American fighter tactics. He had trained hundreds of pilots. He had proven that skill and discipline could defeat numerical odds and experienced enemies. 5 days after receiving the Medal of Honor, on December 17, 1944, Bong achieved his 40th and final aerial victory over the Philippines. The engagement was typically efficient. Bong dove on a formation of Japanese fighters, destroyed one with a 3-second fire burst, then climbed away before the other Japanese pilots could react. Gun camera footage showed the target aircraft exploding mid-air, its pilot having no chance to bail out. It was kill number 40, a record that would never be broken by another American pilot. Behind the scenes, both MacArthur and Kenny agreed. Bong had done enough. With 40 kills and the Medal of Honor, he'd be sent home permanently before combat could claim him. The decision was strategic and emotional. Losing Bong now would be a propaganda disaster and a personal tragedy. He had earned the right to survive. In January 1945, Major Richard Bong returned to the United States as America's most celebrated fighter pilot. The press coverage was intense. Every newspaper featured stories about the Ace of Aces. Radio programs interviewed him. Newsreels showed footage of his Medal of Honor ceremony. But what Americans wanted most was human interest. They wanted to know about Marge. On February 10, 1945, Richard Bong and Marjorie Vitendel were married in Superior, Wisconsin. The wedding was front-page news across the nation. Hundreds of well-wishers attended. The ceremony was simple but elegant, reflecting both their small-town values and the genuine love they shared. The wedding took place at Concordia Lutheran Church in Superior. Marge wore a traditional white gown. Dick wore his Army Air Forces dress uniform with his Medal of Honor prominently displayed. His squadron mates who could attend served as groomsmen. The church overflowed with family, friends, local residents, and reporters who documented every moment for a public hungry for good news after years of war. For Bong, who had spent 3 years in combat, the wedding represented normalcy, peace, and a future beyond war. In his wedding vows, witnessed by hundreds, he promised Marge a life free from the dangers he had faced. He spoke of building a home, starting a family, pursuing a career in aviation away from combat. The dreams were simple but profound for a man who had lived with death for 3 years. The reception was a joyous affair. Toasts were made, stories were told, laughter filled the room. For a few hours, the war seemed distant. Bong danced with his new bride, smiled for photographs, and allowed himself to imagine a future where his greatest challenges would be civilian concerns, not life and death struggles at 20,000 feet. The couple honeymooned in California, where Bong had accepted a position as test pilot for Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. His combat experience made him invaluable for evaluating new fighter designs. He would help develop the next generation of American fighters, specifically the Lockheed P-80 Shooting Star, America's first operational jet fighter. It seemed the perfect assignment for a pilot of Bong's caliber. Test flying offered challenge and excitement without the mortal danger of combat. He could build a life with Marge while contributing to aviation advancement. But jet aircraft in 1945 were experimental and dangerous. The technology was cutting edge. The performance unprecedented. But the reliability was questionable. Jet engines were temperamental. Control systems were unfamiliar. Safety procedures were still being developed through trial and error. Every test flight carried risk. On the morning of August 6, 1945, Bong reported to Lockheed's Burbank facility for a routine acceptance flight of P-80A tail number 44 to 85,048. He had accumulated 4 hours and 15 minutes of flight time in the P-80 across 12 flights. By test pilot standards, he was still familiarizing himself with the aircraft's characteristics. By combat pilot standards, he was comfortable and confident. The P-80 Shooting Star represented America's future in aviation. With a top speed of 594 miles per hour, it was significantly faster than any propeller-driven fighter. Its sleek design, with the jet engine buried in the fuselage and air intakes mounted in the fuselage sides, was revolutionary. But the technology was so new that procedures were still being refined through operational experience. Every test flight contributed to the growing body of knowledge about jet aircraft operations. The pre-flight inspection revealed nothing unusual. Bong started the single Allison J-33 turbojet engine normally. The jet engine's whine was markedly different from the roar of piston engines he had flown throughout his combat career. He taxied to runway 15 and received clearance for takeoff at 1,430 hours local time. Witnesses watched as the sleek jet began its takeoff roll. The acceleration was impressive, the P-80 reaching rotation speed quickly. Bong lifted off smoothly and began climbing. At approximately 300 feet altitude, witnesses noticed puffs of black smoke from the engine. The aircraft began rolling to the right, then leveled momentarily. The canopy separated and tumbled away. Bong had initiated ejection procedures. But then the engine failed completely. The P-80 pitched nose down into a steep descent. Bong ejected clear of the aircraft, but his altitude was critically low, perhaps 200 feet. The parachute deployed, its canopy snapping open, but there was insufficient time and altitude for the parachute to decelerate Bong's falling body. He struck the ground at high velocity at the intersection of Oxnard Street and Satsuma Avenue in Burbank. The P-80 impacted seconds later in a steep nose-down attitude, fuel exploding on impact. Emergency crews reached Bong within minutes, but he had died instantly from the impact. The investigation later determined the primary fuel pump had malfunctioned during takeoff. A backup auxiliary pump was available, mounted on the cockpit's left side console. The pump could be activated by a switch that Bong would have had to locate and activate while dealing with engine failure, loss of control, and the decision to eject. The investigation couldn't determine whether Bong had forgotten to activate it in the emergency or was unable to reach the switch before ejecting. Another test pilot, Captain Ray Crawford, reported that Bong had mentioned forgetting to activate the auxiliary pump on an earlier flight when the primary pump failed temporarily. The oversight had been corrected in flight with no consequences, but test pilots were warned never to repeat such errors. In the unforgiving environment of experimental aircraft testing, there was often no second chance. The news of Bong's death reached the public on August 7, 1945. Newspapers across America placed the announcement prominently, many directly below headlines about the atomic bombing of Hiroshima the previous day. The cruel irony was inescapable. Major Richard Ira Bong survived 3 years of combat against the Japanese Imperial Air Force, flew more than 200 missions, engaged in hundreds of aerial battles, and emerged unscathed. Then he died testing an American aircraft in California on the same day the atomic bomb heralded the end of the war. Marge Bong was devastated. They had been married less than 6 months. Their life together was just beginning. In interviews decades later, She would speak about that day with pain that never fully healed. Dick survived everything the Japanese threw at him. He came home to me. We were going to build a life together. And then, in one moment, he was gone. The cruelty of it still haunts me. Chuck Yeager, who would become America's most famous test pilot by breaking the sound barrier 2 years later, wrote about Bong's death in his autobiography. He noted that test pilots of that era dealt with frequent deaths through anger rather than sorrow, a psychological defense mechanism to cope with fearsome mortality rates. But Bong's death hit harder than most. He was supposed to survive. He had earned survival through skill and courage. His death seemed cosmically unfair. The funeral in Poplar, Wisconsin, drew thousands of mourners. Military honor guards flanked the casket. General Kenney attended personally, his grief evident. Marge walked behind the casket, supported by family members, her face a mask of controlled anguish. The small farming community that had sent its favorite son to war received him back for burial, but not in the manner anyone had hoped. Major Richard Ira Bong was 24 years old. The legacy Bong left behind extended far beyond his record of 40 confirmed aerial victories. His tactics became standard curriculum at fighter pilot training schools. The techniques he pioneered, energy management, altitude advantage, boom and zoom attacks, close-range firing, became doctrine taught to every American fighter pilot for decades. He proved that American pilots, properly trained and equipped, could defeat the best Japan offered. The psychological impact on Japanese pilots proved equally significant. Saburo Sakai, Japan's legendary ace, who survived the war with 64 confirmed kills, spoke extensively about American pilots in post-war interviews. His assessment was brutally honest. The P-38 would patrol above the altitude at which the Zero could fly. Their great speed at high altitudes allowed them to maneuver into the most advantageous positions. Then the big fighters would plunge from the sky to smash into the hapless Zero fighters. The P-38s were in a most enviable position. They could choose to fight when and where they desired, and on their own terms. Under such conditions, the Lightning became one of the most deadly of all enemy planes. The P-38 destroyed the morale of the Zero fighter pilot. The decorations Bong received during his short career reflected his extraordinary achievements. The Medal of Honor, America's highest military decoration, the Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars, 7 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 15 Air Medals. In total, 27 medals for valor and achievement. Yet those who knew him reported that his favorite phrase remained simple: "We're just doing our job." In the decades following World War II, Richard Bong was honored through numerous memorials. The airport at Superior, Wisconsin, was named Richard I Bong Airport. The Richard I Bong Veterans Historical Center opened in Superior, featuring exhibits about Bong and other American veterans. A Bong Memorial Room at Superior Central High School displays his uniform, medals, photographs, and memorabilia. Outside stands a restored P-38 Lightning similar to the one Bong flew to glory. Streets, bridges, and buildings across America bear his name. In 1986, 41 years after his death, Richard Bong was posthumously inducted into the National Aviation Hall of Fame. The ceremony brought together surviving members of his squadron, now elderly men who still remembered flying with him. Colonel Gerald Johnson, who flew with Bong in the 49th Fighter Group, spoke at the induction. "Dick Bong was the best pilot I ever knew. But that's not why we remember him. We remember him because he made everyone around him better. He taught us how to survive. He showed us that skill and discipline defeated raw aggression. He proved that determination and preparation could overcome any odds. We were honored to have flown with him." The discovery of Bong's crashed P-38 Marge in May 2024 brought closure to a story that had remained incomplete for 8 decades. On May 16, 2024, a joint expedition by the Richard I Bong Veterans Historical Center and Pacific Rex discovered wreckage in a ravine in Papua New Guinea's Madon province. Justin Talon, director of Pacific Rex, described finding 2 engines partially buried in soil with red paint still visible on the propeller spinners. Bong's 99-year-old sister, Jerry Fjellstead, expressed happiness at the discovery. The statistics of Bong's combat career tell a story of unmatched achievement. 40 confirmed aerial victories, a record that stands today. More than 200 combat missions flown. Over 500 hours of combat flight time. 0 losses of wingmen under his direct leadership. These numbers establish Bong as not just America's top ace, but one of the most effective fighter pilots in history. Thomas Maguire, who flew with Bong and became America's second highest scoring ace with 38 kills, described what made Bong exceptional. Dick was never the flashiest pilot. He didn't perform aerobatics in combat. He didn't take unnecessary risks. But he positioned himself perfectly, fired at the exact right moment, and never wasted shots. He treated aerial combat like an engineering problem. Calculate the angles, close the distance, eliminate the target, disengage safely. It was methodology applied to chaos. In the 79 years since Bong's death, his record of 40 victories remains unbroken by any American pilot. This isn't for lack of opportunity. American pilots fought in Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, and numerous other conflicts. But the nature of aerial warfare changed. Jet aircraft made engagements faster and shorter. Missiles replaced guns as primary weapons. Air superiority was often achieved quickly, limiting opportunities for pilots to accumulate high victory totals. Bong's record stands as a monument to a specific time and style of warfare that has passed into history. For Marge Bong, who later remarried and became Marge Drucker, her first husband remained a central part of her identity throughout her long life. She became a tireless advocate for veterans and military history education. She was instrumental in establishing the Richard I Bong Veterans Historical Center and worked to ensure Dick's legacy inspired future generations. In a letter written late in her life, Marge reflected on her brief marriage. World War II was a time in history that saw probably the most patriotic outpouring that the average citizen felt. Many people went through World War II and experienced all of this. They are alive today, and they can pass their stories on to younger generations. Dick's favorite phrase was, "We're just doing our job." Well, with the Heritage Center, we're doing our job by providing a very fitting tribute to all the heroes who came out of World War II. Richard Ira Bong flew his last combat mission on December 17, 1944. He died testing an experimental jet fighter on August 6, 1945. He lived only 24 years, was married for less than 6 months, and experienced combat for less than 3 years. Yet in that brief time, he changed aerial warfare, influenced tactical doctrine, inspired generations of fighter pilots, and became a permanent part of American military history. Major Richard Ira Bong earned 40 aerial victories in 3 years of combat. But his true achievement was greater. He demonstrated that analytical thinking and tactical discipline trumped raw aggression. He showed that technology meant nothing without skilled operators. He established standards of excellence that inspire still. The Japanese feared him with good reason. He was the best they ever faced. The pilot who ruled the skies from New Guinea to the Philippines. The ace of aces. America's deadliest fighter pilot. His P-38 Lightning, with its distinctive red wing tips and propeller spinners, became a symbol of American air superiority. Japanese pilots learned to recognize those markings and, when possible, avoided engagement. But Bong gave them little choice. He controlled when and where battles occurred. He exploited every advantage. He never fought fair, he fought smart. In the end, it wasn't enemy fire that claimed him. It was the forward march of technology, the transition from propeller-driven fighters to jets, from the familiar to the experimental. Perhaps there's a lesson in that. The warriors who master one era's warfare rarely survive to master the next. The skills that made Bong invincible in AP-38 couldn't save him in AP-80. But his legacy endures. Every American fighter pilot who learns energy tactics, who practices deflection shooting, who understands that altitude equals advantage, they're all students of Richard Bong, whether they know it or not. The farm boy from Wisconsin, who wanted to fly, became the standard by which all American fighter pilots are measured. 40 victories. the Medal of Honor, a legend that grows rather than fades with time. Richard Ira Bong didn't just win dogfights. He changed how America fights in the air, and that achievement will never be broken. Mount Suribachi loomed above the volcanic wasteland of Iwo Jima on February 23, 1945. Inside a reinforced concrete bunker, Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto's hands shook as he committed treason to paper. His words, if discovered by his superiors, would earn him a firing squad. Yet he wrote them anyway, compelled by a truth too overwhelming to contain. These Americans, these Marines, they don't behave like men. They refuse to die as others do. Every word we heard about their weakness was propaganda. Nothing but lies. Through the narrow firing slit, Yamamoto had witnessed something that shattered every assumption his training had drilled into him. 6 Marines had charged his position while machine gun fire tore through the air. 3 collapsed immediately. The remaining 3 kept advancing. When his comrades unleashed grenades, 1 Marine threw himself onto the blast, absorbing it with his own flesh to protect his squad. Then, impossibly, he continued fighting, catastrophic wounds and all, until his body simply refused to hold his weapon any longer. The survivors overran the position in minutes. 21,000 Japanese defenders occupied Iwo Jima, fortified within 18 kilometers of interconnected tunnels and reinforced positions. Tokyo had promised them they would face soft American troops, men who would crack under sustained pressure. What materialized instead would demolish every military calculation the Imperial Japanese Army had formulated about their adversaries. The mathematics of this catastrophic miscalculation weren't being recorded in strategic documents. They were being written in the savage reality of close-quarters combat that would consume 26,000 Marines as casualties across just 36 days. The first cracks, Guadalcanal, August 1942. Japanese confidence had begun crumbling long before Iwo Jima. On August 7, 1942, Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands became the testing ground. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, a veteran of the China campaign, where Japanese forces had seemed unstoppable, recorded his observations after the first week of combat. These Americans who came ashore are unlike any adversary we've encountered. They refuse to retreat when encircled. They won't surrender when their situation becomes hopeless. Most disturbing, they fight at night as though darkness strengthens rather than frightens them. Guadalcanal marked Japan's first defensive engagement in the Pacific. The Imperial Army anticipated easy victory over inexperienced American forces. The 1st Marine Division that stormed the beaches numbered slightly over 16,000 men. Japanese intelligence had classified Marines as elite troops certainly, but still Americans, products of a weak, democratic society that prioritized individual comfort over collective sacrifice. Within days, every single assumption proved catastrophically incorrect. Lieutenant Shigeru Fukudome commanded a reinforced company ordered to recapture Henderson Field on the night of August 20th. His unit of 200 men had previously defeated Chinese divisions 3 times their size. They advanced using textbook tactics, confident that Americans would panic in darkness. The Marines were positioned in meticulously prepared defensive positions with overlapping fields of fire. Fukudome's company walked directly into a killing zone. What followed defied everything in Japanese tactical doctrine. Rather than fortifying their positions and defending, the Marines immediately launched a counterattack into the darkness, wielding automatic weapons with devastating precision. Fukudome's diary, recovered 3 days after his death, recorded his disbelief. They attacked us during the night. We are supposed to be the ones who attack at night. They maneuvered through jungle we considered impassable. They killed silently, then vanished like ghosts. By sunrise, only 90 men remained for my company. The Americans had suffered 12 casualties. This pattern replicated itself across Guadalcanal. Japanese forces, accustomed to enemies who crumbled under banzai charges, discovered Marines who held their positions until physically overwhelmed, then fought hand-to-hand with bayonets, knives, and bare fists. Sergeant Kenji Matsumoto, who survived 4 months on Guadalcanal before evacuation, wrote in a letter later intercepted by American intelligence. "We were instructed that Americans are individualistic, that they won't sacrifice themselves for their comrades. This is completely false. I witnessed a Marine machine gunner continue firing with both legs shattered until Japanese infantry killed him at arm's length. His assistant immediately seized the weapon and resumed firing. We lost 40 men to that single position. Training that created warriors. The Marine training regimen that produced such soldiers baffled Japanese military analysts. Private Yamamoto, who would later face Marines on Iwo Jima, first learned about them during intelligence briefings in 1943. The instructor, a staff officer who had interrogated captured Marines, seemed genuinely disturbed. American Marines undergo training that would be classified as criminal abuse in any civilized military. They are systematically broken down mentally and physically, then reconstructed into something barely resembling the soft civilians who entered. They're taught to view death in combat as honorable, to never surrender, to fight until physically incapable. A pause. Then, this sounds familiar, doesn't it? They've copied our Bushido, but they've added something we failed to anticipate: American industrial capacity. The combination proved devastating. Japanese soldiers trained in the code of Bushido expected death before dishonor, but they fought with equipment increasingly inferior to American weaponry. Marines underwent training nearly as harsh as Japanese soldiers endured, creating warriors equally willing to die. But those Marines landed with overwhelming firepower that rendered Japanese positions untenable. November 20th, 1943, Tarawa Atoll. Rear Admiral Keiji Shibasaki commanded 4,500 defenders within fortifications deemed impregnable. The 2nd Marine Division dismantled that assumption in 76 hours. Private First Class Tadashi Ogawa, one of merely 17 Japanese survivors, described to interrogators what he witnessed. The first wave was slaughtered in the water. We killed hundreds. More landing craft arrived. The second wave died on the beach. Still more came. The third wave reached our positions carrying flamethrowers. They didn't stop until either we were dead or they were. The mathematics were merciless. Nearly 6,400 men died on Tarawa in 76 hours. The Marines who survived had demonstrated they would seize any objective regardless of the price demanded. Documents captured on Saipan in 1944 revealed Japanese intelligence assessments describing Marines as shock troops displaying fanatical devotion to objectives. Marines refuse orders to retreat and will counterattack even when tactically disadvantaged. Casualties inflicted on Marines do not degrade unit effectiveness until the unit is completely annihilated. This classification emerged from systematic study. Captain Yoshio Kobayashi, a Guadalcanal survivor, provided detailed comparative analysis. American Army infantry tactics are competent and conventional. The Marines operate differently. They advance aggressively regardless of casualties. They accept casualty rates that would force any rational commander to halt operations. This is unprecedented in modern warfare. The speed of death, Paliliu. The velocity of Marine operations proved as devastating as their firepower. Lieutenant Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, who commanded on Paliliu, constructed defenses based on previous campaigns where American forces paused after amphibious landings. The Marines never paused. They landed September 15th at 8:30 hours and controlled half the airfield by nightfall. Nakagawa's diary recorded his shock. My defensive plan collapsed because it assumed the enemy would act rationally. The Marines do not act rationally. They act with total commitment regardless of circumstances. This total commitment manifested in ways that appeared suicidal to Japanese observers, but proved devastatingly effective. Sergeant Kenji Matsumoto, captured on Bougainville, described witnessing a Marine platoon assault a fortified hilltop position. The approach required crossing open ground swept by machine gun fire from 3 bunkers. Japanese doctrine would have mandated extensive artillery preparation, followed by infantry assault under smoke cover. The Marine lieutenant assessed the position for perhaps 30 seconds, then ordered the assault with zero preparation. The platoon charged directly into the fire. 7 men fell in the first 20 seconds. The survivors reached the first bunker and destroyed it with grenades and demolition charges. 3 more men fell assaulting the second bunker. The remaining Marines captured it. The third bunker fell to the last 5 men standing. The platoon suffered 12 casualties from 37 men to take a position we considered impregnable. The entire action consumed 4 minutes, from order to completion. This wasn't courage. This was systematic application of acceptable casualties to achieve objectives faster than we could respond. The psychology of acceptable losses. The concept of acceptable casualties horrified Japanese officers trained to value their soldiers' lives within the context of achieving objectives. Marines calculated casualties as the cost of victory and paid that cost without hesitation when the objective warranted it. This created a psychological advantage beyond material superiority. Japanese commanders, knowing Marines would accept 50% casualties to take a position, faced impossible decisions: defend with insufficient force and lose the position, defend with adequate force, but weaken other positions, abandon the position, and cede terrain. Every option led to defeat. The only variable was timing. Major Yoshitaka Takahara, senior staff officer on Iwo Jima, who survived the battle, analyzed this dilemma in post-war interrogations. General Kurabayashi understood we could not stop the Marines. Our defenses were designed to delay them and inflict maximum casualties. We succeeded brilliantly at inflicting casualties. Over 20,000 Marines were killed or wounded in 36 days. This would have destroyed any other military force's ability to continue offensive operations. The Marines reinforced and continued attacking without any reduction in intensity. We calculated that inflicting 10,000 casualties would halt their advance for at least a week. They suffered 10,000 casualties in the first week, and their advance never slowed. This revealed the fundamental imbalance. They could replace casualties faster than we could kill them. They had 50 Marine divisions in the Pacific Theater or training in the United States. We had finite defenders on each island. Mathematics dictated our defeat. The logistics of inevitability. The mathematics extended beyond simple manpower. Marines landed with logistical support that enabled sustained operations at intensities Japanese forces could not match. Second Lieutenant Toshio Yamamoto, captured on Saipan, witnessed the contrast firsthand during a nighttime infiltration. I led a patrol to observe American positions 3 days after their landing. We expected to find exhausted troops with limited supplies, as Japanese forces would have been after 3 days of intense combat on a contested beachhead. Instead, we found Marines eating hot food, receiving ammunition resupply by truck, with medical tents treating wounded and rest areas where units rotated off the line. Their supply dumps contained more ammunition than my entire regiment possessed. They had mobile kitchens preparing fresh meals. They had portable showers and laundry facilities. They were fighting the most intense battle of the Pacific War and living better than we did in garrison. This demonstrated that defeating them was impossible. They would never exhaust their food, ammunition, medicine, or replacements. We would. The relentless American logistics created a form of attrition warfare that favored Marines despite higher initial casualties. Japanese defenders fought from fixed positions with limited supplies and zero reinforcement. Every casualty was permanent. Every round of ammunition expended could not be replaced. Marines fought from an expanding beachhead with supplies arriving daily by ship and air. Casualties were evacuated and replaced. Ammunition was unlimited. The longer a battle lasted, the weaker Japanese defenders became while Marines grew stronger. This dynamic proved decisive on Peleliu, where Colonel Nakagawa's defense lasted from September 15th to November 27th. The 1st Marine Division suffered such heavy casualties it was withdrawn and replaced by elements of the 81st Infantry Division in October. A 2nd Marine Division continued operations until Army units relieved them. The battle that Japanese planners expected to last 1 week consumed 11 weeks. Japanese defenders inflicted over 10,000 American casualties, but the Americans could afford those losses and continue attacking. Japan could not afford to defend every island at such cost. The arithmetic was unsustainable. The grim calculus of defeat. The unsustainability became apparent to Japanese military leadership by mid-1944. Intelligence summaries distributed to garrison commanders acknowledged that Marines could not be stopped, only delayed. One document captured on Tinian provided guidance that revealed complete abandonment of any hope for victory. When defending against Marine assault, do not expect to hold positions indefinitely. The objective is to delay the American advance sufficiently to enable other strategic objectives. Each day of resistance is valuable. Each Marine killed or wounded is valuable. But understand that the position will fall. Prepare accordingly. Stock positions with maximum ammunition. Create redundant defensive positions. Plan to fall back in stages. Accept that you will likely die in the defense. Your sacrifice buys time for the empire. There is honor in this sacrifice, even without victory. This grim calculus defined Japanese defensive strategy for the final year of the Pacific War. Defenders no longer fought to win battles. They fought to make those battles so costly that Americans might negotiate rather than invade Japan itself. Marines, by accepting casualties that would have forced other armies to halt, negated this strategy. They paid the price demanded and continued advancing. No cost was too high. No position was too strong. The offensive never stopped. Private Tadashi Ogawa, one of the few survivors from Tarawa, later described the psychological impact of facing such an enemy. After the first day of battle, we knew we would lose. The Marines had landed in overwhelming force. They had naval gunfire that destroyed our positions. They had air support that bombed us continuously. But we still believed we could make them pay such a terrible price they would reconsider future invasions. Then we watched them continue attacking despite horrific casualties. They walked through machine gun fire that killed dozens. More Marines came behind them. We killed them too. More came. We fought for 3 days with absolute commitment. We inflicted thousands of casualties. We died almost to the last man, and the Marines took Tarawa on schedule. They paid the price we demanded and continued their advance across the Pacific. That was when we understood the war was lost. An enemy who will pay any price to win cannot be defeated by making victory expensive. The spread of realization. This realization spread through the Japanese military as survivors from each battle carried their experiences to the next. By the time Marines landed on Iwo Jima in February 1945, every Japanese defender knew they faced the most implacable enemy in the Pacific. They knew they would die. They knew the Marines would take the island. The only question was how many Marines would die with them. General Kurabayashi's defensive plan accepted these realities and built strategy around them. His orders to troops acknowledged what official propaganda denied. We cannot win this battle. We can only make the Americans bleed for every meter of ground. That is our mission. Accept death. Inflict casualties. Delay their advance. This is how we serve the empire in its darkest hour. This assessment proved accurate in battle after battle. The Raiders, terror in the darkness. Before Kurabayashi's theories were tested on Iwo Jima, Marine Raiders had demonstrated capabilities beyond standard excellence. These elite units conducted deep penetration operations that created terror disproportionate to their small numbers. Japanese forces discovered that Raiders operated in darkness with devastating effectiveness. Colonel Kayaneo Ichiki learned this fatally on Guadalcanal in August 1942. His 900 men had defeated Chinese forces through aggressive night attacks. Japanese doctrine held that Americans feared darkness. Ichiki planned a textbook night assault against Marine positions on the Tenere River. Raiders from the 1st Marine Raider Battalion waited in prepared positions. Ichiki's force waded into the river at 1:30 hours on August 21st. Raiders opened fire at point-blank range with automatic weapons supported by pre-registered artillery. The battle lasted 20 minutes. Japanese casualties exceeded 700 killed. Marine casualties numbered 35. The Raiders were eventually disbanded and integrated into regular Marine divisions in 1944, but their tactics spread throughout the Corps. By then, standard Marine infantry employed techniques Raiders had pioneered. Night patrols probed continuously. Small units made independent decisions. Communications allowed unprecedented coordination. The result was an enemy that fought 24 hours per day with intensity Japanese forces could not sustain. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, who fought on 3 islands before his capture on Okinawa, summarized the experience. The Marines never stopped. Day attacks with overwhelming firepower. Night attacks by small units infiltrating our positions. Constant artillery harassment preventing rest. Air attacks throughout daylight hours. We were under pressure continuously from landing to defeat. Japanese forces traditionally controlled the night and could rest and regroup after daylight battles. Against the Marines, there was no rest. There was no safe time. There was only continuous combat until we were dead or captured. This was industrial warfare applied without mercy. The industrial aspect. The industrial nature of Marine operations fascinated and terrified Japanese military analysts. Unlike Japanese forces that relied on spirit and individual sacrifice to overcome material limitations, Marines systematically applied maximum force to every problem. When faced with a fortified position, they did not rely on courage or clever tactics. They identified the position, called an artillery that fired hundreds of shells to destroy it, brought forward tanks with flamethrowers to burn out survivors, then sent infantry to secure the position. If resistance continued, naval gunfire from destroyers or battleships would obliterate the entire area. This methodical destruction was horrifying in its efficiency. Second Lieutenant Saburo Endo, an artillery forward observer on Saipan, watched Marine combined arms tactics during the June 1944 invasion. His diary recorded detailed observations. The Marines landed under covering fire from warships that fired continuously for 3 hours before the first landing craft touched the beach. Aircraft bombed our positions for 2 hours before the landing. When Marines came ashore, every movement was supported by tanks, artillery, naval gunfire, and airstrikes. They advanced slowly and carefully, destroying everything in their path. When we stopped them at prepared positions, they called in battleship fire that literally erased hills from the landscape. They did not try to overcome our positions through courage or clever tactics. They used overwhelming force to eliminate the positions, then advanced. This is not warfare as we understand it. This is industrial destruction applied systematically until resistance becomes impossible. We fought with rifles and light machine guns. They fought with an entire industrial nation's resources. Endo's observations captured what many Japanese soldiers realized too late. The Pacific War was not a test of warrior spirit or tactical excellence. It was a contest between Imperial Japan's limited industrial base and America's overwhelming production capacity. Marines were the cutting edge of that production capacity. Warriors trained to exploit American advantages ruthlessly while accepting casualties that leveraged superior numbers and replacements. Against such an enemy, Japanese courage and tactical skill meant nothing. The outcome was mathematically determined from the start. Only the duration and cost remained variable. Iwo Jima, Kuribayashi's defense. General Kuribayashi banned the banzai charges that had wasted Japanese lives in previous battles. He created a defense in depth that channeled Marines into killing zones covered by multiple bunkers. He positioned artillery to deliver devastating fire on landing beaches. He built 11 miles of tunnels, connecting 1,500 cave positions. Every approach was registered for mortar and artillery fire. The beach was a death trap. 3 Marine divisions, 70,000 men, landed on Iwo Jima on February 19th. Kuribayashi's defenses worked exactly as planned. Naval bombardment barely scratched the fortifications. Marines landed in neat waves and immediately took catastrophic casualties. Within minutes, the black volcanic sand was covered with dead and wounded. Japanese artillery observers called down perfectly coordinated fire. The assault seemed to be failing. Then something happened that Kurabayashi had not anticipated, though he should have from previous battles. The Marines did not withdraw to regroup. They advanced into the artillery fire. They found the gaps between Japanese positions and exploited them. When bunkers stopped the advance, demolition teams crawled forward under fire to destroy them. When those teams died, other Marines took their place. The attack never stopped. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto watched from his bunker as Marines assaulted the position to his right. His diary records the incomprehension Japanese defenders felt. A Marine flamethrower team approached the bunker. We killed the operator. His assistant picked up the weapon and continued. We killed him. A third Marine took the weapon. We wounded him severely. He continued firing until the weapon was empty, then threw grenades into the firing ports until we killed him. By then, demolition engineers had reached the bunker entrance. The position was lost. This happened 30 times in the first hour. How do you defeat men who will not stop? The brutal arithmetic. The answer, as Japanese defenders discovered, was that you could not. The brutal arithmetic of Iwo Jima demonstrated Marine doctrine in its purest form. 70,000 Marines landed. 26,000 became casualties, including nearly 7,000 killed. But all 21,000 Japanese defenders died except for 1,600 who were captured, most because they were unconscious or too wounded to resist. The Marines paid an almost unimaginable price, but they took every objective. Kurabayashi himself, who survived until late March 1945, wrote his final assessment in a message smuggled to Tokyo before the position collapsed. The Marines are the most effective fighting force I have encountered. They possess several attributes that make them uniquely dangerous. First, their training creates soldiers willing to accept casualties that would break other units. Second, their firepower exceeds ours by a factor of 5:1 in artillery and 10:1 in air support. Third, their junior leaders make decisions at squad level that our officers make at company level, allowing them to exploit opportunities faster than we can react. Fourth, and most critical, they never stop attacking. There is no defense that can survive this combination indefinitely. This final point terrified Japanese defenders across the Pacific. Soldiers could accept defeat in battle. They could understand being outgunned or outmaneuvered. What they could not comprehend was an enemy that simply would not stop regardless of losses. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, who fought on 3 islands before his capture on Okinawa, explained in a post-war interview, "You must understand the difference between Marines and other American forces. Army units would attack, take casualties, and pull back to reorganize. This is sensible military doctrine. Marines would attack, take casualties, and continue attacking over the bodies of their own dead. This is not military doctrine. This is something else entirely. The transformation of boot camp. The quality that made Marines so feared was deliberately created through training that broke recruits down to nothing, then rebuilt them into warriors whose identity was inseparable from the Corps itself. Documents captured on Saipan included interrogation reports of a Marine prisoner who explained the transformation to bewildered Japanese intelligence officers. Boot camp lasts 8 weeks. For the first 4 weeks, drill instructors destroy everything civilian in the recruit. You are told you are worthless, that you will never be a Marine, that you should quit and join the Army. The abuse is psychological and physical. You are pushed until you think you cannot continue, then pushed further. Those who quit are publicly shamed. Those who remain learn that surrender is not an option. The interrogation report noted the Japanese officer's response. This resembles our own training, but more systematic. However, the Marine prisoner then described something that had no parallel in Japanese military training. The second 4 weeks, the instructors build you into a Marine. You learn that you are part of something greater than yourself, that every Marine Whoever lived is your brother. This created something unique. Marines fought because to fail was to betray every Marine who had ever lived. The psychological pressure created fighters who would advance when rational calculation said to stop. When banzai charges failed. Japanese forces encountered this mentality in its most concentrated form during banzai charges that should have succeeded but failed catastrophically. October 24th to 25th, 1944. Saipan. Colonel Takuya Takashina led approximately 3,000 Japanese soldiers in a final banzai charge against Marine positions. Japanese doctrine held that such an assault, conducted with absolute commitment, would shatter any defense through sheer ferocity and the defender's fear of being overrun. The Marines of the 27th Infantry Division, positioned in the attack's path, were mostly sleeping when the charge began at 3 o'clock hours. Japanese soldiers poured into the Marine lines screaming, bayonets fixed, overwhelming forward positions through sheer numbers. Traditional doctrine would call for a fighting retreat to regroup. The Marines counterattacked immediately. Officers and sergeants organized desperate defensive stands at key positions. Marines used every weapon available, from artillery firing at point-blank range to trench knives in hand-to-hand combat. The fighting lasted 4 hours. When dawn broke, Japanese bodies covered an area 500 meters deep. American casualties numbered 90 killed and 247 wounded. 3,000 Japanese soldiers died. Private First Class Issei Yoshida survived the charge with severe wounds. His interrogation report, filed 3 days later, captured the shock Japanese soldiers felt. We were told that Americans fear close combat, that they rely on firepower because they are cowards at heart. We charged into their positions, expecting them to break. They fought us hand-to-hand and defeated us. I saw a Marine sergeant kill 7 men with a bayonet and a pistol before he fell. This is not cowardice. We were lied to. The material contrast. The lies extended to every aspect of Marine capabilities. Japanese propaganda had spent years describing Americans as soft, individualistic people who could not withstand hardship. Marines sleeping in foxholes filled with water, eating cold rations for weeks, fighting in 100-degree heat with 80% humidity, contradicted those claims. Japanese soldiers supposedly trained for hardship watched Marines thrive in conditions that taxed Japanese endurance to its limits. Corporal Kenji Matsumoto, who survived Guadalcanal before being transferred to Bougainville, where he was captured in February 1944, described the contrast in conditions. We were on reduced rations by September 1942, rice twice per day, sometimes less. We supplemented with anything edible we could find in the jungle. We watched the Marines eat 3 full meals daily, sometimes more. They received regular resupply by air and sea. They had fresh water, medical supplies, ammunition without limit. We realized we were fighting an enemy who would never run out of resources. That understanding broke something in us. Combined arms superiority. The material superiority Marines enjoyed was devastating. When faced with fortified bunkers, Marines called in artillery that delivered hundreds of shells in minutes, brought forward Sherman tanks with flamethrowers, and used naval gunfire that could level hills. If that failed, demolition teams would pack hundreds of pounds of explosives against positions. Lieutenant Shigeru Fukudome, before his death on Guadalcanal, wrote the most comprehensive analysis of Marine combined arms tactics captured during the war. The Marines do not fight like individual soldiers. They fight like parts of a single machine. Riflemen fix our position. Machine gunners suppress our fire. Mortars deliver smoke to blind our observers. Artillery destroys our bunkers. Tanks advance with infantry following. Aircraft bomb any position artillery cannot reach. This happens within minutes of contact, coordinated by junior officers using radios we do not possess. We cannot counter this because we cannot coordinate at the same speed. By the time our commander understands the situation and issues orders, the Marines have already moved to exploit our weakness. Decentralized decision-making. This speed of execution was possible because Marines delegated authority to the lowest possible level. Sergeants made decisions that Japanese doctrine reserved for captains. Corporals led assaults that required a lieutenant's authority in the Imperial Japanese Army. The result was an enemy that adapted faster than Japanese forces could react. When a bunker stopped a Marine advance, a sergeant would immediately redirect the attack through a different approach while calling in supporting fire, all without waiting for orders from above. Japanese defenders often found themselves fighting enemies who appeared in unexpected directions because Marines had identified and exploited weaknesses before Japanese commanders recognized they existed. The most feared weapon. The most feared Marine weapon was not rifles or artillery. It was the flamethrower. Japanese soldiers trained to die honorably in combat discovered that flamethrowers offered no honorable death. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, captured on Okinawa with burns covering 40% of his body, described the psychological impact. We were taught to accept death in battle as glorious. Death by bullets, bayonets, artillery, these are warriors' deaths. Fire is something different. You watch flames approach your position. You smell comrades burning alive. You hear the screaming. There is no glory in this death. It is industrial slaughter. This is what the Marines understood that we did not. Modern war has no place for glory. It is about killing the enemy as efficiently as possible using the best tools available. The intelligence assessment. This realization came too late for most Japanese defenders. By 1944, every Japanese soldier in the Pacific knew that facing Marines meant facing the most lethal combination of training, equipment, and doctrine the Americans possessed. Intelligence reports distributed to garrison forces described Marines with a mixture of respect and dread that bordered on superstition. One document captured on Tinian in July 1944 provided detailed guidance on defending against Marine assaults. The report acknowledged several facts that contradicted years of Japanese propaganda. First, Marines are physically larger and stronger than Japanese soldiers on average due to superior nutrition since childhood. Second, Marines receive more ammunition, better weapons, and more reliable equipment than Imperial Japanese Army troops. Third, Marine training emphasizes marksmanship to a degree unmatched by Japanese forces. The average Marine rifleman can hit targets at ranges where our soldiers cannot. Fourth, Marines operate with air and naval support that we cannot match or counter. Fifth, and most critically, Marines are trained to believe surrender is unacceptable. They will fight to death or victory. There is no third option. The report then provided tactical guidance that revealed how thoroughly Japanese confidence had collapsed. When facing Marines, do not expect them to retreat. Do not assume casualties will degrade their morale. Do not believe superiority in numbers provides an advantage, as their firepower negates numerical superiority. Do not attempt banzai charges unless no other option exists, as Marines will slaughter charging troops with automatic weapons and artillery. Do not expect them to fear nighttime attacks, as they fight effectively in darkness. The only effective defense is prepared positions protected by interlocking fields of fire, with multiple fallback positions prepared in advance, and with the understanding that the position will eventually fall. The goal is not to stop the Marines, but to exact maximum casualties before the position is overrun. Kuribayashi's clear-eyed assessment. This defensive doctrine acknowledged reality, but offered no path to victory. General Tadamaki Kuribayashi, preparing Iwo Jima's defenses in early 1945, understood this perfectly. He wrote to his wife in January, 1 month before the invasion, "I am asked to defend Iwo Jima against American Marines. This is a mathematical problem with only one solution. The Marines will land with 70,000 men. They will have complete control of sea and air. They will bring unlimited ammunition and supplies. They will attack until Iwo Jima falls. My mission is not to defeat them. That is impossible. My mission is to make them pay such a terrible price that the Americans will reconsider invading the home islands. Every day I keep them fighting is a day the Empire has to prepare. Every Marine killed is one less enemy in the final battle." Kuribayashi's strategy reflected the evolution of Japanese defensive doctrine from confident aggression to desperate attrition. The flaw in the strategy. The Marines who landed on Iwo Jima on February 19 faced defenses designed not to repel them, but to bleed them in ways that would destroy American resolve. Every bunker was positioned to require direct assault. Every cave entrance was covered by multiple firing positions. Every meter of ground cost lives to take. The strategy failed because it misunderstood Marine culture. High casualties did not break Marine morale. They reinforced it. Every fallen Marine demanded vengeance. Every day of brutal combat strengthened survivors' determination to win. The worse the fighting became, the harder Marines fought. This was incomprehensible to Japanese military thinking, which assumed that even fanatical troops had a breaking point. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto, who survived until March 10th before dying in his bunker, wrote his final diary entry the night before. Tomorrow the Marines will reach this position. We have killed hundreds of them in the past 3 weeks. More arrive every day. They do not weaken. They do not slow down. They do not stop. I thought our spirit was stronger than American materialism. I was wrong. The Marines have both spirit and material. They have courage equal to ours combined with weapons and supplies we cannot match. They are what we claim to be. We are what we claimed they were. This is the truth we die knowing. His bunker was destroyed the next morning by a Marine demolition team after a 6-hour battle that killed all 11 defenders and wounded 3 Marines. The position delayed the Marine advance by exactly 40 minutes before being bypassed by other units that continued advancing while combat engineers reduced the bunker. The pattern of futility. This pattern repeated across Iwo Jima thousands of times. Japanese defenders fought with desperate courage, inflicting terrible casualties, achieving nothing except their own deaths. The campaign ended on March 26th. The final statistics told the story of what happened when Marines fought the best defenses Japan could create. 21,000 Japanese defenders died, 600 surrendered, most because they were unconscious or physically incapable of resistance. The Marines suffered 26,000 casualties from 70,000 men committed, nearly 40% casualties. Any other military force would have required months to recover. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions were back in action within 6 weeks. The defining characteristic. This ability to absorb casualties and continue fighting became the defining characteristic that most terrified Japanese defenders. Corporal Kenji Matsumoto, imprisoned in Hawaii after his capture, explained in a 1946 interview what Japanese soldiers felt facing Marines. The worst part was knowing they would never stop. You could kill half a Marine unit, and the survivors would continue attacking. You could wound their leaders, and sergeants would take command. You could fight them to exhaustion, and they would attack again the next day. There was no way to win. You could only kill them until they killed you. That is not war. That is mutual annihilation. And the Marines had more men than we did. American industrial regeneration. The American industrial capacity that produced waves of replacement Marines astonished Japanese military planners. Intelligence reports from late 1944 noted that Marine divisions suffered 75% casualties on Peleliu in September 1944, then returned to full strength within 3 months. Those replacements landed on Iwo Jima in February and fought with the same effectiveness as veterans. This ability to regenerate defeated units was beyond Japanese capability. The Imperial Japanese Army had no comparable training system, no replacement pipeline that could maintain unit quality while absorbing catastrophic losses. American efficiency extended to every aspect of Marine operations. Wounded Marines received medical treatment within minutes of being hit. Casualty evacuation by air and sea moved wounded men from battlefield to hospital ship in hours. Blood plasma, antibiotics. Surgical care saved lives at rates unprecedented in military history. Japanese wounded often died from lack of medical supplies, from infected wounds, from injuries that American medicine routinely treated. captured Japanese soldiers watched Marines who should have died from wounds that would have killed Japanese soldiers instead survive to fight again. After surrender, the final humiliation. The final humiliation came after Japanese surrender in August 1945. Marines occupied Japanese home islands expecting resistance from a population indoctrinated to die rather than submit. Instead, they found exhausted people grateful the war had ended. Private First Class Issei Yoshida, repatriated in 1946 after recovering from wounds received on Saipan, described his return home. Everything we were told was lies. The Marines did not torture prisoners. They provided food, medical care, shelter. They treated us better than our own officers had. The Americans were not barbarians. We were the barbarians. This knowledge destroyed what remained of our faith in the empire. Common themes in defeat. Thousands of former Japanese soldiers reached similar conclusions. The post-war interrogation reports revealed common themes. Respect for Marine fighting qualities, bitterness toward Japanese leadership that had lied about American capabilities, recognition that the war had been hopeless from the start because Japan could not match American industrial capacity or the fighting quality of troops like the Marines. The most comprehensive assessment came from General Tadamaki Kurabayashi's final message from Iwo Jima, delivered through desperate radio transmission on March 21st, 5 days before the island fell. I have fought the Marines for 31 days. They are the finest soldiers I have encountered. Their training is superior. Their equipment is overwhelming. Their courage equals ours. And their numbers are endless. Japan cannot defeat such an enemy. We can only die fighting them and hope that our sacrifice buys time for peace negotiations that preserve something of our nation. To my fellow officers preparing to defend the home islands, know this: the Marines will come. You cannot stop them. You can only make them pay in blood for every meter of ground. Perhaps if the price is high enough, they will negotiate rather than destroy everything. That is our only hope. The hope that died. That hope died with the atomic bombs in August. But Kurabayashi's assessment of Marines proved accurate. They were the tip of the spear that broke Japanese defensive lines across the Pacific. They paid a terrible price, with casualty rates that would have destroyed lesser organizations. But they never broke, never retreated, never surrendered an objective. They were exactly what Japanese propaganda had claimed the Imperial Japanese Army was: invincible warriors who would fight to death before accepting defeat. The final irony. The final irony was that Marines achieved this through systematic training and overwhelming material support, not through mystical warrior spirit or racial superiority. They proved that modern warfare required both courage and industrial capacity, both training and technology, both individual sacrifice and national resources. Japan had courage and training. America had everything. The Marines embodied that totality in a way no other American unit matched. Japanese veterans recognized this distinction. Corporal Hideo Takahashi, interviewed in 1975 as an old man, summarized what his generation learned fighting Marines. We were taught that spirit conquers material, that our will to die made us invincible. The Marines taught us that spirit plus material conquers spirit alone. They were as willing to die as we were, but they had Sherman tanks and naval gunfire and unlimited ammunition and air supremacy and medical care and food and all the resources of America behind them. We had our rifles and our courage and promises of victory. That was not enough. It was never going to be enough. The Marines proved that on every island they took. The statistical record supports this conclusion. Marines fought in every major Pacific campaign from Guadalcanal in August 1942 to Okinawa in June 1945. They suffered 86,000 casualties, including 19,500 killed. But they never failed to take an objective, never abandoned a position once captured, never gave Japanese forces reason to believe Marines could be defeated through superior tactics or fighting spirit. The price was terrible. The results were absolute. Post-war analysis. Japanese military analysts studying Marine operations after the war reached unanimous conclusions. The Marines represented the ultimate expression of American military power. They combined warrior ethos matching Japanese Bushido with industrial resources matching American production capacity. They trained soldiers willing to die for victory while providing those soldiers with weapons and support that made victory possible. This combination was unbeatable. Lessons learned too late. The lessons learned came too late for the 21,000 Japanese soldiers who faced Marines on Iwo Jima, or the 30,000 who fought them on Okinawa, or the hundreds of thousands who prepared to fight them on the home islands before surrender ended the war. Those men knew only that Marines were the enemy they feared most, the enemy their officers could not stop, the enemy who would keep coming regardless of casualties until every Japanese defender was dead. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto's final diary entry, written hours before his death in a bunker on Iwo Jima, captured this knowledge. The Marines will win not because they are braver than we are, not because they want victory more than we do. They will win because their nation gives them everything they need to win, and they will use those resources without mercy until we are all dead. This is the truth our leaders should have told us. We are samurai, fighting with swords against men with machine guns who also have the spirit of samurai. There was never any hope. There was only death. His bunker fell the next day. The Marines who cleared it found his diary and forwarded it to intelligence officers who translated it and filed it among thousands of similar documents. A truth written in blood. The words captured a truth that Japanese soldiers across the Pacific had learned through brutal experience. Fighting the Marines was not like fighting other American forces. It was not like fighting British or Chinese or any other enemy. It was fighting an opponent who combined everything Japan claimed to possess with everything Japan lacked. That combination made the Marines the most feared enemy Japanese soldiers would face. Statistics and stories. The statistics tell part of the story. The battles tell more. But the words of Japanese soldiers who survived to tell of it reveal the complete picture. They fought men who would not stop, who would not surrender, who would die before accepting defeat, and who had the weapons and support to make that spirit devastating. Against such an enemy, courage was not enough. Training was not enough. Determination was not enough. Nothing was enough except surrender or death. The Japanese military chose death. The Marines delivered it with systematic efficiency. Why they were feared. That was why Japanese soldiers feared fighting the Marines more than any other unit. The Marines said they would take the objective, and they took it. They said they would accept any cost, and they paid it. They never stopped. Japanese defenders discovered that courage meant nothing when facing an enemy who matched their determination and exceeded their firepower by factors that made resistance futile. That was the lesson learned in blood from Guadalcanal to Okinawa. The post-war admission. After the war ended and propaganda dissolved, Japanese veterans acknowledged the truth their leaders had hidden. The Marines were everything Japan claimed its soldiers were, backed by everything Japan could never provide. Against such an enemy, the war was lost before it began. The Marines proved it completely, one island at a time, at a cost measured in thousands of lives on both sides. Reflections on spirit and material. The Marine Corps demonstrated that the dichotomy between spirit and material was false. Modern warfare required both in equal measure. A warrior willing to die meant nothing if he lacked the tools to fight effectively. Superior weapons meant nothing if the soldiers using them lacked the will to press forward under fire. The Marines possessed both qualities in abundance, supported by a nation capable of sustaining both qualities indefinitely. Japan possessed one quality, the willingness to die, but lacked the industrial capacity to sustain it. As the war progressed, this imbalance became not just apparent, but overwhelming. The voice of survivors. Every Japanese survivor interviewed after the war spoke of this realization, though they described it in different ways. Some focused on the weapons disparity. Others emphasized Marine training and tactics. Still others pointed to American logistics and medical care. But all reached the same conclusion. The Marines represented a form of warfare Japan could not match or counter. They were the synthesis of everything modern war demanded, delivered with relentless efficiency and supported by inexhaustible resources. The final assessment. In the end, Private Yamamoto's assessment proved most accurate. The Marines won not through superior spirit. Japanese soldiers possessed equal courage, but through the combination of that spirit with overwhelming material advantage. They were samurai with machine guns, fighting samurai with swords. The outcome was never in doubt. Only the cost remained to be calculated, and that cost was measured in tens of thousands of lives on both sides. Lives spent proving what mathematics had determined from the war's beginning. The human cost. The human cost extended beyond casualty figures. It included the destruction of Japanese military confidence, the collapse of faith in leadership that had promised victory, and the bitter realization that courage alone could not overcome material disadvantage. For the Marines, the cost included physical wounds that would never fully heal, psychological trauma that would last lifetimes, and the burden of having been the instrument of such comprehensive destruction. Both sides paid prices that transcended statistics. Both sides learned lessons written in blood and sacrifice. The evolution of understanding. In the decades following the war, as the propaganda faded and honest reflection became possible, Japanese veterans began to articulate what they had learned with greater clarity. The Marines had not been demons or supermen. They had been extraordinarily well-trained soldiers, supported by a system that maximized their effectiveness. They had been men willing to die, backed by a nation capable of ensuring that willingness translated into victory. The systematic approach to war. What most impressed Japanese analysts in retrospect was not individual Marine heroism. Japanese soldiers had demonstrated equal heroism, but the systematic approach to warfare the Marines embodied. Every aspect of Marine operations was designed for maximum efficiency. Training that created psychological resilience tactics, that leveraged firepower superiority logistics, that enabled sustained operations medical care, that preserved fighting strength command structure, that enabled rapid decision-making combined arms coordination, that overwhelmed defenses. This systematic approach to warfare represented modern military thinking at its most developed. It was warfare as industrial process rather than warrior contest. The contrast in philosophy. Japanese military philosophy had emphasized spirit, sacrifice, and individual warrior excellence. These remained important in modern warfare, but they were insufficient without the supporting infrastructure the Americans provided. The Marines proved that modern warfare required industrial capacity to produce weapons logistical systems, to deliver supplies medical infrastructure, to preserve manpower training systems, to create skilled soldiers command philosophy that empowered junior leaders' national will to sustain operations despite casualties. Japan possessed some of these elements. America possessed all of them. The Marines were the sharp edge of that comprehensive system. Recognition without bitterness. By the 1970s and 1980s, as aging Japanese veterans reflected on their experiences, a curious quality emerged in their assessments. They spoke of the Marines with respect rather than bitterness. They recognized that they had faced not monsters, but fellow warriors, men who had simply been better supported by their nation's industrial and logistical capacity. Corporal Matsumoto, in his final interview before his death in 1983, expressed this perspective. We fought bravely. The Marines fought bravely. The difference was not in courage, but in support. They had everything they needed to win. We had only our determination. In modern warfare, determination alone is insufficient. The broader lesson. The broader lesson extended beyond military tactics to questions of national strategy. Japan had initiated war against an opponent with 10 times its industrial capacity, then fought that war as though spirit could overcome material disadvantage. The Marines demonstrated, island by island, that this assumption was catastrophically wrong. Modern warfare required both spiritual and material elements. Neglecting either guaranteed defeat. This lesson, purchased at terrible cost, influenced Japanese strategic thinking in the post-war era. The human element. Yet even as Japanese veterans acknowledged the systemic advantages Marines possessed, they never forgot the human element, the individual Marines who had advanced under fire, who had fought until physically unable to continue, who had matched Japanese determination with their own unwavering commitment. These were not faceless representatives of American industrial might. They were individual warriors who had earned respect through their actions under fire. Private Yoshida, in a 1987 interview, captured this dual recognition. The Marines were men like us, men who feared death but advanced anyway, men who suffered but continued fighting, men who demonstrated courage equal to any samurai. But unlike us, they were supported by a nation that gave them the tools to make their courage effective. That was the difference that mattered. The final word. In the end, the Japanese perspective on fighting the Marines came down to a simple recognition. They had faced the most effective fighting force the Americans could field, supported by the full industrial and logistical capacity of a continental nation. Against such opposition, Japanese defenders had fought with desperate courage, inflicting casualties that would have stopped any other adversary. But the Marines were not like any other adversary. They absorbed those casualties, reinforced, and continued advancing until every objective was secured. The pattern repeated from Guadalcanal to Okinawa, proving with mathematical certainty what Japanese commanders should have recognized from the beginning. Modern warfare could not be won through spirit alone. Private Yamamoto's epitaph. Private First Class Tadashi Yamamoto died in his bunker on Iwo Jima on March 11, 1945. His diary survived him, recovered by Marines who cleared the position. His final entry served as epitaph not just for himself, but for all Japanese soldiers who faced the Marines. We were told we were invincible. We were told our spirit made us superior. We were told the Americans were weak. All lies. The Marines have proven themselves everything we claim to be, with resources we could never match. They are the future of warfare, warriors supported by industry, courage backed by material, spirit combined with system. We are the past, samurai facing machine guns, believing willpower alone could achieve victory. The past cannot defeat the future. This is the lesson we die learning. The legacy. 70 years later, that lesson remains relevant. The Pacific War demonstrated conclusively that modern warfare requires the synthesis of human courage and industrial capacity, tactical skill and technological superiority, individual sacrifice and systemic support. The Marines embodied that synthesis. They were neither the demons Japanese propaganda had described nor the soft Americans that same propaganda had promised. They were warriors equal to Japanese soldiers in courage, superior in training, and overwhelmingly superior in support. Against such an enemy, Japanese defenders learned there could be only one outcome. The only variable was how long it took to reach that inevitable conclusion and how many lives it would cost on both sides. The answer proved to be longer than anyone expected and more costly than anyone imagined. But the outcome was never truly in doubt. The Marines would advance. The Marines would pay whatever price victory demanded. The Marines would take their objectives. And Japanese defenders, no matter how brave, no matter how determined, could not stop them. That was the truth Japanese soldiers learned, island by island, battle by battle, from August 1942 to August 1945. It was a truth purchased in blood and carved into history through sacrifice on both sides. It was the truth that defined the Pacific War and shaped the world that followed. This narrative is based on translated diary entries, interrogation reports, and post-war interviews with Japanese veterans who fought against U.S. Marines during World War II. Their perspectives, preserved in military archives, provide insight into how Japanese soldiers perceived and understood the enemy they faced across the Pacific Theater. December 21, 1944, 5:30 a.m. The basement command post in Bastogne, Belgium was freezing. Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe stood watching through a narrow window as German panzer tanks positioned themselves for what looked like the assault that would decide everything in the next 2 days. McAuliffe commanded every Allied unit in Bastogne, the 101st Airborne Division, Combat Command B from the 10th Armored Division, Tank Destroyer Battalions, Artillery Battalions, Scattered Engineer Units, stragglers from divisions that had been shattered, roughly 18,000 men, completely surrounded by 3 German divisions. He was 46 years old, from Washington, D.C., West Point graduate, class that finished in November 1918, just as the previous war ended. He commanded the division's artillery, not the division itself. The actual division commander, Major General Maxwell Taylor, was back in Washington attending conferences. Command had fallen to McAuliffe by circumstance, not design. That morning, the Germans had completed their encirclement, cutting all 7 highways leading out of town. McAuliffe's forces were outnumbered 5-1. Ammunition was running low. Most men had no winter clothing despite temperatures dropping to -15 Celsius. The nearest Allied reinforcements were 60 kilometers away, fighting through German lines to reach them. The German divisions closing the ring, 2nd Panzer, Panzerlehr, and 26th Volksgrenadier, had a clear mission: capture Bastogne Road Junction and push west to the Meuse River and Antwerp. This was Hitler's last desperate gamble in the West. Everything depended on speed, on seizing those crossroads before American reinforcements could arrive. But here's what the Germans failed to understand. What they thought was a trap was actually the worst tactical mistake of their entire offensive. By surrounding Bastogne, instead of bypassing it, they were about to concentrate their armor into a killing zone that would cost them the equivalent of 5 divisions and destroy any chance of reaching their objective. McAuliffe knew this. 2 days earlier, on December 19th, he'd explained to his regimental commanders exactly why getting surrounded at Bastogne would destroy the German offensive. What happened over the next 8 days would prove him right, would annihilate Germany's last armored reserve in the West, and would transform an apparent catastrophe into one of the most decisive American victories of World War II. The disaster had already begun for other American units. The first to fall was the 106th Infantry Division on December 17th. McAuliffe had received reports about their collapse while still moving north from France. The 106th had been holding the Schnee Eifel, a ridge along the German border. Green troops, newly arrived, positioned in what was supposed to be a quiet sector for training. On December 16th at 5:30 a.m., the Germans had hit them with 90 minutes of artillery barrage from 1,600 guns. Then came the tanks. 3 German armies, 24 divisions, over 400,000 men smashing through an 80-kilometer front held by 4 exhausted American divisions. The 106th got surrounded, cut off, overrun. Roughly 8,000 Americans surrendered, the largest mass surrender of United States forces in Europe during the entire war. McAuliffe had served with some of those officers at previous assignments. He knew they were capable soldiers. On December 17th, 8th Corps headquarters had monitored their final radio transmissions. Desperate calls for ammunition, for air support, for any help at all. Then static. Silence. Official reports would later claim the division fought well considering the circumstances, that they delayed the German advance, that their sacrifice bought time. McAuliffe knew that was partially true. But the real problem was they'd been in the wrong place, fighting the wrong battle. Spread thin, defending a line, they'd been crushed piecemeal by concentrated German armor. The second disaster came at Clairvaux on December 17th. The 28th Infantry Division holding the town was hit by the 2nd Panzer Division, 120 tanks, 16,000 men. The 28th fought building to building for 2 days, lost 700 men. The town fell on December 18th. The road to Bastogne opened wide. By December 19th, McAuliffe had watched 2 American divisions get destroyed. He'd seen intelligence reports showing the German breakthrough rolling west, seemingly unstoppable. Every tactical principle said you don't let yourself get surrounded. You maintain freedom of movement. You keep supply lines open. You avoid getting fixed in place where the enemy can mass forces against you. Getting encircled meant getting destroyed. Everyone in the Army knew that. And yet, on December 18th at 3 a.m., the 101st Airborne Division loaded onto trucks at Camp Mormelon and drove north toward Bastogne with orders to hold the crossroads at all costs. No winter gear, insufficient ammunition, no clear intelligence on enemy strength. Most of the division's senior leadership was absent. McAuliffe arrived in Bastogne on December 19th at 9 a.m. He met with Major General Troy Middleton, commander of 8 Corps, whose headquarters was being evacuated south as the Germans closed in. The meeting was brief, almost rushed. Middleton's staff was burning documents, loading trucks, preparing to withdraw. Artillery fire was getting closer. German armor was reported 10 kilometers away and moving fast. Middleton laid out the situation bluntly. 3 German divisions, possibly 4, were converging on Bastogne from multiple directions. American units were scattered across the countryside, some destroyed, some retreating in disorder, some still holding but isolated. The road network was collapsing. Within hours, maybe a day at most, Bastogne would be completely surrounded. Middleton had already dispatched what forces he had to delay the Germans. Combat Command B of the 10th Armored Division under Colonel William Roberts had arrived the day before and been split into 3 task forces. Team de Sobry under Major William de Sobry was sent north to Neuville to block the 2nd Panzer Division. Team Cherry under Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry went east toward Longville to slow Panzer Lehr. Team O'Hara under Lieutenant Colonel James O'Hara went southeast to cover another approach. These weren't large forces. Each task force had maybe 400 men, a dozen tanks, some tank destroyers. But they were all Middleton had. The 10th Armored Teams bought critical time. At Neuville on December 19th and 20th, Team de Sobry, reinforced by elements of the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment, held off the entire 2nd Panzer Division for 36 hours. The fighting was brutal, close-range tank battles in fog and snow. American tank destroyers, M-18 Hellcats from the 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, destroyed over 30 German tanks. The Germans finally forced the Americans to withdraw, but the delay cost 2nd Panzer 2 full days and heavy casualties. By the time they cleared Neuville, the 101st had established defensive positions around Bastogne. Team Cherry at Longville got surrounded and largely destroyed, but not before causing more delays and destroying several German vehicles. Team O'Hara at Worden fought from December 19th, something McAuliffe would remember clearly for decades. Don't worry about getting surrounded. If they surround you, you'll have them right where you want them. At the time, McAuliffe thought it was command optimism, the kind of thing officers say to maintain morale. But 3 hours later, after surveying the terrain and studying the road network, McAuliffe realized Middleton was absolutely right. Getting surrounded at Bastogne wasn't disaster. It was opportunity. December 19th, 2 p.m. McAuliffe gathered his regimental commanders in a basement in Bastogne. Lieutenant Colonel Julian Ewell, commanding the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Steve Chapuis, commanding the 502nd. Colonel Robert Sink, commanding the 506th. Colonel Joseph Harper, commanding the 327th Glider Infantry. Plus Colonel William Roberts from 10th Armored, the artillery commanders, staff officers. The room was crowded cold, lit by a single bare bulb. McAuliffe spread a map on the table. Bastogne sat at the center where 7 roads converged. Everything in the Ardennes Road network ran through this town, north to south, east to west. You couldn't move large mechanized forces without using Bastogne's roads. McAuliffe pointed at the map and explained what was about to happen and why it would work in American favor. The Germans need these roads more than we do. Their entire offensive depends on speed. They've got maybe 4 days to reach the Meuse River before we can bring enough forces to stop them. 4 days to cover 80 kilometers through terrible terrain in winter. They can't do it cross-country with armor. They need the roads. All the roads run through here. He continued, right now, the German panzer divisions are racing west trying to bypass us. 2nd Panzer to the north, Panzer Lehr to the south. They want to leave us behind, let the infantry divisions deal with us later. But they can't because every ton of supplies, every liter of fuel, every ammunition truck for their spearhead divisions has to come through this road network. and we're sitting on it. When they surround us, McAuliffe continued, they're not trapping us. They're committing forces to hold us in place, forces that should be racing west. Every tank they put around our perimeter is one less tank reaching the Meuse. Every artillery battery they position to attack us is artillery that's not supporting their advance. And once they commit those forces, they can't easily pull them back because we're behind their lines causing problems. He leaned forward over the map. More importantly, when they surround us, they concentrate their forces into a fixed position around a known objective. Our objective. They'll be attacking the same targets repeatedly from the same directions. We know where they'll come from because we control the town, and they have to come down the roads to reach us. They're mechanized. They need the roads. We can prepare defensive positions, pre-register our artillery, position our anti-tank weapons exactly where we need them. When they attack, they'll be attacking into prepared defenses from predictable directions. With their supply lines stretched behind them through terrain we can harass with patrols. They'll have to protect their flanks, guard their rear, defend their supply routes. Meanwhile, once our reinforcements break through, we're already positioned in the perfect place, right in their rear, cutting their supply lines permanently. Lieutenant Colonel Ewell asked the obvious question, what happens if the reinforcements don't break through? McAuliffe's response was direct, then we all die. But the Germans won't reach the Meuse either, because they'll have wasted too much time and too much combat power trying to take this town. Either way, the offensive fails. The question is whether we survive to see it. The briefing ended. Officers left to position their units. McAuliffe understood the plan intellectually, but emotionally it still felt wrong. Getting surrounded felt like disaster. But Middleton had made one point McAuliffe couldn't argue with. In 2 days, he'd watched 2 American divisions get destroyed fighting the wrong way, spread out trying to defend everything. They defended nothing. The 106th got overrun because they couldn't concentrate their forces. The 28th got crushed because they tried to hold towns that didn't matter strategically. Bastogne mattered, and defending one town with concentrated forces was better than defending 100 kilometers of line with scattered units that couldn't support each other. December 20th, noon. The Germans closed the ring. All 7 highways cut. Bastogne completely surrounded. The perimeter wasn't circular or neat. It followed terrain, used villages as strong points, covered about 26 kilometers of defensive positions manned by approximately 18,000 American troops. Counting the 101st, the attached armor and tank destroyer units, the artillery, the stragglers, and support troops Colonel Roberts had organized into Team Snafu. The defensive scheme worked because McAuliffe understood what the Germans would do. They'd probe for weak spots, find one, concentrate forces, try to break through to the center of town. But the American defense wasn't trying to hold every meter of ground. It was designed to absorb attacks, channel them into kill zones, destroy them with firepower. Ground could be given up temporarily as long as the defense maintained coherence, and the artillery kept firing. The 501st Parachute Infantry, under Lieutenant Colonel Ewell, held the eastern perimeter from the railroad near Bizery southeast to Marvy. The 506th, under Colonel Sink, held from the railroad northeast to Foy. The 502nd, under Lieutenant Colonel Chapuis, covered the northwestern sector from Foy to Hamrel. The 327th Glider Infantry, under Colonel Harper, had the longest, thinnest line running from the 502 ND's left flank all the way around south to Marvy. Behind all of them, positioned centrally, were 3 battalions of 155 mm howitzers commanded by Colonel Thomas Sherburne. The artillery could fire in any direction, had pre-registered concentrations on every likely German avenue of approach. When infantry commanders called for fire, shells arrived in minutes, landing exactly where needed. The Mobile Reserve, about 40 tanks from Combat Command B of the 10th Armored, survivors from the teams that had delayed the Germans, was now regrouped and positioned centrally where they could respond to any breakthrough. The first German probe came at 3 p.m. on December 20th. A company of infantry from the 26th Volksgrenadier Division advancing up the road from the south toward positions held by the 327th Glider Infantry. The Americans let them approach to 200 meters, then opened fire. machine guns, rifles, mortars. The attack broke in 8 minutes. The Germans pulled back, leaving 32 bodies on the road. American casualties from that engagement: 3 men wounded, 1 seriously. They'd stopped a German company with 3 casualties because the Germans had to come straight up the road into prepared positions. McAuliffe, monitoring radio traffic from his command post, started to see what Middleton meant. The second attack came at 5:30 p.m., heavier. 2 companies with tank support, 6 Mark V Panthers advancing on the 501st sector near Neff. They made it to 150 meters before American anti-tank guns, M18 Hellcats from the 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, opened fire. 3 tanks destroyed in 90 seconds. The others pulled back. The infantry retreated. American casualties: 5 wounded, 1 Hellcat damaged. German casualties: estimated 80 killed, 3 tanks destroyed. The attack completely stopped. And the Germans hadn't learned anything useful about American positions because they'd all died or run before they could report back. Tomorrow they'd likely come at the same place the same way, and the Americans would be ready again. By December 21st, McAuliffe realized the defense of Bastogne wasn't about holding ground. It was about destroying German units faster than they could be replaced. Every failed attack cost the Germans men and equipment they couldn't afford to lose. Every hour they spent attacking Bastogne was an hour their spearhead divisions weren't advancing west. The Germans were bleeding themselves against fixed defenses while accomplishing nothing. The real problem was supplies. Bastogne had been a supply depot, but most stocks had been evacuated south before the Germans surrounded the town. The 101st arrived with minimal ammunition, almost no medical supplies, limited food. By December 21st, ammunition was rationed. Artillery was limited to 10 rounds per gun per day. Automatic weapons were restricted to short, aimed bursts. Every shot had to count because there weren't many shots left. Food was worse. The division had brought approximately 2 days of K rations. By December 21st, men were on half rations. By December 22nd, quarter rations. Temperatures stayed below freezing. Men were hungry, cold, exhausted. Most didn't have winter uniforms. They wore every piece of clothing they could scavenge from abandoned positions, from casualties, from civilians who'd fled. Medical supplies were nearly gone. The division's main medical company had been captured on December 19th when a German patrol overran the division's service area south of Bastogne. Most of the surgeons, most of the medical equipment, most of the morphine, all captured. The division aid stations were operating with whatever they'd grabbed before leaving Camp Mormelon. Not enough. Wounded men died from treatable injuries because there weren't enough medical supplies to treat them properly. On December 22nd at 11 a.m., 4 German officers approached the American lines under a white flag near the 327th Glider Infantry Sector. They carried a message from General der Panzertruppen Heinrich Freiherr von Luttwitz, commanding XLVI Panzer Corps. The message demanded surrender. It said American forces were surrounded, outnumbered, cut off from supply. Honorable surrender was the only way to avoid total annihilation. The message gave 2 hours for a response. The German message was brought to McAuliffe's command post. He read it, looked at his staff, and said one word: nuts. His operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Harry Kinnard, asked what he meant. McAuliffe said, "I mean nuts. That's my response. Tell them to go to hell. We're not surrendering." Someone asked if he was serious. McAuliffe said, "Absolutely." The written response went back to the German officers. Nuts. The American commander. The German officers asked what it meant. Colonel Harper, who escorted them back to German lines, told them it meant go to hell. The Americans aren't giving up. Von Luttwitz was not amused. He'd offered honorable terms, expected a serious response. The refusal meant the Germans would have to take Bastogne by force, which meant committing even more resources to the siege. Von Luttwitz pulled the 2nd Panzer Division back from the western advance and ordered it to help capture Bastogne. He pulled elements of Panzerlehr back. He reinforced the 26th Volksgrenadier Division. By December 23rd, the Germans had concentrated 3 full divisions around Bastogne. Exactly what McAuliffe wanted. 3 German divisions that should have been racing toward the Meuse were instead sitting outside Bastogne, preparing attacks that would fail. December 23rd, 8 a.m. The weather cleared. For the first time in a week, the sky was blue. McAuliffe looked up from his command post entrance and saw what every soldier in Bastogne had been waiting for: aircraft. American aircraft. C-47s. Dozens of them flying low over the perimeter, dropping supply bundles by parachute. The bundles fell across the defensive perimeter. Ammunition, medical supplies, food, plasma. The resupply operation was massive. 241 C-47 aircraft participated in the first drop. They delivered approximately 144 tons of supplies. Ammunition cases, medical bundles marked with red crosses, food containers, plasma packages, all floating down on parachutes of different colors coated by contents. Not everything landed inside the perimeter. Some bundles drifted into German lines. German soldiers watched American supplies fall from the sky, knowing that every bundle that landed meant the Americans in Bastogne could fight longer. Some German units tried to shoot down the transport aircraft. American fighter escorts drove them off. The artillery received enough shells to increase their daily allocation from 10 rounds per gun to 40. Infantry units received ammunition resupply, approximately 50 rounds per rifleman, belt after belt for machine guns. Medical stations received plasma and morphine, surgical supplies, bandages. The resupply changed everything tactically and psychologically. Men who'd been conserving every round suddenly had ammunition to fight with. Wounded men who might have died from shock received plasma. The garrison went from being on the edge of collapse to being combat capable again in one afternoon. Then came the fighter bombers. P-47 Thunderbolts flying close support missions, attacking German positions around the perimeter. The panzers that had been painted green and brown for summer operations stood out clearly against the snow. The P-47s dove in streams, dropping bombs, firing rockets, strafing with .50 caliber machine guns. McAuliffe watched from an observation post as 6 tanks burned in 20 minutes. The Germans tried to pull their armor back, but the narrow roads through the forest made maneuvering difficult. More tanks destroyed, more vehicles burning. More German infantry caught in the open by strafing runs. By afternoon of December 23rd, the German attacks had stopped. Not because they'd given up, but because operating in daylight under American air superiority was suicide. They'd have to wait for darkness, attack at night when the aircraft couldn't see them. But night attacks are harder, require better coordination, achieve less surprise against defenders who know they're coming. The air support changed the psychological dynamic completely. McAuliffe's men had spent 4 days surrounded, outnumbered, wondering if anyone was coming to help. The aircraft proved someone was coming. The airdrops proved they weren't forgotten. The fighter bombers proved the Germans didn't own the battlefield anymore. German morale went the opposite direction. They'd been attacking prepared defenses for 4 days, losing men and equipment, making no progress. Now, they couldn't even operate in daylight. December 25th, 3:30 a.m. Christmas morning. The Germans launched their main assault on the western perimeter. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division just arrived from Germany, supported by elements of the 26th Volksgrenadier Division. The attack came out of darkness, aimed at the villages of Champs and Hemrel, trying to break through to the center of Bastogne. The German infantry hit the 327th Glider Infantry at 3:30 a.m. Approximately 2 regiments, maybe 4,000 men with tank support. The attack achieved initial surprise, penetrated the American line, got German tanks into Hemrel. McAuliffe, awakened by the sound of firing, rushed to his operations center and began coordinating the defense. The American response took apart the German attack systematically. The penetration exposed German tanks to fire from multiple directions. American tank destroyers positioned in depth engaged from the flanks. Artillery pre-registered on the approach routes dropped concentrations that broke up the following infantry. The German advance stopped 600 meters inside the perimeter. The tanks couldn't push forward without infantry support. The infantry couldn't advance through the artillery fire. At 8 a.m., McAuliffe ordered counterattacks from adjacent units. Room-to-room fighting in Hemrel, grenades through windows, close-range firefights in the streets. By noon, the Germans were pulling back. All the tanks that had penetrated were destroyed or abandoned. The infantry retreated to their start lines. American casualties, approximately 300 men. German casualties, estimated 1,500, plus 18 tanks destroyed. The Christmas attack was the Germans' best chance to take Bastogne. They'd thrown everything available at one section of line, achieved surprise, penetrated the defenses. And it hadn't worked. The concentrated American defense, the pre-planned artillery fires, the defense in depth, all of it worked exactly as McAuliffe planned. The Germans attacked into a kill zone and got destroyed. December 26, 4:50 p.m. Lieutenant Charles Bagas, commanding a tank platoon with the 37th Tank Battalion, 4th Armored Division, crashed through the German lines south of Bastogne near the village of Assinois and made contact with American engineers of the 326th Airborne Engineer Battalion. McAuliffe, informed by radio, rushed forward to meet the relief column. The siege was over. The road opened. Supplies poured in. Wounded were evacuated. The Germans pulled back from the immediate perimeter, but didn't abandon the siege completely. They still held positions around Bastogne, still controlled the surrounding terrain. The encirclement was broken, but the battle wasn't over. Fighting would continue for another 3 weeks. What the Germans didn't realize was that they'd already lost, not just the battle for Bastogne, but the entire offensive. By concentrating forces against Bastogne for 8 days, they destroyed their own timetable. The spearhead divisions never reached the Meuse. They ran out of fuel, out of time, out of momentum. The German perspective reveals how completely the Battle of Bastogne broke their offensive. Lieutenant General Heinrich von Luttwitz commanded XLVI Panzer Corps, responsible for taking Bastogne. 59 years old. Veteran commander experienced in armored operations from 4 years of war on multiple fronts. His forces included 3 divisions. 2nd Panzer under Colonel Meinrad von Lochert, Panzerlehr under General Lieutenant Fritz Bayerlein, 26th Volksgrenadier under General Major Heinz Kokott. Elite units, well-equipped by German standards at that point in the war. Experienced. On December 17th, von Luttwitz was confident. The initial breakthrough had succeeded beyond expectations. The American 8th Corps was shattered. The 106th Infantry Division surrendered. The 28th Infantry Division was scattered. American forces were falling back in disorder. The roads west looked open. Intelligence reported American reserves were scattered, would take days to concentrate. The road to the Meuse looked clear. Von Luttwitz's original orders for Bastogne were simple. Take it by surprise if possible, bypass if necessary, but don't get bogged down. The main objective was the Meuse River at Dinant, 80 kilometers west. Speed was everything. The entire operational plan depended on German armored spearheads reaching the Meuse before American reserves could arrive. Any delay meant failure. On December 18th, von Luttwitz's divisions were making good progress. 2nd Panzer was pushing north of Bastogne, had broken through American positions at Neuville. Panzerlehr was approaching from the east, had cleared the villages blocking the southern route. 26th Volksgrenadier Division was following behind, securing roads. Everything on schedule. Bastogne looked vulnerable, defended by whatever scattered American units happened to be in the town. Von Luttwitz considered sending one regiment to seize Bastogne while his main forces continued west. Then, on December 19th, German intelligence identified American airborne forces in Bastogne. Radio intercepts, prisoner statements, reconnaissance reports all confirmed the American 101st Airborne Division, an elite formation, had moved into the town overnight and was establishing defensive positions. That changed everything. Airborne divisions weren't scattered rear area troops. They were elite infantry, well-trained, experienced, heavily armed. Taking Bastogne wouldn't be easy anymore. It would be a battle. Von Lüttwitz made the decision that would doom the offensive. He decided to surround Bastogne and contain the American forces while his main units pushed west. He'd deal with the town later. But bypassing it completely meant leaving a strong American force behind his lines, threatening his supply routes. So he committed forces to the siege, forces that should have been racing west. By December 21st, von Lüttwitz realized containment wasn't working. The Americans in Bastogne were launching patrols, ambushing supply convoys, calling in artillery on German positions. They weren't contained. They were active, dangerous, and higher command was demanding results. The offensive was behind schedule. The advanced divisions were running out of fuel because supply trucks couldn't get through. Von Lüttwitz needed to take Bastogne to secure his supply lines. On December 22nd, von Lüttwitz sent the surrender demand. He thought the Americans would be rational, see they were surrounded and outnumbered, accept honorable terms. The American response, nuts, confused, and then infuriated him. It meant committing major forces to reduce Bastogne by assault, forces he needed elsewhere. December 23rd, the weather cleared. Von Lüttwitz watched American aircraft drop supplies to Bastogne, watched fighter bombers attack his positions. His tanks, painted for summer, stood out against snow. His assembly areas were visible from the air. His supply lines were being interdicted, and he couldn't do anything about it because Germany's air force was nearly destroyed, had nothing left to contest American air superiority. The attacks on December 25th cost von Lüttwitz his best assault division. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division bled white against American defenses. By December 26th, when General George Patton's Third Army broke through from the south, von Lüttwitz knew Bastogne was lost. But worse, he knew the entire offensive had failed. His corps had spent 9 days fighting for one town instead of advancing west. The timetable was destroyed. The Meuse was out of reach. And now the Americans controlled Bastogne, positioned in his rear, cutting his supply lines, threatening everything behind him. General der Panzertruppen Otto von Manschufel commanded 5th Panzer Army, the main strike force for the offensive. His plan required reaching the Meuse by December 19th. By December 21st, his spearhead divisions were still 40 kilometers short, bogged down around Bastogne. His supply lines were completely disrupted because Bastogne controlled the road network. Von Manschufel tried to bypass Bastogne, sending 2nd Panzer and Panzer Lehr west around the town. The 2nd Panzer Division under Colonel Meinrad von Lochert was supposed to be the spearhead, the division that would reach the Meuse first and secure bridgeheads for the follow-on forces. Von Lochert was an experienced commander, veteran of the Eastern Front, confident in his unit's abilities. On December 19th, his division broke through American positions north of Bastogne and raced west with over 100 operational tanks. For 3 days, 2nd Panzer made impressive progress. They bypassed American strongpoints, avoided major engagements, focused on speed. By December 22nd, they'd covered nearly 60 kilometers, were approaching the town of Dinant on the Meuse River. Von Lochert could see the river valley from his command vehicle. He was within 5 kilometers of achieving the operational objective Hitler had demanded. Then everything stopped. The division's fuel trucks, supposed to be following behind on the roads through Bastogne, never arrived. American forces in Bastogne were interdicting the supply routes, ambushing convoys, calling in artillery on road junctions. The fuel that should have kept 2nd Panzer moving was burning in wrecked trucks 50 kilometers behind the front lines. On December 23rd, von Lochert's tanks and vehicles began running out of fuel. Some units siphoned fuel from other vehicles to keep a few tanks mobile. Others just stopped where they were, waiting for supplies that never came. The division's advance, which had averaged 20 kilometers per day, dropped to 0. They sat immobile west of Bastogne, visible to American reconnaissance aircraft, targeted by fighter bombers the moment the weather cleared. On December 24th, von Lauchert received reports that American Armored Forces, the 2nd Armored Division and elements of the 84th Infantry Division, were moving to encircle his position. He requested permission to withdraw. Higher command refused. Hold position. Wait for supplies. Prepare to continue the attack. But the supplies never came because Bastogne controlled the roads. On December 26th, the 2nd Panzer Division spearhead, stranded near the village of Celles without fuel, got surrounded and destroyed by American forces. Major Ernst von Kochenhausen commanded the 2nd Panzer Battle Group at Celles. He tried to break out, couldn't. Tried to hold and wait for relief. Relief never came. On December 27th, Kochenhausen abandoned his tanks and led approximately 600 men on foot through American lines. They left behind nearly all the division's remaining armor, 100 tanks, assault guns, half-tracks, all abandoned, all captured by American forces. Panzer Lehr tried to rescue 2nd Panzer, launched 2 attacks towards Celles. Both were stopped by American fighter bombers and ground forces. After the second failed rescue attempt, Panzer Lehr pulled back. The division had started the offensive with combat strength of over 15,000 men and approximately 90 tanks. By December 28th, it was down to 8,000 men and fewer than 20 operational tanks, effectively destroyed as a combat unit. The 26th Volksgrenadier Division, which had spent 9 days attacking Bastogne, was exhausted and depleted. The division entered the battle with 17,000 men. By December 28th, effective strength was perhaps 7,000. Casualties from attacking fixed defenses, from air attacks, from artillery. The division could no longer conduct offensive operations, could barely defend the positions it held. 4 German commanders. Bastogne represented a complete failure of operational planning. They'd assumed American forces would scatter and retreat when hit by a surprise offensive. Instead, the Americans concentrated at Bastogne and held. The Germans assumed they could bypass strong points and deal with them later. Instead, Bastogne controlled the critical terrain, the road network, and couldn't be bypassed. The Germans assumed weather would keep American air power grounded indefinitely. Instead, the weather cleared on December 23rd, and American air superiority destroyed German mobility. Most critically, German commanders realized too late that by surrounding Bastogne, they'd fallen into a trap. They thought they were besieging a trapped American force. Actually, they'd concentrated their mobile divisions around a fixed objective where the Americans could destroy them methodically with prepared defenses and air power. Every day spent at Bastogne was a day the offensive timetable slipped further behind. And once the Americans broke the siege on December 26th, Bastogne became a dagger pointed at the entire German rear area. By January 1st, 1945, the Battle of Bastogne was effectively over. Though fighting continued for weeks, the Germans pulled back from immediate contact, established defensive positions at distance, tried to hold what little they'd gained. They'd lost strategic mobility. Their panzer divisions were shadows of their former strength. The offensive had failed. The accounting of German losses around Bastogne was staggering. The 2nd Panzer Division entered the battle with 120 tanks and 16,000 men. By January 5, 1945, the division reported 28 operational tanks and fewer than 8,000 effectives. Losses: 92 tanks, 8,000 casualties. Panzer Lehr entered the battle with 57 tanks and 15,000 men. By January 5th, the division had 17 operational tanks and 7,000 effectives. Losses: 40 tanks, 8,000 casualties. The 26th Volksgrenadier Division lost 10,000 of its 17,000 men around Bastogne. The 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, committed on December 25th, lost 60% of its strength in 1 week. Other units rotated through the Bastogne, fighting suffered similar losses. The German Army Group B after-action report estimated total German casualties around Bastogne at over 20,000 killed, wounded, and missing, plus over 200 tanks, and assault guns destroyed or abandoned. For the German military in the West, these losses were irreplaceable. Germany had scraped together its last reserves for the Ardennes offensive. When those reserves were destroyed at Bastogne and elsewhere in the battle, there was nothing left. The panzer divisions lost at Bastogne were divisions that could have defended the Rhine River, could have slowed the Allied advance into Germany. Instead, they were gone, wrecked against American defenses in a failed offensive that achieved nothing strategically. The Americans who defended Bastogne paid heavily too, but their losses were sustainable, and their victory was strategic. The 101st Airborne Division casualties from December 19, 1944 to January 6, 1945. 341 killed, 1,691 wounded, 516 missing. The 10th Armored Division's Combat Command lost approximately 500 men. Total American casualties at Bastogne, approximately 2,500. But unlike the Germans, American losses could be replaced. Reinforcements were available. Equipment losses could be made good from the massive American logistics system. And the Americans had won. They'd held Bastogne, destroyed German divisions in the process, and broken the back of Germany's last offensive in the West. Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe became famous for his one-word reply to the German surrender demand. The story of Nuts became legendary, repeated in newspapers worldwide, became a symbol of American determination. For his actions at Bastogne, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross by General Patton on December 30, 1944. The citation praised his extraordinary heroism, his inspiring leadership, his continuous exposure to enemy fire while directing his troops. He was promoted to Major General on January 3, 1945, and given command of the 103rd Infantry Division, his first division-level infantry command. He led the 103rd through the final months of the war in Europe, crossing the Rhine River, advancing through southern Germany and Austria. His division captured Innsbruck, Austria, and reached the Brenner Pass linking Austria and Italy. After the war, he stayed in the Army, held numerous important positions. He served as Chief of the Chemical Corps, head of Army personnel. In 1953, he was chosen to command 7th Army in Europe. 2 years later, he became Commander-in-Chief of United States Army Europe, one of the most important commands in the American military during the Cold War. He was promoted to 4-star general in 1955. He retired from the Army in 1956 after 38 years of service. He then worked as an executive with American Cyanamid Corporation until 1963. He also served as chairman of the New York State Civil Defense Commission from 1960 to 1963. Applying his military experience in defense planning to civilian emergency preparedness. When asked about Bastogne in later years, he always said the same thing. The 101st didn't need relief. They had the Germans right where they wanted them. He understood that the siege had worked exactly as planned, that surrounding Bastogne had been the Germans' fatal mistake, not an American disaster. McAuliffe died on August 11, 1975, at age 77 from leukemia. He was buried in Arlington National Cemetery with full military honors. His wife, his son, and his daughter are buried alongside him. Lieutenant General George Patton, who broke through to relieve Bastogne, considered it one of the finest operations of his career. Not because 3rd Army had rescued trap forces, but because the 101st at Bastogne had fixed multiple German divisions in place where 3rd Army could attack them from an unexpected direction. The relief of Bastogne wasn't a rescue. It was the second phase of a deliberate operation that destroyed German offensive capability in the West. German General Otto von Manschefeld, who commanded 5th Panzer Army, was captured in 1945 and interviewed extensively about the Ardennes offensive. He identified Bastogne as the point where the offensive failed. The delay caused by American resistance at Bastogne destroyed the timetable. The concentration of German forces around Bastogne created a target for American artillery and air power. The loss of panzer divisions at Bastogne destroyed the mobility necessary for the offensive to succeed. Manschefeld concluded that surrounding Bastogne instead of bypassing it had been a fatal strategic mistake. Lieutenant Colonel Julian Ewell, who commanded the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment at Bastogne, survived the battle and continued to serve. His regiment had been the first to engage the enemy east of Bastogne on December 19th, had held critical positions throughout the siege. Ewell went on to have a distinguished career, eventually rising to lieutenant general. He served in Korea and Vietnam, retired in 1973. When asked about Bastogne, he emphasized the importance of junior leaders and individual soldiers who held their positions under impossible conditions. The lessons from Bastogne influenced American military doctrine for decades. The idea that defensive positions on critical terrain can fix enemy forces and create opportunities for counterattack became fundamental to Cold War defensive planning. The coordination of artillery, air power, and infantry in defensive operations at Bastogne became a model studied at every military school worldwide. In 1948, the Belgian government awarded the city of Bastogne the Croix de Guerre for the defense of the town. The American 101st Airborne Division received the Presidential Unit Citation, the highest unit award in the American military. The 10th Armored Division's Combat Command, B, also received the Presidential Unit Citation. Several streets in Bastogne were renamed for American units. The town built monuments commemorating the defense. Every December, Bastogne holds ceremonies remembering the battle. Military historians have calculated how many German divisions were effectively destroyed or rendered combat ineffective by the defense of Bastogne. The commonly cited figure is 5 divisions: 2nd Panzer Division, Panzerlehr Division, 26th Volksgrenadier Division, 15th Panzer Grenadier Division, and elements of the 9th Panzer Division. Not all were completely destroyed, but all suffered losses that made them ineffective for offensive operations for the remainder of the war. Combined, these divisions represented roughly 50,000 men and 350 tanks at the start of the offensive. By mid-January 1945, perhaps 20,000 effectives remained with fewer than 100 operational tanks. The strategic impact of Bastogne extended beyond the immediate battle. The destruction of German armored reserves in the Ardennes meant fewer forces available to defend against the Allied advance into Germany. The Rhine crossings in March 1945 faced less opposition because the panzer divisions that could have defended the river were gone, destroyed at Bastogne and elsewhere in the Battle of the Bulge. The final Allied advance to the Elbe River and the link-up with Soviet forces proceeded faster because German mobile reserves had been consumed in the failed Ardennes offensive. McAuliffe's decision to hold Bastogne and his understanding of why being surrounded was tactically advantageous rather than disastrous exemplifies a fundamental principle of warfare. The side that controls critical terrain and forces the enemy to attack prepared defenses has an enormous advantage. All the German mobility, all their armor, all their tactical skill, none of it mattered when they were forced to attack prepared defenses at Bastogne. The Americans picked the ground, prepared the defenses, and destroyed every German attack systematically. That's the real lesson of Bastogne. American forces didn't let the Germans trap them. They invited the Germans to concentrate forces around a town the Americans had fortified. And then they destroyed those forces systematically with artillery, air power, and infantry fighting from prepared positions. The Germans thought they were besieging Bastogne. Actually, Bastogne was besieging them, fixing them in place where American firepower could destroy them. The trap worked backward, and by the time the Germans realized it, they'd lost the equivalent of 5 divisions and any chance of reaching their objective. If you found this story as compelling as we did, please take a moment to like this video. It helps us share more forgotten stories from the Second World War. Subscribe to stay connected with these untold histories. Each one matters. Each one deserves to be remembered. We'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment below telling us where you're watching from. Our community spans continents. From veterans to history enthusiasts, you're part of something special here. Thank you for watching, and thank you for keeping these stories alive. May 26, 1940. The White House, Washington. Radio technicians made final adjustments to microphones as President Franklin Roosevelt prepared for one of the most audacious declarations in American history. His words would echo across a nation still struggling with economic depression, still recovering from unemployment, that had devastated cities and farms alike. "We must produce 50,000 aircraft within the next 12 months, the president declared. 50,000 combat planes to defend democracy itself. Across the Atlantic Ocean in the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, German military advisors gathered transcripts of Roosevelt's speech. They studied the numbers with a mixture of amusement and dismissal. When they presented the translation to Adolf Hitler, his advisors assured him this was merely American propaganda, nothing more. No nation could produce such numbers, they told him. The Americans built fewer than 3,000 military aircraft last year. This is impossible fantasy designed to frighten us. Hitler accepted their assessment. The mathematics seemed to support their skepticism. In 1939, American military aircraft production totaled just under 3,000 planes. The infrastructure barely existed. The workforce had no experience. The factories were designed for automobiles, not bombers. Yet Roosevelt had just promised to increase production by more than 1,600% in 12 months. The German High Command dismissed the threat as desperate bluffing from a nation that lacked both the industrial capacity and the national will to transform itself into a military power. What neither Hitler nor his advisors understood was that they were about to witness the most spectacular industrial mobilization in human history. The sleeping giant Roosevelt spoke of wasn't America's military might, but its industrial capacity. The automobile plants of Detroit, the shipyard of California and Oregon, the steel mills of Pennsylvania, the aircraft factories spreading across the nation, all would soon demonstrate productive power on a scale that defied every assumption of warfare. The Germans had studied military strength. They had planned for tank divisions and infantry battalions. They had not planned for what was about to emerge from American factories. December 7, 1941. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. The Japanese attack thrust America into global conflict. But while the military scrambled to respond, something far more significant was already underway across the American industrial landscape. The conversion had begun months earlier, accelerating with each passing week. Automobile assembly lines were being torn apart and reconfigured. Factory floors were being redesigned. Workers were being retrained. The greatest economic transformation in modern history was gaining momentum. William Knudsen, former president of General Motors, had been appointed by Roosevelt to lead the industrial conversion effort. In early 1941, Knudsen made a phone call that would change the course of the war. He called K.T. Keller, president of Chrysler Corporation. "Mr. Keller, can Chrysler build tanks?" Keller's response was honest and direct. "I don't know. I've never seen one. But if you give us the specifications, we'll figure it out." Within weeks, construction began on what would become the Detroit Arsenal Tank Plant. Architect Albert Kahn, who specialized in industrial design, created plans for a facility unlike anything previously built. The main structure would cover 113 acres. In some areas, the walls would be 3 feet of thick reinforced concrete designed to withstand aerial bombardment. The assembly line would revolutionize armored vehicle production. But the most remarkable aspect of the Detroit Arsenal was its timeline. Ground was broken in winter of 1940 to 1941. The first M3 medium tank rolled off the assembly line on April 24, 1941. The factory walls weren't even finished yet. Workers cheered as the tank, fully armed and operational, fired its guns and crushed mock obstacles in a demonstration broadcast across the nation. The speed stunned military observers from allied nations. British tank production required extensive hand fitting and customization. Each vehicle was essentially unique. German tank production, while more standardized than British methods, still relied heavily on skilled craftsmen and time-intensive assembly. The Detroit Arsenal introduced true mass production to armored warfare. Albert Kahn would go on to design 20 million square feet of defense plants in 1941 alone. His revolutionary factory designs applied automobile mass production techniques to military equipment. Open floor plans allowed for continuous flow production. Overhead cranes moved components smoothly between stations. Subassembly lines fed into main assembly lines in carefully choreographed sequences. The result was production speed that seemed impossible to traditional military manufacturers. By December 1942, the Detroit arsenal set an all-time monthly record. 896 M4 Sherman tanks rolled off the assembly line in a single month. This was more tanks than Germany produced across all its factories during the same period. The plant operated around the clock. 3 shifts of workers, many of them women who had never worked in factories before, maintained continuous production. President Roosevelt and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt visited the plant in September 1942. They walked the assembly line, watching tanks take shape through dozens of precisely coordinated steps. What they witnessed was industrial choreography on an unprecedented scale. Over the course of the war, the Detroit arsenal would produce 22,234 tanks. This represented approximately 1/4 of all tanks manufactured in the United States during the war. The plant became a symbol of American industrial transformation. What had been farmland and empty fields in 1940 had become the world's most productive armored vehicle factory by 1942. The facility operated with remarkable efficiency. Component parts arrived from suppliers across the Midwest, were stored in carefully organized warehouses, then moved to assembly stations according to precise schedules. The production line moved continuously. Each station performed specific tasks. Welders joined hull sections. Mechanics installed engines and transmissions. Electricians wired communication systems. Armorers mounted weapons. At the end of the line, complete tanks rolled under their own power out of the factory and onto railroad flat cars for shipment to ports and training bases. The transformation wasn't limited to tank production. Across Michigan, the automobile industry was converting to war production at breathtaking speed. In Ypsilanti, Henry Ford's vision was taking physical form. The Willow Run bomber plant would become the most ambitious aircraft production facility ever conceived. Charles Sorensen, Ford's vice president of production, had visited Consolidated Aircraft in San Diego in early 1941. What he saw disturbed him. The B-24 Liberator bomber was being built using methods that seemed antiquated even by pre-war standards. There were no blueprints, no precision measurements, no standardized components. Each aircraft was essentially hand-built. Final assembly took place outdoors in the California sun, where temperature variations distorted metal components and made consistency impossible. Sorensen watched workers custom fitting parts, hammering sheet metal into rough alignment, making individual adjustments on every single plane. He turned to his hosts with barely concealed frustration. "This is how we built cars 35 years ago at Ford." That night, in his hotel room at the Hotel del Coronado, Sorensen sketched a revolutionary concept on hotel notepaper. He envisioned a factory 1 mile long and 1/4 mile wide. The B-24 would be broken down into major assemblies. Wings, fuselage sections, tail assemblies, and engine mounts would be built in parallel subassembly lines. These components would then converge on a main assembly line where bombers would come together with the precision and speed of automobile production. Sorensen's sketch, initialed by Edsel Ford and his team the next morning, became the blueprint for Willow Run, a factory so ambitious that skeptics immediately dubbed it Will It Run, questioning whether Ford could possibly make good on such outrageous promises. Construction began in spring of 1941. The federal government contributed $200 million. Ford contributed engineering expertise and management. The facility that emerged was unprecedented in scale, 3.5 million square feet under one roof. An assembly line 1 mile long with a 90-degree turn halfway through to avoid extending into neighboring Wayne County, where property taxes were higher. The L-shaped factory became the largest room under one roof in the world at that time. But building the factory proved easier than mastering bomber production. Ford's engineers discovered that aircraft manufacturing demanded tolerances far more precise than automobile production. A car door that was off by a 1/16 of an inch might close poorly. An aircraft wing assembled with similar tolerances would create fatal aerodynamic problems. The first year was difficult. In 1942, Willow Run produced only 56 B-24 bombers. Critics pounced. The facility had cost $200 million and employed 20,000 workers, yet produced fewer bombers per month than Consolidated's San Diego plant had been making before the war. Newspaper editorials questioned whether mass production techniques could ever be applied to complex military aircraft. Some aviation experts argued that bombers required skilled craftsmen, not assembly line workers. Ford's reputation was at stake. The company that had revolutionized automobile production with the Model T and the moving assembly line was failing at its most ambitious project. But Ford persisted. Engineers redesigned jigs and fixtures. Workers received intensive training. Production methods were refined through trial and error. Quality control systems were implemented. By summer of 1943, the transformation was complete. On November 3, 1943, the 1000th B-24 rolled off the Willow Run assembly line. The milestone was celebrated with a ceremony attended by military officials, government representatives, and thousands of workers. More importantly, production was accelerating. By early 1944, Willow Run was operating at full capacity. In April 1944, the plant produced 453 bombers in 468 hours. One complete bomber rolled off the assembly line every 63 minutes. The pace was relentless and unprecedented. The workforce at Willow Run reflected the social transformation sweeping through American industry. By the end of 1943, 42,000 workers labored at the plant. Women comprised a significant portion of the workforce. These were not women who had worked in factories before the war. They were housewives, teachers, secretaries, shop clerks who had answered the call for defense workers. They learned to rivet aluminum sheets, install electrical systems, operate precision machinery. The government launched massive campaigns to recruit women into industrial work. Rosie the Riveter became the symbol of female war workers. But beyond the propaganda posters, real women were mastering complex technical skills and maintaining production schedules that military victory demanded. The scale of social change was remarkable. In 1940, unemployment had stood at 14.6%. By 1944, unemployment had fallen to 1.2%. The economy had achieved full employment. But more significantly, approximately 6.5 million women entered the industrial workforce during the war years. These women worked as welders, machinists, crane operators, inspectors, and supervisors. They handled jobs that had been exclusively male domains before the war. The change wasn't limited to gender. African Americans also found unprecedented opportunities in defense industries. The Great Migration accelerated as black workers moved from the rural South to northern industrial cities seeking defense jobs. While discrimination persisted, the urgent need for labor opened doors that had been closed before the war. The numbers tell a story of transformation that went far beyond military production. 24 million Americans relocated during the war years, seeking defense work, military service, or opportunities in booming war industries. Cities like Detroit, Los Angeles, Portland, and Seattle saw their population surge. Housing shortages became acute. Government authorities rushed to build temporary housing for defense workers. Trailer parks, dormitories, and prefabricated housing units sprouted near major factories. The social fabric of America was being rewoven by the demands of industrial mobilization. At Willow Run, production continued to accelerate through 1944 and into 1945. By the time the last B-24 rolled off the assembly line in June 1945, the plant had produced 8,685 bombers. Additionally, Willow Run had produced approximately 1,893 knockdown kits, complete disassembled bombers that could be shipped overseas and assembled near combat zones. The knockdown kits solved a critical logistics problem. Flying bombers across the Atlantic consumed enormous quantities of fuel and exposed aircraft to weather damage and mechanical problems. Shipping disassembled bombers by cargo ship, then assembling them at forward bases, proved more efficient. The economic impact of Willow Run was equally impressive. The cost to produce AB-24 in 1942 had been $238,000 per aircraft. By 1944, through improved efficiency and mass production techniques, the cost had fallen to $137,000 per aircraft. This 42% cost reduction, achieved while dramatically increasing production speed and maintaining quality, demonstrated the power of Ford's production system applied to military equipment. Tragically, Edsel Ford, who had championed the Willow Run project from its inception, died on May 26, 1943. He was only 49 years old. Stomach cancer, exacerbated by the stress of managing the bomber plant during its difficult early period, took his life just 6 months before Willow Run reached full production. He did not live to see his vision fully realized, though his leadership had been instrumental in transforming the troubled plant into the most productive bomber factory in the world. While tanks and aircraft captured public attention, another industrial miracle was unfolding at American shipyards. The Liberty Ship program represented mass production applied to shipbuilding on a scale never before attempted. Before the war, American shipyards had operated at a leisurely pace. Building a cargo ship typically required a year or more. Skilled shipwrights hand-fitted components. Riveting was performed by teams of specialized workers. Each ship was essentially custom-built. The German U-boat campaign in the Atlantic changed everything. British and American merchant ships were being sunk faster than traditional shipbuilding methods could replace them. In 1941, the situation was becoming desperate. Britain depended on Atlantic convoys for food, fuel, and military supplies. If the U-boats won the tonnage war, Britain would be starved into submission regardless of military outcomes elsewhere. Henry Kaiser, a construction engineer who had built dams and highways but had never built ships, proposed a radical solution. Standardize the design, prefabricate components, use welding instead of riveting, apply mass production techniques to shipbuilding. Traditional shipbuilders were skeptical. Ships, they argued, required craftsmanship that couldn't be mass-produced. Kaiser disagreed. He believed that breaking shipbuilding down into standardized steps, training workers in specific tasks, and coordinating the assembly of prefabricated sections could dramatically increase production speed. The government, desperate for tonnage, gave Kaiser the opportunity to prove his theories. The Liberty ship design was based on a British steamer modified for quick construction. The vessel was 441 feet long, with a beam of 57 feet. It could carry 10,000 tons of cargo at a cruising speed of 11 knots. The design was deliberately simple. No unnecessary features, no architectural flourishes, just a functional cargo vessel that could be built quickly and cheaply. Each Liberty ship required 250,000 parts manufactured at factories across the country. The parts were shipped to shipyards where they were assembled into major sections. These sections, bow, stern, deckhouses, holds, were then welded together. Approximately 114 miles of welded joints held each Liberty ship together. This represented roughly 600,000 feet of welding per vessel. The magnitude of the welding work was staggering. Kaiser established shipyards in Richmond, California, and Portland, Oregon. Other companies established Liberty shipyards in Baltimore, Houston, and along both coasts. At peak production in 1944, American shipyards were launching 3 Liberty ships per day. The most famous production record was set in November 1942 at Kaiser's Richmond Yard. The SS Robert E. Peary was launched just 4 days, 15 hours, and 29 minutes after its keel was laid. This extraordinary feat was achieved through extensive prepositioning of materials and represented a publicity demonstration rather than standard production. The ship required additional fitting-out work after launch and was not truly complete in that time frame. Nevertheless, the demonstration proved that radical speed was possible with proper organization. More representative of actual production were the median construction times achieved by 1943 and 1944. Ships that had taken 244 days to build in early 1941 were being completed in 39 to 42 days by mid-war. This six-fold improvement in construction speed was achieved through continuous refinement of techniques, better coordination of suppliers, and increasingly skilled workforces. By the end of the war, American shipyards had produced 2,710 Liberty ships. 18 different shipyards participated in the program across 5 years of production from 1941 to 1945. The Liberty ships, despite their unglamorous appearance and modest performance, proved instrumental to Allied victory. They survived the Atlantic crossing in sufficient numbers to sustain British resistance. They carried the vehicles, supplies, ammunition, and fuel that sustained Allied armies in North Africa, Italy, and France. After the war, many Liberty ships continued serving in merchant fleets around the world. Some remained in service into the 1960s and 70s. Their simple, rugged construction proved remarkably durable. But their true significance was demonstrating that even complex products like ocean-going ships could be mass-produced by relatively unskilled workers using proper systems and organization. The scale of American shipbuilding during the war extended far beyond Liberty ships. The total production included 5,777 merchant ships of all types. This included tankers to carry oil, troop transports, refrigerated cargo ships, and specialized vessels. The U.S. Navy simultaneously was building warships at unprecedented rates. Aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, and smaller vessels poured from naval shipyards. Additionally, American yards produced approximately 89,000 landing craft of various types. These included the famous Higgins boats that would carry troops onto the beaches of Normandy. Andrew Higgins, a New Orleans boat builder, had designed a shallow draft boat with a bow ramp for use in Louisiana swamps and marshes. The military recognized that this design, scaled up and armored, would be ideal for amphibious assaults. Higgins Industries would eventually produce over 20,000 landing craft, contributing significantly to Allied amphibious capabilities. The industrial mobilization extended into areas that received less public attention but were equally critical. American factories produced 193,000 artillery pieces during the war. These ranged from small anti-tank guns to massive howitzers. The production of 86,000 tanks represented a tremendous expansion from pre-war levels, when American tank production had been negligible. 2 million Army trucks were manufactured, providing the mobility that allowed American and Allied forces to conduct rapid operations once ashore in Europe. The Red Ball Express, the truck convoy system that sustained Allied armies advancing across France in summer and fall of 1944, depended entirely on American-built trucks. The statistical magnitude of American war production becomes clearer when comparing outputs to enemy capabilities. By 1944, American industry was producing approximately 2/3 of all Allied military equipment. This meant that American factories were supplying not just American forces, but significant portions of British, Soviet, French, and other Allied militaries. Lend-Lease shipments carried American-made tanks, aircraft, trucks, and supplies to Allied nations. The Soviet Union, while producing impressive quantities of its own equipment, relied heavily on American trucks, food, and raw materials. Britain's industry, stretched to capacity and vulnerable to bombing, depended on American production for many specialized items. The transformation of American industry required more than just factory construction. It demanded unprecedented coordination between government and private industry. The War Production Board, established in January 1942, controlled allocation of raw materials, established production priorities, and resolved conflicts between competing demands. Steel, aluminum, copper, and rubber were allocated according to military necessity. Civilian production was curtailed or eliminated entirely for many products. Automobile production for civilian use ceased in February 1942. The last civilian car rolled off assembly lines and wouldn't resume until after the war ended. Factories that had built refrigerators, washing machines, and other consumer goods converted to military production. The rationing system extended to civilian consumers. Gasoline, meat, sugar, coffee, and numerous other commodities were rationed to ensure adequate supplies for military needs. The story of R.G. Letourneau illustrates the entrepreneurial innovation that flourished during the mobilization. Letourneau was an inventor and manufacturer of earth-moving equipment. Before the war, his company had produced innovative scrapers, dozers, and other heavy equipment. During the war, Letourneau factories produced approximately 70% of all earth-moving equipment used by Allied forces. His innovations included massive scrapers that could move enormous quantities of earth quickly, allowing rapid construction of airfields, roads, and fortifications. Letourneau held approximately 300 patents over his lifetime, with 78 granted during the war years alone. His equipment proved essential for military engineers, building the infrastructure that supported modern mechanized warfare. The technological innovations developed during the war would have lasting impact on post-war industry and society. Synthetic rubber production, developed frantically after Japanese conquests cut off natural rubber supplies from Southeast Asia, became standard for automobile tires and numerous other applications. Radar technology, invented by the British and refined through American mass production, revolutionized aviation safety and weather forecasting. Advances in metallurgy, chemistry, and manufacturing processes developed for military needs found civilian applications. The proximity fuse, developed to make anti-aircraft fire more effective by detonating shells near targets rather than requiring direct hits, found post-war applications in industrial automation and control systems. Perhaps the most significant long-term impact was on management techniques and organizational capabilities. The experience of coordinating massive industrial enterprises, integrating complex supply chains, and maintaining quality control across thousands of factories taught lessons that shaped American business for decades. The techniques pioneered at Willow Run and the Detroit Arsenal became case studies taught in business schools. Production management, inventory control, quality assurance, and workforce training methods developed during the war influenced post-war manufacturing across all industries. The scale and complexity of wartime production forced innovations in management that might not have emerged for decades under peacetime conditions. The human dimensions of the mobilization were profound and lasting. The experience of working in defense plants gave millions of Americans new skills, new confidence, and new aspirations. Women who had mastered complex industrial jobs during the war often found a return to purely domestic life unsatisfying. While many women did leave factory work when men returned from military service, the experience had demonstrated capabilities that couldn't be forgotten. The seeds of the women's movement that would emerge in the 1960s and 1970s were planted partly in the wartime factories, where women had proven they could perform any job given proper training and opportunity. For African American workers, the wartime experience was similarly transformative. The Fair Employment Practices Committee, established by presidential order in 1941, made discrimination in defense industries illegal. While enforcement was inconsistent and discrimination persisted, the principle had been established. Black workers gained access to skilled jobs, higher wages, and union membership that had been denied before the war. The experience of contributing to the war effort while still facing discrimination sharpened demands for civil rights. Veterans returning from fighting against fascism abroad were less willing to accept racial oppression at home. The civil rights movement that would transform America in the 1950s and 60s drew energy partly from wartime experiences of what was possible when all citizens were allowed to contribute. The economic transformation was equally dramatic. An economy that had struggled with persistent unemployment throughout the 1930s achieved full employment by 1943. Total industrial production doubled between 1940 and 1944. This represented the most rapid economic expansion in American history. The gross domestic product grew from approximately $100 billion in 1940 to over $200 billion by 1945. This growth was driven almost entirely by war production, but it demonstrated productive capabilities that would sustain post-war prosperity. The infrastructure built during the war, the factories, the power plants, the transportation networks, continued to benefit the economy for decades. The post-war challenge of reconversion proved less difficult than many feared. Planning for the transition from military to civilian production began as early as 1944. The War Production Board faced difficult decisions about when to release industries from war production contracts. Release them too early, and military supplies might falter. Release them too late, and the post-war economy might collapse. The balance was delicate but was managed successfully. Tank production ended abruptly when Germany surrendered in May 1945. Aircraft production continued through Japan's surrender in August, then stopped immediately. The cancellation of war contracts created temporary unemployment as defense workers were laid off, but conversion to civilian production proceeded rapidly. Factories that had built tanks returned to building automobiles. The pent-up demand for consumer goods, accumulated during years of rationing and shortages, drove rapid recovery. Americans who had saved money during the war because there was little to buy suddenly had purchasing power. The automobile industry, having produced virtually no civilian vehicles since early 1942, faced overwhelming demand. Housing construction, which had been minimal during the war years, boomed as veterans married and started families. The GI Bill provided veterans with access to education and home mortgages, further stimulating economic growth. The international impact of American industrial dominance shaped the post-war world. The Marshall Plan, which rebuilt Western Europe, was possible only because America possessed the productive capacity to supply both its own needs and the needs of devastated allies. American factories produced the machinery, vehicles, and equipment that European nations needed to reconstruct their economies. The Cold War competition with the Soviet Union was sustained by American industrial strength that could simultaneously produce consumer abundance and military power. The prosperity of the 1950s and 1960s rested on industrial foundations laid during the war years. The legacy of World War II industrial mobilization continues to resonate. The experience demonstrated that democratic societies, when threatened, could mobilize resources and organize efforts on a scale matching or exceeding totalitarian regimes. The production achievements proved that free people working voluntarily toward common goals could outproduce coerced labor. The industrial might that won the war became a foundation for lasting prosperity and global influence. The arsenal of democracy had fulfilled its purpose through the creative capacity of its people and the productive power of its industry. The magnitude of American industrial achievement becomes clear when examining specific production totals across all categories. Beyond the nearly 300,000 aircraft produced during the war years, American factories delivered 86,000 tanks to armored divisions. These tanks equipped not just American forces, but British, Free French, and other Allied armies through Lend-Lease transfers. The Sherman tank, despite its limitations against German Tigers and Panthers, proved reliable and maintainable under field conditions. Its real advantage was numbers. For every German heavy tank, there were dozens of Shermans. When one Sherman was destroyed, 3 more were available to replace it. German tankers might win individual engagements, but they could not overcome the relentless arithmetic of American production. Artillery production totaled 193,000 pieces. These range from small pack howitzers that could be disassembled and carried by mules to massive railway guns that could shell targets miles behind enemy lines. American artillery doctrine emphasized mass firepower. Forward observers could call down devastating concentrations of fire on German positions within minutes. This capability depended entirely on having sufficient artillery pieces and unlimited ammunition. American factories supplied both. The shell production alone was staggering. Billions of artillery shells, mortar rounds, and small arms ammunition were manufactured during the war years. Ammunition ships crossed the Atlantic in convoy, supplying the massive expenditures required by American operational methods. The production of 2 million Army trucks provided mobility that transformed warfare. Previous armies had relied heavily on railroads for supply. Combat units might advance beyond railheads, but sustaining operations far from railroads proved difficult. American armies in Europe and the Pacific operated with unprecedented mobility because truck convoys could maintain supply lines across hundreds of miles of territory. The famous Red Ball Express, which sustained Patton's advance across France in summer 1944, involved 33,000 soldiers driving 6,000 trucks along dedicated routes. At peak operation, the Red Ball Express delivered 12,000 tons of supplies daily to forward combat units. This logistical achievement was possible only because American factories had produced trucks in quantities that seemed excessive until they were actually needed. Small arms production matched the scale of heavier equipment. American factories manufactured millions of M1 Garand rifles, M1 carbines, Thompson submachine guns, and Browning automatic rifles. These weapons equipped not just American forces, but supplied Allied armies whose domestic production proved insufficient. The M1 Garand, adopted just before the war, gave American infantry a significant advantage. It was the only semi-automatic rifle issued as a standard infantry weapon during the war. German, British, Japanese, and Soviet infantry still used bolt-action rifles that required manual cycling between shots. The Garand's 8-round clip and semi-automatic action provided superior firepower. General George Patton called it the greatest battle implement ever devised. But the technical superiority mattered only because American factories produced Garands in sufficient quantities to equip every infantryman. The mobilization extended beyond purely military production. The nation's merchant marine expanded dramatically to carry military cargo and maintain international trade. In addition to the 2,710 Liberty ships, American yards produced specialized vessels, including 512 faster Victory ships, that could maintain 15 knots, compared to the Liberty's 11-knot cruising speed. Tankers were built to carry oil from American and Caribbean sources to European and Pacific theaters. Without adequate tanker tonnage, the mechanized Allied armies would have been immobilized for lack of fuel. T2 tankers, standardized like Liberty ships, were produced in large numbers. Refrigerated cargo ships carried food. Troop transports carried soldiers. Hospital ships evacuated wounded. Each specialized vessel type required different designs and equipment, yet all were produced in quantities sufficient to meet expanding needs. The aircraft production of nearly 300,000 planes included extraordinary variety. Heavy bombers like the B-17 Flying Fortress and B-24 Liberator conducted strategic bombing campaigns against Germany and Japan. Medium bombers like the B-25 Mitchell and A-20 Havoc supported ground forces and attacked tactical targets. Fighter aircraft including the P-38 Lightning, P-47 Thunderbolt, and P-51 Mustang provided air superiority and ground attack capabilities. Naval aircraft operated from the rapidly expanding fleet of aircraft carriers. Transport aircraft like the C-47 Skitran carried paratroopers into combat and supplied isolated units. Training aircraft taught hundreds of thousands of pilots the skills needed for combat. Each aircraft type required different tooling, different components, different assembly techniques. Yet the industry managed to produce all these variants simultaneously while continuously improving designs based on combat experience. The logistical challenge of supplying raw materials to this industrial empire was immense. Steel production expanded to meet military demands while maintaining essential civilian needs. Aluminum production increased dramatically to supply aircraft manufacturers. Copper for electrical wiring became so scarce that the government borrowed silver from the treasury to wind electromagnets for uranium enrichment at Oak Ridge. Rubber supplies were cut off when Japan conquered Southeast Asian sources. A desperate program to develop synthetic rubber succeeded just in time to prevent severe shortages. By 1944, synthetic rubber production exceeded pre-war natural rubber imports. This single achievement demonstrated American industrial adaptability and technical innovation under pressure. The workforce that accomplished this production miracle came from unexpected sources. Beyond the women and minorities who entered industrial work, the workforce included teenagers who left school to work in defense plants. Retirees returned to factory floors to contribute their skills and experience. Disabled workers found employment in positions that didn't require physical labor. The nation mobilized every available worker because full production required it. Training programs taught industrial skills to people who had never worked in factories. High school students learned machine operation. Housewives learned welding. Farmers learned aircraft assembly. The program succeeded because they were necessary. Victory depended on production, and production depended on having sufficient trained workers. The work itself was demanding and often dangerous. Factories operated around the clock on 3 shifts. Workers handled heavy machinery, dangerous chemicals, and high temperatures. Industrial accidents killed thousands of workers during the war years. Falls from scaffolding, machinery malfunctions, explosions, and fires claimed lives in defense plants across the nation. The urgency of production sometimes led to inadequate safety measures. Workers accepted the risks because they understood the stakes. Each day of delayed production meant more casualties among soldiers fighting overseas. The workers in Detroit, Willow Run, and shipyards everywhere knew that their labor directly affected whether their sons, husbands, and brothers would come home alive. This knowledge sustained them through long shifts, dangerous conditions, and personal sacrifices. The financial cost of the mobilization was staggering. The federal government spent approximately $300 billion on the war effort between 1941 and 1945. This was more than the government had spent in all previous years of American history combined. Defense spending peaked at over $80 billion annually in 1944 and 1945. This represented roughly 40% of the entire national economy devoted to military purposes. The money was raised through taxes, war bonds, and borrowing. Tax rates increased sharply during the war. The income tax, which before the war applied mainly to wealthy Americans, was extended to most workers. Payroll deduction systems were introduced to collect taxes directly from paychecks. War bond drives encouraged citizens to loan money to the government by purchasing bonds that would be repaid with interest after the war. Despite massive government spending and high taxes, inflation was controlled through price controls and rationing. The Office of Price Administration established maximum prices for most goods and services. Rationing ensured that scarce commodities were distributed fairly rather than going only to those who could pay the highest prices. The combination of price controls and rationing prevented the inflation that might otherwise have resulted from full employment and government deficit spending. Workers earned good wages in defense plants, but had limited opportunities to spend their earnings. Consumer goods were scarce or unavailable. Rationing limited purchases of food and gasoline. Consequently, Americans saved money in unprecedented amounts. These savings, accumulated during the war because there was little to buy, became purchasing power that drove post-war prosperity. The industrial mobilization created opportunities for entrepreneurs and established businesses alike. Henry Kaiser, who became wealthy building Liberty ships, was a construction engineer before the war. Howard Hughes expanded his aircraft business dramatically during the war years, though his most ambitious project, the massive H-4 Hercules flying boat, wouldn't fly until after the war ended. Countless smaller manufacturers found profitable niches supplying components to prime contractors. Machine shops that had employed a dozen workers before the war grew into factories employing hundreds. The economic expansion created wealth that would sustain post-war growth. The end of the war brought difficult transitions. Women who had worked in defense plants were encouraged to yield their jobs to returning veterans. Many women resented being forced out of jobs they had mastered and found satisfying. The experience of working, earning good wages, and exercising skills had changed them. The post-war expectation that they would happily return to purely domestic roles ignored the transformation that had occurred. Similarly, African American workers who had found good jobs in defense industries faced renewed discrimination when peace returned. The wartime gains in employment and income proved temporary for many minority workers. These frustrations would contribute to social movements demanding equality in the post-war years. The reconversion to civilian production proceeded more smoothly than feared. Automobile production resumed rapidly. By 1946, new cars were rolling off assembly lines, though production couldn't meet demand for several years. Housing construction boomed as veterans married and started families. The GI Bill provided veterans with access to college education and low-cost home mortgages. The resulting expansion of the middle class transformed American society. Suburbs grew rapidly as young families sought single-family homes with yards. Shopping centers, drive-in restaurants, and car-oriented lifestyles emerged. The prosperity of the 1950s had its roots in wartime industrial expansion and post-war economic policies that channeled wartime savings into productive investments. The international implications of American industrial dominance shaped the post-war world order. The United States emerged from the war as the world's dominant economic power. American currency became the global reserve currency. American companies expanded internationally. American products found markets worldwide. The Marshall Plan, announced in 1947, committed billions of dollars to rebuilding Western European economies. This generosity served American interests by creating prosperous trading partners and allies against Soviet expansion. But it was possible only because American industrial capacity could supply both domestic needs and international commitments. The Cold War rivalry with the Soviet Union was sustained by American productive capacity. The massive military establishment maintained after the war depended on industrial resources that could simultaneously produce consumer abundance and military hardware. Soviet leaders understood they could not match American productive capacity. Their strategy emphasized conventional military forces and later nuclear weapons because they lacked the industrial depth to compete across all categories simultaneously. American strategic advantages throughout the Cold War rested on industrial foundations built during World War II. The lessons learned during the mobilization influenced American business and government for decades. The experience demonstrated that large-scale coordination between government and private industry could achieve results impossible through purely market mechanisms. The techniques of program management, systems engineering, and large-scale coordination developed during the war were applied to post-war projects, including the interstate highway system, the space program, and major weapon systems. The ability to organize massive technical efforts became a characteristic American strength. The technological innovations developed during the wartime mobilization had profound and lasting impacts that extended far beyond military applications. The proximity fuse developed to make anti-aircraft fire more effective represented a breakthrough in miniaturized electronics. Traditional anti-aircraft shells required direct hits or had to be set to explode at specific altitudes. The proximity fuse used a small radio transmitter and receiver built into the shell. When the shell passed near an aircraft, the reflected radio signal triggered detonation. This dramatically increased the effectiveness of anti-aircraft fire. The proximity fuse was so valuable that it was initially used only over water, where failed shells couldn't be recovered and examined by the enemy. Later, proximity fuse shells proved devastating against German infantry and armored formations during the Battle of the Bulge. After the war, the miniaturized electronics technology developed for the proximity fuse found applications in industrial controls, automation systems, and eventually contributed to the development of more sophisticated electronic devices. Radar technology, invented by the British before the war, was perfected and mass-produced through American industrial methods. Early radar systems were large, temperamental, and difficult to manufacture. American engineers redesigned radar systems for mass production while improving performance and reliability. Radar equipped ships, aircraft, and ground installations. It allowed night and bad weather operations that would have been impossible with visual navigation. It detected approaching enemy aircraft and ships. It guided interceptors to targets. After the war, radar revolutionized aviation by making all-weather flight operations routine. Weather radar allowed pilots to detect and avoid dangerous storms. Air traffic control radar made modern commercial aviation possible by allowing controllers to track multiple aircraft simultaneously. Marine radar improved navigation safety and reduced collisions. The technology that had been developed to detect enemy forces became essential to peacetime transportation and commerce. Advances in metallurgy, driven by military needs, had lasting peacetime applications. Aircraft production demanded aluminum alloys stronger and lighter than pre-war materials. High-temperature alloys were needed for aircraft engines operating at extreme conditions. Steel alloys for armor plate required characteristics different from structural steels. The research and development efforts that produced these military materials advanced the entire field of metallurgy. Post-war industries benefited from materials science knowledge that had been developed under wartime pressure. The aluminum industry expanded dramatically during the war and remained a major sector afterward. Aluminum found increasing use in construction, transportation, and consumer products as production costs declined through improved processes developed during the mobilization. Chemical industries expanded enormously to supply military needs. Explosives production required massive quantities of nitrates and other chemicals. Poison gas production, though the gases were never used in combat, required large chemical plants. Synthetic rubber production, developed desperately after natural rubber supplies were cut off, became a permanent industry. DDT and other pesticides developed for military use, protecting soldiers from disease-carrying insects, found agricultural applications after the war. Penicillin production, scaled up to treat wounded soldiers, became the foundation for the modern pharmaceutical industry. The war accelerated development and mass production of medications.